Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna second part. What if Harry Potter was taught to command as a soldier instead of a student? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Taken in at 5 by a powerful family, the abused boy who lived is remade into Gabriel, a soldier trained to command, not obey. When he finally arrives at Hogwarts, his discipline, strategy, and power shake the school and draw Voldemort's attention to a Harry Potter who was never meant to be a student, but a weapon. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. As December wore on, the upcoming Yule Ball became all anyone could talk about. Anyone who didn't have a date was scrambling around, and the third years were looking hopeful as their prettiest year mates began receiving invitations. The Hogsmeade weekend before the ball, the shops were packed with students getting last-minute alterations and accessories. Everyone was focusing on the approaching holiday with glee. No one wanted to be reminded of the now daily articles. No one wanted to think about Death Eater activity with Christmas right around the corner. Nobody wanted to read the growing list of casualties over breakfast. So they didn't. The students buried themselves in the preparations for the Yule Ball, and when that failed, they buried themselves in schoolwork. The teachers were distracted by the sudden increase in thoughtful essays, and when that failed to keep them busy, they threw themselves into preparations for the Yule Ball. Hogwarts was bustling and full of life, which, as far as Albus Dumbledore was concerned, was exactly as it should be. The week of the ball was ushered in by the worst snowstorm Hogwarts had seen in a decade. On Saturday, snow began piling up around the castle, completely burying the greenhouses. The windows iced over and cold drafts leaked through the stones in spite of numerous charms. For 2 days, the students of Hogwarts struggled to stay warm. The younger children quickly found older students who were willing to cast warming charms, and otherwise kept their thick winter cloaks close at hand. In a strange about-face, the towers were subjected to frigid winds and freezing temperatures while the snow kept the dungeons insulated and cozy. In Gryffindor Tower, Hermione Granger took it upon herself to teach every single member of her house how to cast warming spells and wards against the cold. It took several hours, but the returned warmth of the common room was well worth it to everyone. Afterwards, she threw herself into personally applying all of the charms to all of the dorms. "He'll be all right," Ron said from the doorway of the second-year boys' dorm. Hermione squeaked and whirled around, hand clutching her heart. "Don't scare me like that," she scolded breathlessly. "Can't you make some noise when you're creeping up on girls?" "I wasn't creeping," Ron protested absently, watching as she calmed down. "And I don't know what you're talking about," Hermione added, flustered. "Really?" He gave her a self-deprecating smile. "I would have thought you knew what creeping meant. Aren't you a walking dictionary?" "Ron, look, we all know you're worried sick. He'll be fine. You'll still have a date to the ball," he added bitterly. Hermione's face crumpled. "Ron, don't say it," he instructed her firmly. "Just stop agonizing over Mr. Rich and Infamous. I'm sure he was smart enough to find shelter from the storm." Without another word, he turned and walked away. Hermione watched him go, chewing on her lip. "Thank you," she said into the empty room. The snow stopped sometime during the night, and Monday morning dawned bright and clear. It was still well below freezing, but somehow the presence of the sun made it bearable for the castle's inhabitants. The glistening snow was picturesque, and several students were discussing the possibility of the lake being frozen enough to skate on. Not everyone was so carefree, however. Hermione's anxiety was spilling over into her friends as breakfast came and went with no sign of Gabriel. Despite Neville's knowledgeable assertions, Ginny's comforting words, and Ron's sour reassurances, Hermione couldn't help but worry about her friend. Normally he came back Sunday afternoon or evening at the latest. He rarely missed Sunday dinner, yet here it was Monday morning and he still hadn't shown his face. This just went to show that letting students leave the castle was a very bad idea. And what was he thinking, anyways? The temperatures had been falling since Wednesday, it had been getting icy, and the Daily Prophet had forecasted a balmy tropical weekend. He should have known it would be a blizzard. How dare he make her worry like this? Of course, that was another thing that bothered her. Why was she worrying? She knew quite well that he was able to take care of himself. If rumors were true, and he really was the Archangel, well, she'd read all sorts of stories about him, and she knew a little blizzard probably wouldn't even make a dent in his training schedule. At least, not as far as the stories and reports went. That wasn't to say they weren't gross exaggerations, and there was the heart of Hermione's concern. How much of those stories was tall tale and how much could she take seriously? Until her friend came back safe and sound, she couldn't assume anything. Damn the boy for making her worry. Charms passed, and Bree remained glaringly absent. When Professor Flitwick inquired after him, his housemates shrugged and kept quiet about his disappearance. After all, the headmaster knew as much about Bree's weekend plans as they did, so there was no use telling tales on him. At least that's how Hermione justified it to herself, when she finally acknowledged that it might need justifying. She could hardly bear to sit through history. Professor Binns droned on, and Hermione found herself gazing out the window at the pristine snow that spread across Hogwarts grounds. Nothing broke up the sparkling white expanse except for a single dark shape that moved purposefully toward the gate. Hermione squinted, trying to make out the shape until a flash of silver caught her eye. Of course. Gabriel. Without a word to Binns, she stood and slipped out of the room. She doubted he would even notice she was gone. Behind her, Neville scrambled to his feet and hurried after her, making a bit more noise. She waited, giving him a moment to catch up, then took off toward the front entrance. She needed a word with that boy. Predictably, Bree didn't show any sign of surprise at their presence. In fact, he looked amused, and that only served to make Hermione boil inside. At least she was warm. Where have you been? She demanded, hands on her hips and her voice borderline shrill. A few steps behind her, Neville shifted nervously from foot to foot, not wanting to get caught up in the crossfire. Bree arched an elegant eyebrow, silently asking why he should feel the need to explain himself to her. I've been worried sick, she snapped. Why? There was a trace of honest surprise in his voice, and Hermione felt her temper rise a few notches. Why? I'm your friend, you arrogant peacock. In case you didn't notice, there was sort of a blizzard, and as far as anyone knew you were out in the worst of it. Not at all, he shook his head. I was deep in the forest. The worst of a blizzard is out in the open, away from shelter. Hermione growled and glared at him, balling her fists at her sides. She wanted to hit him, like she would any of the other Gryffindor boys who made her worry like that. She wanted to take him to task, but so far that wasn't working out so well. For one thing, he was completely not intimidated by her, which was a problem. She settled for throwing a snowball at his face. He ducked away, of course, but his look of consternation was worth it. She threw another one at him, and this one hit him square in the chest. He looked down at the icy splatter on the front of his coat, then looked at her with raised eyebrows. Don't make me worry, she began again, only to stop, spluttering as she choked on packed snow. The bloody wanker had thrown a snowball back in her face. Howling something unintelligible, she scooped up more snow. Within moments, their civilized conversation degenerated into an all-out war. Bree crouched behind a hastily erected wall of ice blocks, peering around the edge as he tried to gauge where the enemy was now. Squad A, your goat duty. Squad C, levitate B behind enemy lines. Don't forget disillusionment charms. Yes, sir. A gaggle of giggling children responded, falling to their tasks with sloppy glee. They would all have been killed instantly in real battle, but here the only penalty they paid for being careless was a light wallop of frozen water. Still, they were admirably enthusiastic about obeying orders from a real general, as they said. And it was kind of fun, in a weird way. Almost relaxing. And as much as Bree enjoyed training, he would never have said any battle, simulated or not, could be relaxing. Another chorus of laughter broke out from the other side of the field, where Hermione was directing her forces against him. He smiled to himself as he ordered his soldiers to move out. A ripple in the sky indicated his floating second years, and he watched as they snuck behind Hermione's troops. His first years were still distracting the enemy, and Squad B managed to successfully complete their sneak attack. Bree smirked. Who would have thought playing in the snow could be so much fun? The day of the ball came at last, and the entire school was buzzing with suppressed energy. After the school-wide snowball fight at the beginning of the week, most students had barely been able to contain their glee. It was a relief for the day to arrive. The Gryffindor common room was noisy as students ran around, trying to find last-minute accessories and advice from their fellow students. The bathrooms were even worse, as everyone wanted showers and a turn at the mirrors. Bree sat back and watched the fuss with amusement. He had taken his shower early, and he had his own mirror that was plenty big enough to sit at and style his hair. He was able to enjoy watching the other, normally hygienically neglectful, boys scramble about. Oi! Ron! Move! You great lump! You've been in front of that mirror for 20 minutes. Your hair isn't getting any nicer, mate. Give it up and let me have the mirror. No, it's my turn. Hey Nev, you got any extra pins? Sure. Catch. Get dressed. Seamus. Bloody hell, mate. Anyone see my brush? You have a brush. Could have fooled me. Shut up. And on it went. Slowly but surely, the 4 sixth years pieced together their outfits and styled their hair. Seamus wore dark green robes with darker green underlayers. Dean was wearing simple black and white robes in a style vaguely reminiscent of a Muggle tuxedo. A current fad among the younger generation. Neville was dressed more traditionally in the Longbottom brown and gold, looking every inch the pureblood heir that he was. Ron, like his sister, had saved up enough money doing odd jobs during the summer that he had managed to buy new dress robes for the ball. He wore charcoal gray over cream in a slightly outmoded style that he barely managed to pull off. Bree lounged on his bed, watching the final scramble with amused disdain. He himself had finished getting ready nearly half an hour earlier than his dorm mates. Phi's touch was obvious in his wardrobe for the evening. His pants were black, and the loose silk was tucked into his short suede boots. He wore a black long-sleeved turtleneck that clung to him like a second skin, leaving nothing to the imagination. A bold blue-green sash was tied around his waist, his wand squirreled away at the small of his back. Over this, he wore a sleeveless open robe that fell to his ankles in waves of gleaming silk. The robe was a mixture of dark peacock blues and greens that matched the sash, with bold gold runic designs picked out along the hems. His outfit was completed with a sapphire and gold brooch fastened at his neck, and a matching one holding back his hair. You look really nice. Neville smiled at him as they waited for the other boys to finish up at the mirror. Bree nodded acknowledgement of the compliment. He momentarily toyed with the idea of returning it. Neville did, after all, look quite nice himself, but quickly dismissed the notion. It would only make the other boy nervous. I gotta run. Seamus waved, heading for the door. I'm meeting Cindy 10 minutes ago. Have fun. Dean called after him, grinning. So who's your date, Dean? Ron asked for the umpteenth time. Dean shrugged, looking entirely too smug. Come on, Dean. You gotta tell us. Neville pressed, smiling over at the black boy as he fiddled nervously with the high collar of his robes. We'll be finding out soon anyways. Exactly. Dean agreed with a laugh. So why spoil my fun? Besides, I'm not the only one who won't fess up about the identity of my Yule date. He looked pointedly at Ron. None of your business, the redhead mumbled, blushing. What happened to Hermione is the only girl for me. Dean teased. As much as I'm enjoying this, Bree inserted smoothly, picking up his gold dress cane as he slipped off his bed. I'm ready to go. Come. He turned and walked out the door, leaving 3 slightly stunned teenagers behind him. That guy is the most arrogant. Self-absorbed. Peacock. Laughing, they followed him out of the dorm. Has anyone seen my sash? Called Lavender, spinning around in the middle of the dorm. Merlin's beard. I had it 5 minutes ago. Did you look on your bed? Asked Parvati as she pawed through her jewelry box. Duh. That was the first place I looked. Bloody hell. I can't go out in public without the sash to my robes. I'll be a laughing stock. Well, you should have thought of that before you lost it, Lav. Is it long, purple, and embroidered with flowers? Hermione inquired from her position by the mirror. Thank you. Lavender cried in relief, snatching the offered cloth. Where did you find it? It was on the floor between our beds. Oh, thanks. Lavender had the grace to look embarrassed. You look pretty, Hermione, commented Parvati hesitantly as she fumbled the catch of her necklace. Lavender hurried over to fasten it for her. Yeah, Lavender added, obviously trying hard to sound complimentary. Great color. Muggles really are ingenious when it comes to outfits. I like the fluffy fabric. I dunno, looks a little coarse to me, admitted Parvati. Like someone made a dress out of towels. And there aren't enough layers, really, said Lavender. I mean, not to belittle your culture. Of course not. Parvati hurried to add. No belittling of culture, Hermione. It's just. Well, Lavender trailed off, grimacing. It's a bathrobe, guys, said Hermione, raising an eyebrow at their antics. What? I'm not wearing it out in public, she elaborated, turning back to the mirror. Oh, that's good. Right, Parvati. Definitely. But, what are you wearing? Hermione bit her lip and shrugged a little as she pulled her blue terrycloth bathrobe tighter around herself. Her mother had been surprised by her request for her nice dresses, but she'd certainly stepped up to the plate. She'd sent everything from Hermione's party sundress to her opera evening gown, which presented something of a dilemma for the 16-year-old. She'd never had to worry about picking out a formal outfit before. Her mother had always told her what the occasion was, how formal it would be, and which dress would be most appropriate. This time she was on her own. Oh, Lavender and Parvati would probably love to see her very Muggle dresses, but they wouldn't be any help. They didn't even recognize the bathrobe for what it was. They knew their wizarding robes, sure, but Muggle clothes were a whole other can of worms. I'm not sure, she confessed. Bree told me to dress Muggle, but I'm still not sure whether he knows what that means. I don't know what that means. Am I dressing for comfort, shock, or fashion? I don't even know what current fashion is. The other girls exchanged a meaningful look. I think it's time for those remedial lessons in Girl 101, Lavender announced, eyes glinting. I'm not sure we have time for remedial lessons, argued Parvati. Better make it a cram session. Good point. We only have a tiny bit before the ball starts. We have over 2 hours. Hermione protested, not entirely certain she liked the implication that she was that much of a lost cause. Lavender and Parvati exchanged another glance. Hermione groaned. Let's just get it over with. Sit, instructed Parvati. Hermione flopped onto her bed. Not like that, Lavender squawked, darting forward to correct her posture. Knees together, back straight, head up, hands in lap. First off, Parvati began, pacing as she spoke, colors. Pastels are in. Whites and creams are okay, but they're passé. Don't tell that to poor Ginny, though. A bold sash is acceptable, but other than that it's strictly pastels. Layers, Lavender continued. At least 2, plus a coat or a cloak. More indicates more wealth or power, because getting a good design with 4 or more layers requires an extremely expensive custom tailoring job, and they're one-of-a-kind pieces of fashion art. Trailing cloaks are good, trailing sleeves are okay, but never trail the actual robes. Slippers, Parvati took over. Embroidered, preferably silk or satin. They usually only last through 1 or 2 parties, but fashion is an expensive mistress. Guaze, chiffon, loose, floaty material that looks light and graceful. No embroidery except on sash and slippers. If it's on both, then it better match. Don't mix colors. Choose one, and use different shades if you have to. High necks are in, especially if they're lace. Sleeves are a solid choice. Sleeveless is very daring, very avant-garde. That's French. Hats are out, as are curls. Veils are in, and should be worn pinned into a bun or over a plait. Flowers, tiaras, or other accessories should be kept tasteful. Did we miss anything? I don't think so. Colors, fabrics, layers, shoes, sashes, embroidery, style, hair, nope, I think we covered it. You got all that, Hermione. Hermione stared at them blankly, trying to absorb all the information they'd bombarded her with. Sashes, layers, slippers. Nothing she had matched anything they mentioned. Even her dress robes from 4th year hadn't been in keeping with what was apparently the current fashion. I Think maybe I'll just wear something I can dance in. If you say so. Now, where did I put that stupid sash? Hermione inspected herself in the mirror, twisting this way and that to check that everything looked okay and that her dress hadn't mysteriously been stained since she'd checked a minute before. She was extremely nervous. She just knew she was going to stick out like a sore thumb. Everyone would point and laugh, because she was so not conforming to current fashion as dictated by her roommates. You are not a conformist, Hermione Granger, she told herself firmly. You are purposefully not conforming to the constricting and misogynistic dress code imposed on the female sex, to enforce modesty and display the wealth and power of family and escort. Who are you talking to in there? Lavender called from the other side of the door. No one. No one at all. Well, hurry up. Coming. She called back. You can do it, Hermione, she added to herself under her breath. You're a Gryffindor. You're not afraid of anything. Especially not the possible censure of your peers and the humiliation of being the laughingstock of the boarding school where you'll be living for another year and a half. Yep. Not afraid at all. She whirled and opened the door before she could think about it anymore. Better to just get it over with instead of worry, right? Lavender and Parvati stared at her, eyes wide and mouths slightly open. You girls look very nice, said Hermione tentatively to break the silence. Neither girl moved. Hermione blushed and fiddled with the hem of her skirt. I look horrible, don't I? She Ned. I knew I should have just worn the dress robes. Is that legal? Lavender squeaked, staring unabashedly at Hermione's exposed shoulders and chest. I'm not sure, Parvati replied slowly, scrutinizing Hermione's bare legs. Hermione blushed darker, crossing her arms nervously over her chest. She should have chosen the opera dress. The opera dress would have looked more like what all the other girls were wearing. Sure, she wouldn't be able to dance in it very easily, but it would have been better than facing the looks she was already getting. Damn Bree and his talk of cultural pride. You're wearing something over it, right? Lavender asked in a rare display of modesty. I mean, you're not actually going to the ball with completely bare shoulders. And you're not showing so much leg, are you? Parvati added, expressing concern over the knee-length dress. It's pretty, I guess, Lavender hastened to reassure as Hermione blushed miserably. But it's just so indecently muggle, finished Parvati. Hermione's lips tightened. Well, it's Bree's fault. He can deal with it. She stalked over to her trunk and pulled out a pair of nylons. Her roommates watched in fascination as she wiggled into them. Her shoes came next, and Lavender made a small choking sound as she stared at the 3-inch heels. 2 quick spells ensured no blisters and no broken ankles, and she was ready to go. Bree and Neville stood in the common room, waiting for the girls to come down and join them. Dean had left soon after Seamus, talking about needing to meet his special someone. Ron had slipped away sometime during the wait, without saying so much as a goodbye. So far they had been enjoying the scenery and watching their beautifully clad housemates trip and totter as they ran through last-minute errands. Ginny came down first. Her red hair was pinned up under a white veil, and she had managed to buy 3 layered robes. There was lace around the neck and on her sash. Her slippers had a touch of lace where they peeked out from under the long garment. Neville wet his lips nervously, eyes following her every move. Gee, Ginny. Wow. You look fantastic. Thanks, Nev, she gave him a playful smile. You're looking pretty sharp yourself. Where is your wand? Bree inquired, scrutinizing the close-fitting robes, trying to figure out where she could have possibly stashed it that wouldn't show. Ginny shrugged. It's just the Yule Ball, she informed him. No one will need their wands. Bree raised his eyebrows but didn't comment. If she wanted to be helpless in the event of an attack, well, that was her business. From the way that Neville was carefully looking away, he too was going unarmed. Hopefully not everyone was that careless. The Slytherins wouldn't be, that was certain. Where's Hermione? Neville quickly changed the subject. I don't know. Ginny looked up the stairs back toward the girls' dorms. She got ready in her room, and I got ready in mine. I haven't actually seen her muggle dress yet, Ginny added, grinning. How different from robes do you think it'll be? Quite, Bree told her. He wasn't sure what type of dress the girl would wear, but if she was half the woman he hoped she was, it would be something to shock her wizarding peers. An evening gown would probably be most appropriate, but he was really hoping for something along the lines of a cocktail dress. Hermione. Ginny suddenly squeaked, staring at her best friend. Bree looked up the stairs and had to suppress a smile. Good girl, he mentally congratulated her. She had chosen a classic little black dress that was about as non-wizarding as one could get. It was strapless and had a sweetheart neckline that proved the bookworm had nice curves hidden away beneath her school uniform. The dress ended right below her knees, and had the flowing quality of a good dance skirt. Paired with the high black sandals, she looked even better than Bree had hoped. Lovely, he informed her as she walked over to join them. Thanks, Hermione blushed. I wasn't sure whether you'd approve, since you're a traditionalist and all. I also reference Muggle pop culture, he pointed out, and she laughed, relaxing. Close your eyes. Hermione's eyes snapped close and Bree stepped forward. He caught her peeking as he slipped the corsage he'd bought for her onto her wrist. She gasped and opened her eyes fully as Bree stepped back. Perfect, he informed her, inspecting his handiwork. Thank you, she mumbled, hesitantly touching the beautiful corsage of lilies and baby red roses. She looked as though she wanted to ask about it, so he decided to play it safe and not give her time for questions. Let's go down. He offered her his elbow, and she took it with a little smile. You look really nice, she told him as they walked down toward the Great Hall. Not what I was expecting, but still really nice. Fi designed it for me, he informed her. Oh, and, Fi is your wife, right? Yes. Hermione was silent for a moment as they walked, and Bree was mildly curious what she was thinking about. He'd brought up Fi for a reason, after all, had she received the message? Lav and Parvati told me about layers being fashionable, she began, steering the subject away. About how they show wealth and prestige. All the other boys I've seen so far tonight are wearing multiple layers. I would have thought you would be too. I do not feel a need to flaunt my wealth in such a way. How do you flaunt your wealth? She asked pertly. Bree grinned. My jewelry is one of a kind, made specifically for me, specifically for tonight. The cloth I wear is imported from a tiny magical community in China that specializes in imbuing their silk with magic. 1 yard of this costs around 200 galleons. The gold embroidery is actual gold, not just dyed cloth. It is hand-stitched into a runic depiction of my family tree. He paused, letting the information sink in. Hermione was looking pleasantly blank. I don't need layers to flaunt my wealth, he finished smugly. The transfer students and their dates, as the guests of honor, had been asked to process in together and open the ball with the first dance of the night. Bree was extremely tempted to bypass the ritual, but at the same time he owed it to Levi to be there with him. And, of course, it would give him the perfect opportunity to display Hermione in front of the Slytherins. The shock value of her outfit alone made the exhibition worth it. Bree drew Hermione into a side room where the other students were already waiting. A quick glance around showed Anya with Levi, Melisande with Blaise, and Mozarov with a young brunette he didn't recognize. After nodding to the two Slytherins, he headed over to his Ravenclaws. Hermione followed close on his heels. "'Cause," he leaned forward to Key, the 13-year-old. "You look marvelous, Levi." "Fies. Is it that obvious?" "No, stupid question. She did a great job, didn't she? Not quite as breathtaking as that dress in." "Hush." Levi blushed slightly, frowning disapprovingly at his cousin. "You two really ought to stick to the vernacular," Anya scolded. "Miss Anya." Bree seized her hand and bowed gallantly over it. "Your beauty took my breath away, and I found I could no longer speak words in any language but that of love. My greatest apologies, most beautiful of ladies." "Stop that, brute. You'll make me think you actually mean it." "But I mean every word, lovely one." "That's enough, cuz. Keep your flowery words for your own date. You look very nice, Miss Granger." "Thank you. Is it Maltea Defane, actually? But please, call me Levi." "You've met Anya?" "Yes. Yeah, we have classes together." There was a moment of awkward silence as Hermione stared at the three of them. "So, Levi. That's not a name you hear every day. It is short for Leverett." Do you have no nicknames? Not really. I mean, the name Hermione doesn't really invite many. Honestly, I'm surprised my cousin hasn't started calling you something else. He's got a thing for nicknames. Really? Hermione gave Bree a surprised look, obviously having trouble fitting this new tidbit of information into the current image she had of him. Indeed. He even tried to shorten my name, Anya added with a pained look at the unrepentant Frenchman. To what? Hermione asked curiously. Don't encourage him, Anya told her reproachfully. Sorry, grinned Hermione. The great hall was comfortably full of excited, chattering students dressed to the nines. Teachers drifted easily between the children, exchanging words here and there. No one was really in the mood to fight with each other, and even the Slytherins and Gryffindors seemed inclined to peacefully coexist. The only true worry for the chaperones was keeping the punch clean. The band was almost finished setting up, and Dumbledore was giving a brief speech on peace and goodwill that no one was paying much attention to. It was almost time for the ball to begin. Dumbledore finished with a hearty, "Happy Christmas," and the children applauded as the violinist played the opening bars of a waltz. The doors swung open, and the transfer students made their way to the dance floor. Everyone watched as the 8 students began to dance. The low buzz of whispers underscored the music as everyone gossiped over the Hogwarts students who had been chosen as dates and over the outlandish fashions sported by the foreign students. And the not-so-foreign students. Hermione Granger's strange outfit received more stares than the stately Russian gown sported by Anya Razayeva. The Muggle-born students hastened to explain to pureblood friends that the dress was perfectly legitimate in their world. Those who lacked Muggle-born friends simply continued to stare in affront. She looks like a whore, Pansy hissed to her betrothed. Honestly, does she have no shame? She's a mudblood, Draco sneered back. We can hardly blame her for being an ignorant savage. True enough, Pansy shrugged, somewhat mollified. But still, showing bare leg like that, it's indecent. I think it's kind of cute, Tracy's Hufflepuff escort offered. I wouldn't want my sister dressing like that, but it could be worse. Shut up, Tracy snapped, glancing nervously over at Draco. Blaise and Melisande look good together, Daphne commented idly as she drifted over. They make a great couple, Tracy agreed, eager to change the subject. Except they're not a couple, sneered Pansy. I heard Blaise's mother is negotiating for Kirsten Swensdottir. I'm bored, Draco announced. Don't worry, darling, it'll be over soon, Pansy simpered, stroking Draco's arm. He sneered, but let her. I want to dance. They should play dance music, Daphne said, looking out over the sea of dancers. So, go tell them to, Pansy waved her hand negligently. Or better yet, have the Brainiac here do it, she gave Tracy's Hufflepuff a cold look. Apparently not understanding the insult, Jamie grinned. Sure thing. What should I ask for? Something to waltz to. Tracy gave a forced smile, shooing the boy off. He went, and she sighed in relief. It's good that O'Brien's family is politically powerful, because he sure as hell won't get anywhere on brains. By the time he rejoined her, the rest of the Slytherins were up and dancing. The opening dance was better than Bree had thought it would be. Hermione had blushed terribly when they'd first walked in and everyone had stared at her. That changed when they started dancing. It was a simple waltz, with little room for artistry or flair. It did give him a chance to lean down and whisper encouragement in her ear. Smile. Be proud. Prove that you are more than what they believe you to be. It had the desired effect. The blush faded to a simple rosy glow of excitement. She'd given him a hesitant smile that had grown to a grin as he spun her, causing her skirt to swirl gracefully around her. The dance ended too soon, and the waltz gave way to some pounding rock music that had many students writhing in time to the inane lyrics. Bree insisted they sit down, and soon they had gathered a small crowd of girls who wanted to get a closer look at their clothes. I wonder where Ron is, Hermione said as Levi handed them both glasses of punch. She'd been looking for him since they'd come in, and was having no luck. Bree made a polite comment about letting her know if he saw the boy and won a smile for his efforts. Ginny and Neville joined them soon after, and the 3 couples kept each other company while they waited for a danceable song. Finally she switched to another classic waltz. At Hermione's pleading stare, Bree stood up and joined her on the dance floor. They were confined to the moves he had already taught her, as she tended to get confused when he tried to lead her through something new. It was enough to look nice, though, and enough to have fun. Across the room, Malfoy and Parkinson were doing their best to clear the dance floor, garnering an appreciative crowd of observers. Soon Bree and Hermione were one of only 5 couples tenacious enough to stay on the dance floor despite the gawkers around the Slytherins. More than once Hermione seemed ready to cede the floor, but Bree refused to let her. He shared a pointed glance with Levi, and the little Ravenclaw nodded and set off for the band. Bree didn't see whether or not he'd completed his mission, but he assumed that he had. Leaning down, he once again began whispering to Hermione. "We are going to prove a point. Do you trust me?" Hermione was silent a moment, then nodded firmly as they continued to dance. Bree gave her a tiny smile. "When the next dance starts, look me in the eyes. What I will do is a variation on Imperius, but I will not be controlling you, only prompting you. Just flow." Her nod was a little more hesitant this time, but the agreement was there. Internally Bree grinned maliciously. This was the perfect opportunity to show up Malfoy. The dance ended, and the opening beats of a swing dance began. Spinning Hermione into the middle of the still present circle of spectators, Bree began to lead her in the energetic dance. On the other side, Malfoy and Parkinson seemed to be arguing over whether they should be competing or not. It wasn't a Malfoy-ish style of dance, but it was still ballroom, and Parkinson wasn't anxious for a mudblood to show her up on the floor. As Bree swept Hermione up and proceeded to flip her around as though she weighed nothing at all, the Slytherins finally faded away to be observers. The Gryffindor couple had the floor to themselves. They were surrounded by the excited chatter of students who had either never seen swing dancing or had never thought to see the two of them dancing as they were. Either way, their admiration spurred Bree to attempt bolder and more complicated moves. Hermione followed the hints of her subconscious, responding perfectly each time. They were fluid. Perfection. By the time the dance ended, Bree was winded and his legs throbbed. Hermione was completely out of breath and glowed with exhilaration. They exited the floor to enthusiastic applause, and the band segued into more popular dance music. "That was incredible," Hermione gushed as she collapsed into her seat and took a big swig of her punch. "I had no idea dancing could be like that." "You did well," Bree responded, giving her well-earned praise. She blushed, and Bree left it at that. He wasn't much for giving out compliments in any case. Ron fidgeted nervously by the fireplace in the headmaster's office. He was beginning to wonder if this had been such a good idea after all. She had sounded nice enough in the letters, but a lot could be left out of a letter. For all he knew, she was a mini Parkinson or something. Or worse, a mini Lavender. The fire popped, and Ron jerked in response. It was still orange. He stood and paced once around the room, then sat, then stood to pace again. They were already an hour late. What was Hermione wearing? Was Hermione enjoying herself with Gabriel? Were they dancing? Did she wonder where he was? A quiet whoosh sounded from the fire, and he spun around as a delicate shape stepped out of the green flames. She was tiny, not even as tall as his shoulder. Her skin was a dusky golden brown, and her hair was a waterfall of black curls. She was wearing a blue outfit that Ron had no name for, though he'd seen Parvati wear something similar, though Parvati's wasn't decorated with thousands of tiny blue and green gems. Her throat and wrists were encased by glistening diamonds, and Ron couldn't help thinking that just one of those bracelets would feed his entire family for months. She wasn't at all what he'd been expecting. Intellectually he'd known she was young, but it was somehow different to be face to face with a little slip of a kid. So young, yet already married to a boy Ron's age, it was definitely unsettling. And then there was the fact that she looked like she could be Gabriel's sister. Ron had been expecting a pretty little bee, owned like Rousseau, not a young, female version of his quasi-friend. For the first time he wondered about the origin of Gabriel's bride and cursed himself for not doing better research. Sometimes being a rash Gryffindor s. Ked. Monsieur Weasley, she smiled, and Ron nodded dumbly. "It is nice to meet you," she said, deliberately enunciating every syllable. "Thank you for inviting me here tonight." It's my pleasure," he stuttered, finally stepping forward, not quite sure whether he ought to be offering his hand to shake or bowing to her. She smiled, a sweet expression that made her look so unlike Gabriel that it startled Ron all over again. She solved his dilemma by presenting her hand to him, palm down. He bowed over it like he'd seen Neville do when he was goofing off with Ginny. It was apparently the right move, as she laughed in delight. Thank you for coming, Lady Maltea, he said as he stood. Fayette, s'il vous plaît. I am not a lady of the family, Monsieur Weasley. Fayette. You can call me Ron. Ronald. Ron. Just Ron. You do not have to be nervous, she told him earnestly, peering up at him with big brown eyes. I am much nicer than my husband. A little wink came with the last bit, and once again Ron was thrown for a loop. Shall we? She gestured toward the door. He nodded, turning to exit. She slipped her hand into the crook of his elbow, still smiling cheerfully. You're not really what I was expecting, Ron admitted as he led her toward the Great Hall. Vraiment. What were you expecting? A.B. Owned, he blurted. Fayette laughed, diamonds glistening as she tipped her head back slightly. No, that's not what I meant. I was expecting someone more French, she inquired drolly. Ron nodded helplessly. Fayette shrugged, smiling mysteriously, but made no further comment. They walked in silence for a while longer. You're very pretty, Ron blurted, unable to take the awkwardness. Merci. What do you call what you're wearing? Girls always wanted to talk about clothing. That would keep it from getting awkward again, at least until they joined the other students in the Great Hall. It is a Sumar camise, she informed him, sounding pleased that he asked. It is more, how do you say, practical than a sari. Oh, Ron had no idea what any of that meant, but he smiled and tried to get her to keep talking. Well, it looks very nice. The, color is quite vibrant. One thing you learned when you had a younger sister was what the current fashion was. He wondered what Ginny would make of Fayette's obvious divergence from Vogue. Fayette smiled, but didn't rise to the invitation. The conversation lulled again, and the little girl peered around in interest. It is so ugly, she exclaimed at last, as she looked down a particularly long dark corridor. How can anyone learn in such an ugly place? Excuse me. Ron stared at her, taken aback. He'd never thought of Hogwarts as ugly before. Majestic, magical, old, all of these. But while he'd never thought of it as particularly beautiful, ugly had never crossed his mind. He was spared the possible argument, however, as they reached the open doors to the Great Hall. In his 4th year, Ron had found the sight of the Yule festivities magnificent. Now, he just wanted to find Hermione and switch partners with Gabriel. Dance with me, Fayette instructed, her eyes on the dancers. I can't. Ron's eyes widened. I'm a horrible dancer. His eyes turned to Malfoy and Parkinson gracefully sweeping the floor, and he blushed angrily. Why couldn't he dance like that? The dance ended within a few beats anyways, but before he could point this out to Fayette, she'd gasped and hurried forward. Ron followed her, pushing through the crowd of students to stand at the edge of the circle and watch the new set of dancers. He couldn't tear his eyes away. Hermione was beautiful. She was wearing something little and black and obviously muggle. Ron felt a surge of jealousy that he wasn't the one out there putting his hands all over her. And Gabriel was putting his hands all over her. Ron gaped as his roommate flipped Hermione over his arm as if she weighed nothing. The song ended with Hermione arched backwards in a dramatic dip, and the watchers gave a thunderous applause. Ron couldn't tear his eyes away until the couple had left the dance floor. Only then did he look to see what his companion's reaction was. Contrary to his own glow of jealousy, Fayette was glowing with excitement. He had no time to ponder this, as she was already pulling him through the crowd to reach the table Gabriel and Hermione were sitting at. You will dance with me later, she told him over the music. Ron gulped. He had a feeling she was used to dancing the way Parkinson, and apparently Hermione, danced. And since when was Hermione able to dance like that? She hadn't been able to last year, had she? Was he that unobservant? If he'd known she liked to dance, he would have learned. His thoughts took him to the table where Hermione sat with Ginny, Neville, Gabriel, and those 2 Ravenclaws. Fayette paused before they approached, carefully placing her hand back on his arm and throwing Ron a cheerful wink. She pulled him gently forward until they were at the table. Ginny was the only one who looked over at them, and she waved hello to her brother. She did a double take at his companion. He watched her eyes drink in Fayette's outfit, then Jules, then face. I don't know you, Ginny said in confusion, drawing everyone's attention. Ron, who is this? Did you see Weasley got himself some arm candy? Tracy sneered, sitting down between Daphne and Pansy. Tiny thing. No fashion sense whatsoever. You mean the one whose necklace is worth more than your dowry? Daphne quipped, arching an eyebrow. Tracy glared as Pansy let out a barking laugh. Poor Tracy, she cooed. Tracy sniffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Be quiet, Pansy. I want to know where Weasley found her. She's not a Hogwarts student. That is Fayette Maltea, Rousseau drawled from across the table. Pretty little thing, is she not? The lads at Beauxbaton were heartbroken she married the Lieutenant General. Maltea's wife. Pansy gasped, finally taking notice. She craned her neck to try and catch another glimpse of the girl. How did Weasley? Black magic, no doubt, Tracy sniffed. You can be such an idiot, Tracy, sneered Pansy. Rousseau smirked as Tracy and Pansy began bickering. Daphne, on the other hand, leaned back as she watched the girl. She's his cousin, she said abruptly. Fayette Maltea is the daughter of Akshay and Genevieve Maltea, and the Lieutenant General is the son of Sarai Maltea. Pansy and Tracy stopped bickering, turning to look at the contemplative Daphne. How do you know? Pansy scoffed. I am acquainted with the family. Miriam Defane is my godmother. Who? Tracy blinked. Hermione looked up at Ginny's surprised exclamation. Ron was standing awkwardly by their table, face red. Her eyes lingered on his neat gray robes and carefully groomed hair before looking over at the cause of Ginny's cry. The girl was short and looked remarkably like Bree. Her eyes were a bright honey brown and her features were more delicate, but the resemblance was striking. She was dressed in a vibrant blue that matched the shade in Bree's outfit so perfectly that it was obviously done on purpose. The outfit itself was almost as out of place in the setting as Hermione's. A loose, flowing tunic hung down to the girl's knees and was weighted down by stylized flowering vines picked out in emeralds and sapphires. Underneath the tunic she wore loose pants with the same flowering vines at the hems. Even her dainty little slippers glistened with jewels. Hermione felt a glow of envy. So that was what Ron was interested in. She shouldn't be surprised. Ron had always been attracted to money. It made sense that he would want a girl who was literally covered in it. Phi. Levi had shot up in his seat and was embracing the little girl, speaking rapidly in a language Hermione couldn't understand. Razayeva looked strangely at peace with her boyfriend's enthusiastic greeting of an apparent stranger. It wasn't until she glanced over at Bree that her mind connected several pieces of information very quickly. Gabriel's boggart had featured 3 bodies, and now she'd met them all. Levi, our Sinclair, and the little girl. This little girl. Hermione's face paled and for a moment she felt like she was going to be sick. Her mind vividly recalled the horrific vision. Somehow it was made more horrible to see the child alive and well, smiling beautifully at them from an unmarred face. Then it went away. She was once again focused on the present, with the pretty girl child smiling at them with begemmed splendor from her place at Ron's side. Levi finished chattering, and Ginny prodded her brother. Right, Ron coughed. Guys, this is Fayette Maltea. Fayette, these are my friends Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom, and my sister Ginny. Hermione blinked. Maltea. That explained the resemblance. This must be a cousin of some sort. But wait, wasn't Gabriel's wife? Bonsoir. She smiled at them all. Then she winked at Bree. Surprise. Husband. Who was that girl Maltea danced with? Who? Granger. No. The other one. Didn't you notice her? Honestly, Terry, sometimes I don't know why you're in Ravenclaw. Hey, it's not my fault I didn't see some bint. I was focused on more important things, like you. Don't try and get out of this by flattery, hun. I know you too well. Anyway, after he did that peculiar dance. Lindy Hop. Whatever. Don't interrupt. After he did that dance with Granger, he did the tango with an Indian girl. I was sure I knew all the Indian girls at Hogwarts. I didn't recognize her at all. Why do you care? Because. I don't know. I just do. I'm Ravenclaw. I need to know stuff. Ah, come on, Padma. Just let it go. For now. I will find out who she was. Why don't you just ask your sister? Ooh, good idea. She might know. Hey Parvati. Wait up. Oh, hi Lavender. Hey Pad. Hi Padma. I was wondering if you knew anything about that girl who danced with Maltea last night. I think she danced with Weasley and Longbottom a couple times too, and I know she danced with Defane. Oh her. Blah. Horrid little thing, wasn't she? No sense of fashion at all. Oh, I don't know. I thought she was pretty cute, and her fashion sense was just fine, Lav. I was wearing Indian fashion too, you know. You don't count, Par. Gee, thanks Lav. Not what I meant. Back on topic. Gryffindors, geez. No offense. None taken. So what about that girl? I just want to know who she is. Phi something or other. That's what they were all calling her, at least. I heard that Weasley invited her from Beauxbatons when he couldn't get Hermione. She was so jealous. I heard that girl last night was an Indian princess. Did you hear about Weasley's new girlfriend? I heard Weasley has been secretly dating an Indian princess for years. I heard that Maltea tried to rip off Weasley's head, he was so jealous. I think she cast some sort of spell to make all the boys fall in love with her. Did you see her jewelry? I bet they were the crystallized souls of all the men she's preyed on. I heard she spent the night. Bree's eyes drifted open as Phi snuggled closer, burying her nose in his chest. He smiled down at her, softly smoothing her hair back from her face. He had missed this. Waking up with the girl he loved in his arms, seeing her peaceful face, all of it. Well, he could do without the drool spot. For once he decided not to get up and exercise. He wanted to enjoy a lazy morning with Phi before he had to return to routine. Besides, his legs were throbbing after all the dancing he'd done last night. He had almost broken them twice, and only quick spells had saved him the humiliation. A morning of rest and relaxation was definitely in order before they hopped the train in the afternoon. Phi stretched cat-like against him, little hands kneading the silk of his nightshirt. Good morning, sunshine, Bree grinned, stroking her cheek. Sleep well. They continued to lay there, Phi slowly waking up as Bree stroked her hair and her face. Both were content to simply be in the other's presence. It was a rare moment of solitude for both of them, and Bree felt refreshed. He had needed this since school had started. I love you, Phi murmured as she finally opened her eyes. Thank you for last night. It was my pleasure. I'm glad you made it. I was starting to worry that Ron wouldn't take the damn hint. Phi giggled. Don't blame him. Melly can be subtle. For a boy who was that good at chess, he can be astonishingly slow on the uptake, Bree acknowledged, eyes sparkling with amusement. I wonder if he's figured out that he's been played. The morning after the ball was a lazy affair. Many of the students chose to sleep in, while some couldn't resist being the first to start the post-festivities gossip circulating. Ginny couldn't wait to start gossiping. Hermione was the only one left in her dorm at 8:30 when Ginny came in to wake her up. With a grin, the excited redhead jumped haphazardly onto the bed, startling Hermione awake. Rise and shine, sleepy head. Wah, Gin. What's going on? So what did you think of the band? What? Me too. What on earth were they thinking with that music? They needed more waltzes and less of that weirdo muggle crap. Nothing against muggles, of course. I don't. That's okay. Did you see Chang's robes? They were hideous. Her tailor should be avidate for those. Honestly. Jin. That girl should not be wearing yellow. Midgen's robes were nice, though. Ginny. 4 layers. And such a gorgeous color. I wasn't sure anything existed that could flatter her, but sometimes it's nice to be proven wrong. And. Ginevra Weasley, what do you think you're doing? Gossiping. Obviously. Ginny, dear, it's 8:30 in the morning. I want to be asleep right now. Really? Oh, well, I guess I won't tell you what Ron told me about that Indian girl, what's her face? Phi. What did Ron tell you? You want to be asleep. Ginny shrugged as she hopped off the bed and sauntered toward the door. Ginny. Tell me. Hermione sat up, leaning forward. Go back to sleep, Hermione. I'm sure someone else will tell you after you've gotten your beauty rest. Ginny. Growling, Hermione rolled out of bed and hurried after her departing friend. She wanted to know what Ron said. The Gryffindor boys were less inclined to join in the gossip, and were still in bed. Dean was awake and doodling, but wasn't inclined to actually get up and do anything. He was somewhat intrigued by the movement of Gabriel's bed curtains, though, and his attention kept drifting to watch them. There was no pattern to the movement, and it wasn't the rustling of a breeze or even of restless sleep. It was odd. When Ginny and Hermione burst into the room, talking loudly and dressed only in nightgowns, Dean was understandably startled. What are you doing? He squawked, hurriedly hiding his sketch. You can't be in here. Of course we can. We're here, aren't we? Ginny replied. Besides, we come in here all the time to hang out with Nev. Not early in the morning. You don't, Dean grumbled as his roommates began waking up. Is Bree in here? Hermione asked, pointing to the only bed with closed curtains. Yeah, Dean agreed, wondering whether he could make it to the bathroom without having either girl actually look at him. Why don't you go away and I'll tell him you were here? What's wrong? Dean, do you sleep in your skivvies or something? Ginny teased. She laughed when Dean blushed. You do, she crowed. That's priceless. Come on, Dean, show us your skivvies. As Ginny continued to torment the boy, Hermione was attempting to fling open Bree's curtains so she could say good morning. They won't open, a sleepy Neville informed her from the next bed over. He's magicked them closed somehow. Morning, Nev, Hermione greeted absently. How do you wake him up in the morning? We don't, he yawned, stretching. He's usually up first. Oh, so how do I wake him up this morning? I have no idea. He rolled out of bed and shuffled over to the bathroom, grateful for his nightshirt. Hermione put her hands on her hips, frowning as she inspected the apparently impenetrable defenses that Bree had placed around his sleeping area. Finally she gave up and flopped down on Neville's currently empty bed. Absently pulling up the covers, she closed her eyes. Hermione was woken up half an hour later when Professor McGonagall entered their dormitory, a flock of curious students crowding behind her. What is the meaning of this? She barked, taking in Hermione curled up with Neville in his bed and Ginny stretched out at Dean's feet. This is not a co-ed dormitory. Miss Granger, Miss Weasley, I expect better of both of you. Hermione was too sleep-muddled to come up with a rebuttal, and simply stared at her head of house through lidded eyes. Ginny, wide awake and feeling snippy, sat up and crossed her arms. Hermione and I are just visiting, she stated. We didn't spend the night, if that's what you're worked up about, Professor. Can't we hang out with our friends? In your nightdress? McGonagall blustered. Ginny shrugged carelessly. We do it all the time, she said. McGonagall frowned, but then turned her attention to the still closed curtains around Bree's bed. Hermione followed her gaze, then blinked. Oh, the ball, the guest, the Hogwarts rumor mill. There was probably some sort of rumor going around about Bree having an overnight guest that the professor was obligated to investigate. Professor, do you mind? Dean was still uncomfortable with the invasion of the dorm, though he'd since gotten the chance to put on a pair of pants and a shirt. There was still something awkward about sitting in bed with a girl while your professor and a gaggle of housemates loomed in your door. Yeah, Seamus agreed, sitting up. We were nicely sleeping in here. A few lewd comments from the other Gryffindors regarding nicely sleeping with two girls got McGonagall to tell the students to leave. In Nomu's Gryffindor, she tapped her wand against Bree's bedpost. As Hermione stared, the curtains flew open. Oh, and we learned about Great Aunt Ellen in history last week. It's funny how different the textbooks make her sound. Mommy says when she was first betrothed to Daddy, Aunt Ellen would slip her candy when Grandmama wasn't watching, but Bernadette says that she murdered children for Lord Grindelwald. Do you think she did? Bree decided to leave that one alone. If their great aunt had been anything like Shay, he wouldn't dismiss the proposal out of hand. Of course, the Maltayas also had a habit of placing children on a pedestal to be honored and protected. It would require special circumstances for any Maltaya to kill a child. That didn't mean it never happened. His answer didn't really matter. Anyways, Phi had already drifted on. They were now sitting up in bed, relaxing and enjoying each other's company. Bree leaned against a pillow pressed to the headboard. Phi sat cross-legged between his legs, alternately rubbing his sore limbs and gesturing animatedly as she spoke. He was carefully combing and plaiting her hair, a task made doubly difficult by her flyaway curls and her inability to sit still. And then pop. Just like that, Professor Shea was all pink. Rance and Provost are even worse than you when it comes to getting even with the professors, if you believe it. Not as creative, though, which reminds me, I need a way to get back at them. They had the gall to prank me the other day. How bad? Bree inquired, frowning slightly. He'd only met Sergei Provost once, but he knew that Rance could get rather mean-spirited about his pranks sometimes. Generally it wasn't an issue between family members, but there was always a slim chance that something had happened between the cousins. Phi shrugged, looking over her shoulder to grin at him and in the process pulling her half-braided hair out of his hand. He watched it unravel with some exasperation, but his wife's disarming smile quickly distracted him. Not so bad. It only lasted a minute or two. I sniffled ominously and Rance remembered that with winter break so close, you would have easy access to him. They both apologized and removed the curse. Are you looking for public humiliation? He inquired, steering the conversation back to her original point of needing a creative way to retaliate. Definitely. Nothing too bad. Though, I don't want to start a war. I'll think of something. Now turn around and sit still, darling, or I'll never get your hair braided. Sorry, love. She turned around and settled back down, idly rubbing his legs for lack of anything better to do with her boundless energy. How is your herbology class going? With an amused giggle, she was off again. Bree relaxed with a happy little smile, letting her words flow over him. He loved to listen to her talk. She was so excited about everything, it was infectious. Not to mention utterly adorable. He pulled her hair back together and began carefully braiding it once more. Phi was in the middle of an animated retelling of the baby devil's snare that had hugged Professor Lawrence to the point of unconsciousness when the walls of their private haven were abruptly torn open. Hermione blinked and propped herself up on her elbow to get a better look at the strange scene. Bree was lounging, relaxed, braiding Fayette's hair and dare she say it smiling sweetly. He had a mild case of bedhead, and he looked altogether almost human. In the back of her mind, Hermione noted that it was completely not a surprise to find him as completely clothed as ever. His pajamas even had a high neck and matching socks. Fayette, on the other hand, was only wearing what was obviously one of Bree's shirts. It was slipping off one slim shoulder, and pooled in her otherwise bare lap. She seemed amazingly unconcerned about the sudden intrusion in her state of undress. In fact, both of them looked remarkably unconcerned and unsurprised, almost as though they were expecting a flustered professor and a gaggle of school children to come bursting in on them in bed. McGonagall looked fit to burst. Whatever she had been expecting, it obviously wasn't her transfer student in bed with a barely clothed child. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it, then opened it again. Mr. Maltea, what in Merlin's name is the meaning of this? This is going too far. Do you have any concept of respect and obeying the rules? Do you even know the meaning of those words? Fayette was regarding her like a fascinating alien creature as Bree tied a bow at the end of her play. McGonagall's mouth tightened when neither Maltea responded to her queries. She drew herself up to her full height and looked extremely strict. I don't know who you are, she said, focusing on Fayette, but you are not one of my students and therefore should not be here. I don't know what Mr. Maltea told you to lure you into his bed, child, but I assure you we will be contacting your parents immediately. Bree, this woman is speaking to me, but we have not been introduced. Fayette frowned, turning to look at Bree. My bad, drawled her husband. Hermione had to stifle a giggle at his very Muggle American turn of phrase. She had almost stopped being surprised by it, but it still amused her. She only wished he wouldn't be so cavalier in the face of authority. Phi, this is Professor McGonagall. Professor, this is Fayette Maltea. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to respond, but Fayette beat her to it. The little girl leaned forward earnestly, locking eyes with the older woman. Hermione couldn't really see her face, but she could see McGonagall's, and she was looking nonplussed. It is very nice to meet you, madam, though it is a pity the circumstances could not have been better. Good impressions mean a lot. The earnestness was palpable in Fayette's very young-sounding voice, and it was obvious that it wasn't the impression she was making that she was concerned about. Hermione was amazed at how easily the half-naked child attempted to manipulate the situation. I am sorry you were kept out of the... She turned to Bree for a moment, asking something in French. Hermione saw nothing but honesty and compassion on her face. The loop, Bree supplied. Yes. I am very sorry that you were kept out of the loop, Madam McGonagall. I was invited to attend your winter dance by Ronald, and Monsieur Dumbledore extended the hospitality of his school, for which I am very grateful. Gabriel, she gave Bree a very loving smile over her shoulder, invited me to stay for the night. I am sorry if I have overstayed my welcome. Professor McGonagall sighed, bringing her hand to her temple before refocusing on the Maltayas. Miss Maltaya, maybe the rules are different in France, but here at Hogwarts girls don't sleep in the same rooms as boys, especially not in the same beds. If you plan to spend the night, the headmaster or I would have been happy to arrange an alternate sleeping arrangement for you. We really must contact your parents now. Why? She queried, leaning forward again, causing her braid to slip over her shoulder. Because you are a child and by law, and my conscience, your legal guardians must be informed of what occurred here, whether or not you two are related, Miss Maltaya. As Hermione watched, Bree smirked, snaking his hands around his wife's stomach and pulling her back to lean against his chest. He looked extremely pleased with himself as Fayette stared up at McGonagall with wide, innocent eyes. Actually, it is Mrs. Maltaya. And Gabriel has full legal authority over me. The train ride home was long and loud. Most of the students were still exhausted from the Yule Ball the night before, but a few pepper-ups ensured everyone a maximum amount of time to say goodbye to friends. Gossip flew up and down the train as everyone tried to have the last word before the holidays. When the train finally pulled into the London station, Hermione and her friends were among the last to disembark. As always, the platform was bustling. Everyone was yelling and laughing and screaming and otherwise being as loud as possible. The mood was festive and infectious. Hermione grinned as Neville and Seamus both disappeared into the crowd, resurfacing further out with their families. Redheads, 4 o'clock, called Dean, fighting to be heard over the crowd. Ginny and Ron immediately oriented themselves toward their clan, disappearing with a last round of hearty farewells. Just you and me, Hermione slung her arm over the shoulder of her taller friend. We Muggleborn gotta stick together, Dean laughed, slapping her back companionably. Slogging through the crowd was slow going. Even without the troublesome trunks, it took them nearly 10 minutes to make it out into the Muggle station. They both heaved a sigh of relief as they stepped through the barrier. Home again, Hermione smiled. You off? Yeah, Dean shrugged, scanning the station, perking up as he caught sight of his mother. Have a happy Christmas, Hermione. I'll call you on New Year's. Happy Christmas, Dean. With one last cheerful wave, Hermione was alone. Making her way to a nearby bench, she sat down and watched the trickle of people out of platform 9 3/4. Almost all of those who actually exited through King's Cross were Muggleborn, as most magical families preferred magical transportation. Thus, Hermione was somewhat surprised to see Bree, Phi, Levi, and Anya walk through the brick wall into Muggle London. She was even more surprised to see they were all comfortably dressed in stylish Muggle clothes. They had ridden in a different compartment, and Hermione hadn't even been sure they were on the train at all. She'd known the transfers were supposed to ride the train, for the experience, but she also knew Bree well enough to expect him to disobey. Bree. Hermione hopped off her bench, waving her arm to catch his attention. His eyes were on her immediately, and she blushed as he raised his eyebrow at her casual jeans and sweater ensemble. She hated how he never looked overdressed in his suits and fancy clothes. Everyone else, namely her, always looked underdressed instead. Forcing a smile, she walked over to the other students. Hermione. Bree's face was blank, but he moved aside to welcome her into the group. Hello again. Phi gave her a warm smile that made up for her husband's cool disregard. Hermione was still having trouble getting her mind around the husband-wife thing, but she figured if she kept calling them that in her head it would eventually sink in. Hi. You guys have a good trip. We did. And yourself? Levi returned politely. Long and loud, Hermione smiled, shrugging. Could have been worse. Are you waiting for someone? Bree asked, eyes continuously scanning the station. He seemed unusually tense, and Hermione noticed that he seemed to be using his wife for support. Not for the first time, Hermione wondered exactly what was wrong with his leg. Legs. Oh, my parents are supposed to meet me here, but I guess they're running a bit late. Hermione frowned, glancing up at the station clock. Her eyebrows shot up when she saw the time. They were nearly half an hour late. For the first time, Hermione began to feel a bit worried. Can you give them a call? I don't have any change for a pay phone, she admitted, glancing at the clock again. You can use mine, Phi offered, sticking her hand in the pocket of Bree's slacks. After a moment of fishing, she pulled out a little pink phone and tossed it to Hermione. You carry a cell phone? Hermione asked, surprised. That technology wasn't even common in the Muggle world yet, and she had never seen a cell phone as small as the one she was now holding. Sure. The little girl shrugged. Callie knows it is very much useful. I thought technology isn't compatible with magic. The girl shrugged again. How does it work in school and other strong magical environments? Hermione pressed. It just does, Phi replied dismissively. For a moment Hermione was tempted to keep asking questions, but a quelling glance from Bree stopped her. With a quick thank you, Hermione dialed home. As she waited for someone to pick up, the group drifted over toward a bench. Bree sat down with deliberate slowness, stretching out his legs with apparent relief. Phi sat down next to him, but Levi and Anya drifted a ways off, conversing softly in Russian. No one was home and Sandy in the office hadn't seen either in several hours. She left a message at both places, saying she was safe and with friends, and they should call her back right away. By now, she had made up her mind to worry. I can't get a hold of them, Hermione said as she handed back the phone. As far as I can tell, they left the office to come pick me up, but it will be okay. Phi reached over and squeezed Hermione's hand. You can come with us, yes. We are meeting Mama Rai for supper in London. It will be fun. Her smile was so guileless that Hermione couldn't help smiling back. Inwardly she pictured the outing with a cringe. To start with, she looked like a ragamuffin compared to the four foreigners. Even Phi, who was wearing what must be one of Bree's turtlenecks, transfigured into a dress, looked impeccable and stylish. She didn't even want to think about what Mama Rai would look like. And then there was the language barrier to consider. Yes, the children were all being conscientious and speaking in English. Did their mother even know the language? Would she go out of her way to include Hermione? And what about social status? Or the blood issue? Heritage? The fact they were all related? Hermione couldn't imagine it being anything but horrible. That's really kind of you, but I don't know. Please. I want you to come. And Hermione had the feeling this girl was used to getting what she wanted. Really? I'm not sure if. You are welcome to come, Bree interrupted, tearing his eyes away from Levi and Anya to face her. I'm not comfortable leaving you here alone. I'll be fine, she shrugged, blushing. It's probably just traffic. We don't actually live in London, you know. It's an hour trip on a good day. They should be here any second, and I don't want them to worry. We'll wait with you, then, Bree announced, settling himself more comfortably on the bench. If your parents are still Mia when Mother gets here, you can come with us for supper. His tone booked no argument, and Hermione was actually quite grateful for the company. She was fairly certain nothing would happen to her, especially with magic at her disposal, but it was still nice to have someone watching out for her. After a few false starts, the three began a genial conversation about dancing. Hermione looked up in surprise at the call. She grinned in relief as she saw her parents waving as they hurried toward her. She stood to greet them, barely noticing as her companions both rose as well. Mum, Dad, I was worried. She gave them each a hard hug, and they exchanged a quick round of, I love you, and, sorry to make you wait. As soon as the initial greetings were over, the Grangers turned to the Maltayas, who had been standing politely to the side. Guys, Hermione colored slightly at using the extremely casual term for her elegant friends, but plowed ahead. These are my parents, Drs. Jeffrey and Sarah Granger. Mum, Dad, Gabriel and Fayette Maltaya. They've been keeping me company. Nice to meet you, Sarah smiled, her arm around Hermione's shoulders. Thank you for watching out for our daughter, Jeffrey added, offering his hand first to Bree, then Phi. Ce n'est pas problem, Phi returned brightly, arm wrapped around her husband's waist. Bree merely gazed past them indifferently. I hope we haven't kept you from your own family, Sarah worried, eyes flicking between the bright little girl and brooding teen. Phi waved her hand dismissively. Mama is not yet arrived. It was no problem to stay. Gabriel needed to sit down anyway, she added, throwing a disapproving frown up at the boy she was discreetly supporting. Fayette, Bree rebuked. He said something more in what Hermione could now identify as Hindi, and the tone left no doubt that he was scolding her. Phi threw something back that sounded equally scathing, and he subsided. She turned back to the Grangers with a smile. Please have a nice holiday, Hermione, Dr. Granger, Dr. Granger. Give me a call sometime about those lessons, she added earnestly, focusing her sunny smile on Hermione. Thanks, Phi. I appreciate it. You too, Bree. Have a good holiday. Phi watched the English girl walk away with her parents. As soon as they were in the crowd, she stepped away from her husband. Placing her hands on her hips, she proceeded to glare at him until he sat down on the bench. How many times do I have to tell you not to push yourself, Bree? You would think with Amy for a sister you would learn not to test your limits. As my son making a butt of himself. Mom. Bree made an abortive attempt to stand. Mama Rai. Phi cried at the same time, spinning to face her aunt and mother-in-law. Rai smiled, opening her arms in a welcoming gesture. With her bright yellow and orange sari, she looked as out of place as a stray English wizard. To Phi she was a welcome and familiar sight. In a heartbeat, the almost 12-year-old was enveloped in the welcoming arms of her second mother. Rai laughed, rubbing her back and dotting her forehead affectionately. Boing, she said, tugging on one of the ringlets that framed Phi's face, eliciting the same giggled response she'd gotten for the past 11 years. Who was that? She added as she pulled back. Gee Mom, nice to see you too. Bree rolled his eyes, leaning back on the bench. What? Rai smirked, quirking her head slightly. As Whittle Gabby feeling slighted. Number, Whittle Gabby, is in too much pain to play games with a woman. Ooh, ouch. Demoted to a gender qualification. I think he's feeling quite slighted. What do you think, daughter mine? I'm thinking you better go give him a great big key. And make him all better, Mama, Phi laughed, enjoying their antics. She'd missed them so much since school started. When he'd been attending Beauxbatons, Bree had spent more time at home than he had at school. Since he had gone to Hogwarts, however, she had only seen him once before last night and she hadn't seen Rai at all. Well, you heard the girl. A big key. It is. Before Bree had a chance to protest, Rai swooped down and planted a wet, noisy key on the end of his nose. He scowled half-heartedly at her as she plopped down next to him, but both girls knew him too well to believe him anything but pleased. So, baby, did you have a good trip? It was fine, thank you. He carefully wiped off his nose as Phi settled down on his other side. I think you'll like Levi's Anya. She reminds me of Aunt Miri and Aunt Tatiana, strangely enough. Oh dear. Is that her over there? Rai leaned forward to peer through the crowd. Yep. Phi said, smiling brightly. She's very knowledgeable about Russian fashion. They carried on for almost an hour, Bree added, fondly exasperated. Oh, hush. You and Levi were busy discussing our plan. I was merely providing a distraction so she wouldn't feel left out. You keep telling yourself that, Bree laughed, giving her a one-armed hug. Thank you. I will, she sniffed imperiously before cracking a smile. I missed you kids, Rai shook her head. You ready to head out? We have reservations, you know. Sure. I'll go get Levi and Anya. As she skipped over toward the couple, she heard Rai once again ask about who had been waiting with them a moment before she had appeared. Hermione stared down at the heavy parchment envelope, more than a little confused. Who would be owling her anything, especially so soon after break started? She had already exchanged gifts with her friends, and anyone who might want to contact her had faster methods. Besides, no one she knew had a pure white owl or sent letters with embossed gold seals. What's that, dear? Hermione looked up as her mother sat down next to her at the kitchen table. I'm not sure, Hermione confessed, returning to her inspection. A rather pompous-looking owl dropped it in my lap this morning. I have no idea who might have sent it. How does an owl look pompous? Sarah inquired, craning her neck to see the strange envelope. Oh, you know. Big, fluffy, imperious, you know the type. Like your friend the other day. What's his name? Gabriel. Yeah, Hermione grinned at the comparison. A bit like Bree, although he isn't pompous so much as an arrogant pain in the, yeah. Like Bree. Well, open it. Sarah nudged her shoulder. Aren't you dying of curiosity? Hermione laughed at her mother, finally gathering her courage and popping the seal. The card she pulled out was heavy and seemed to glow in the light. Like the seal, it was embossed in gold, with an elaborate coat of arms decorating the top. Hermione reminded herself to buy a book on the wizarding family's crests and coat of arms. Miss Hermione Jane Granger, she read for her mother's benefit, struggling slightly with the ornate lettering. You are cordially invited to attend the informal celebration preceding Gabriel Reuben Amrit Maltea's rite of adulthood, this 30th day of December of the year 1996. The celebration will occur at the home of his lady mother, Sarai Maltea. Hermione trailed off in shock, staring at the card. Oh, that sounds fun, Sarah smiled, sipping her coffee. Like a wizarding bar mitzvah. Do you need to RSVP? I can't go. Why not? This is the Gabriel we met at the station, right? You seemed to like him well enough 5 minutes ago. He lives in America, Mom. What? Sarah sounded surprised, and Hermione looked up at her mother with wide eyes. The party. It's going to be at his mother's house in America. I can't afford a plane ticket, let alone a transatlantic portkey. Inwardly, Hermione was thinking that this explained quite a lot about Bree. No wonder he used American phrases so often, and especially no wonder that he referenced American pop culture. From what she had read, the American Society of Wizards, their version of the wizarding world, was far more integrated with the Muggle world than their English counterparts, although many of the upper-class purebloods still kept their distance. Still, it explained a lot about her mysterious friend. After spending the entire day obsessing about the invitation, Hermione decided to take drastic measures. She still felt stupid kneeling in front of a fireplace. Unfortunately, Neville didn't have a phone, and calling him via Flo was her only option. Taking a deep breath and thrusting her head through the flames, she opened her eyes to look out at Neville's parlor. Neville, she called. A house elf quite literally appeared to take her name and business, then told her to wait a moment. A minute later, Neville hurried into the room, casual robes billowing slightly as he plopped down in front of the fireplace. Hermione. Don't often get your head in the fire, he grinned. Bree sent me a funny card, Hermione informed him, getting straight to the point. She hated Flo calls. Really? Neville's grin broadened. Excellent. I didn't think it would just be me. Emsry doesn't hold with all that pureblood crap when it comes to parties. What's the problem? Well, to start, what on earth is this party? It's a coming-of-age thing, Neville shrugged. I'll have one this summer. We're invited to the informal party, which is for friends. The ceremony itself is for family, and there's a formal party the next day that's about entering society as an adult. We won't be invited to that one. Okay, I've read about the coming-of-age ceremonies, but I hadn't heard about the before and after parties. Geez, 3 whole days of partying. But back to the, oh my gosh, what am I supposed to do, thing. How informal is informal? What am I supposed to wear? Do I bring a gift? How do I get there? Slow down. Neville laughed. Wear what you would to a nice dinner party, and you've got informal. Don't worry about wizarding robes, Emsry doesn't make a fuss over that. You can bring a gift if you want, but don't worry too much about it, don't strain your bank account. And what do you mean, how will you get there? Hermione sighed in relief at hearing she didn't need to wear robes, That made life easier, at least. Her face fell at the gift comment, however. Strain her bank account. She hated having rich friends. Well, the invitation says he lives in America, Neville. How am I supposed to get to America? The card is a portkey, Neville informed her, obviously surprised she hadn't known that. I'm not sure how the international thing will work, but it'll probably take you to the Seattle drop point, and you'll either flow or catch the Magi cab from there. Will you come with me? She asked worriedly. Oh, no. Grandma's invited to the event after, so we'll be vacationing in America already. Sorry. It's pretty simple. Though, even I can do it, he added earnestly, eliciting a laugh from his friend. Thanks, Nev. I guess I'll see you at the bar mitzvah. The what? Neville was asking, just as Hermione disappeared from the fire. She really hated Flo calls. Hermione tugged her jacket back into place as she stood up and inspected her new surroundings. The room was small and empty except for herself. A sign over the door read, "Welcome to Seattle." To the left was a list of things visitors may like to know upon arrival, such as where to purchase wizarding tour packages and how to cast unobtrusive water-repelling spells. The international portkey hadn't been nearly as bad as she'd feared, no worse than a normal portkey, in fact. Instantaneous transportation to halfway around the world still boggled her mind, but she'd gotten a little more accustomed to magic in recent years. Still, it was hard to believe that a moment earlier she had been in her living room, and now she was in the States. A woman stuck her head through the door and beamed at her. Hermione smiled hesitantly back, clutching her purse nervously. Welcome to Seattle. The woman stuck out her hand and Hermione shook it. You must be. The woman glanced down at her checklist, Hermione Granger. Hermione. She corrected the American. She smiled, though in the back of her mind she compared the woman's gross mispronunciation with Victor's from a few years back. At least he had the excuse of not speaking English, not that Americans could speak English, mind you. Well, Hermione, the woman carefully enunciated, earning a smile. I have some paperwork I need you to fill out, just custom stuff. Are you familiar with, what do you people call them? Mumbles. Muddles. You Brit wizards are so isolationist, it's amazing you can even function. Honestly, anyway, can you use a ballpoint? I know how to use a pen, ma'am, Hermione inserted when the woman paused for breath. She didn't comment on the woman's tangent. She was tempted to defend herself, but rationally she knew she had many of the same opinions of wizarding society. She accepted the pen and clipboard and sat down to work. 10 minutes later she was shaking hands with Sky, another of Bree's guests. They caught a Magi cab together and set off for the party. The Magi cab stopped at the mouth of a private drive in the middle of pristine nowhere. Hermione gazed around in awe. It was beautiful. Mountains rose all around them, and they had slowed down enough for her to catch a glimpse of a breathtaking waterfall a few miles back. Trees were everywhere, and despite the foot of snow everything was still green. The only thing missing was Bree's house. Welcome to Sunshine Cottage, the driver announced, looking over his shoulder at the two teenagers. You can take us to the door, Sky informed him, amused. I go through this with all the new drivers, the other teen informed her in an aside. None of them want to venture onto Ms. Ray's property for some reason. I just graduated Salem, ma'am, the driver shot back. I had, Mad Taya, for 4 years. I ain't going any further on her property than I absolutely have to, especially with a name like Sunshine Cottage. I feel bad for her kids, he muttered. Nevertheless, he began slowly up the winding driveway. The highway quickly disappeared into the trees behind them, and Hermione pressed her nose to the window to drink in the beautiful scenery. She gaped when the house finally came into view. Whatever she'd been expecting, it wasn't this. Sky said something about it being a wedding present from Bree's uncle, that it had originally been a summer home, before Ms. Rye had gotten a divorce and moved in on a more permanent basis. She nodded, but was too busy staring to pay much attention. It's so small, Sky suggested. Hermione shook her head. Quaint, charming, modern, she decided, and so not a cottage. Small, she added with an incredulous glance over her shoulder. Sky shrugged with a little smile, and she turned her attention back to the house as they pulled up. The cab stopped and the front door opened. A middle-aged woman stepped outside, carefully shutting the door behind her as she hurried out to greet them. Skyly. Bonjour. Tu es un bon voyage. Oui, merci. C'est très bien, Rosie. Cava. Their greeting reached the limits of Hermione's scant French, and she simply stood there and looked around as the woman pulled out her wand and helped Sky out of the car. Hermione was amazed all over again by the phenomena of a disabled wizard. On some level she'd known, of course, that wizards could be disabled. Professor Moody had a club leg and a missing eye, and one of the bartenders at the Hogshead only had one arm, after all. It was somehow different to be confronted with a little slip of a kid in a wheelchair. The others were presumably wounds of some sort, gained at an older age. Sky had been born this way. Hermione watched the teen settle into the chair, gratefully accepting a blanket from the woman. Sky was pretty in a wayfish sort of way. Auburn hair several shades darker than the Weasley red hung in a long braid over one shoulder, stray wisps of hair framing a thin pixie-like face. All of Sky's features were a hair too sharp, and the other teen was almost translucently pale. The overall appearance was that of a sickly 12-year-old of indistinct say. That was one thing that had been bothering Hermione from the beginning. Skyly was a girl's name. No question there, and it was easy to believe the long hair and feminine green sweater belonged to a girl. The sharp gray eyes and flat chest seemed to persuade otherwise. And there was just something. Despite her first impression, Hermione was now almost positive that Sky was a boy, despite not protesting over being called, "ma'am," by the cab driver. After all, there hadn't been any protest over being called, "sir," by the customs officer, either. During the drive she had almost mustered the courage to ask, but they had started talking about the idiosyncrasies of British wizarding society and the lingering effects of middle-age ideology, and she'd lost the opportunity. She would just have to keep her ears open in case someone who knew the kid dropped a pronoun. The woman, Rosie, escorted them to the door, pushing Sky's chair as they chatted merrily in French. Hermione tried not to feel awkward. The Maltea cottage was even more beautiful on the inside, and she stared up at the skylights in the entryway, trying not to feel overwhelmed. If this was their idea of a cottage. Shoes, please, miss, Rosie smiled, indicating the little parade of shoes against the wall. Hermione nodded and bent to unhook her shoes. So much for borrowing her mum's shoes to look more grown up. The wood floors were pleasantly warm against her bare feet, and she was suddenly grateful that she had opted out of a skirt and nylons combo. Rosie abandoned them there in the entryway, flitting off to do heavens knew what. Hermione had gotten the impression that the woman wasn't a party guest. Mr. Lee, aha. Male. Miss Granger, welcome to my home. The speaker was tiny and extremely colorful. She had dark skin, white hair, and more jewelry than Hermione had ever seen someone wear outside of photographs and films. A dark green sari fell around her like waves, and Hermione felt more comfortable in her choice to wear Muggle clothes. Ms. Maltea, her voice had a small question in it as she wondered how she was expected to address this woman. Thank you for inviting me. Ms. Rye, she corrected, a little smile darting across her face and lighting up her eyes. She turned those sparkling eyes on Sky, and eyed him with pursed lips. You're still too thin, she finally decided. Tell that mother of yours to stop letting you stay up so late, child. Sorry Mama Rye, Sky smiled, looking a little sheepish. It's just that we'll be going to Iceland soon, and, sorry, Mama, he dropped his gaze. Hermione watched the interplay with amazement. Mama Rye, this family officially couldn't get any weirder. Mother, Bree suddenly interrupted, Naomi is terrorizing Neville. Will you please explain to her that if she doesn't keep her knives away from my guests, I am going to ritualistically sacrifice her kitten for the new year. Oh, Hermione. Skylar. You're late. Hermione stared at Bree, king in her lower lip to keep her jaw from dropping. He looked almost relaxed. It was amazing. He was wearing jeans for Merlin's sake. Of course, they were perfectly tailored designer jeans, but they were still denim pants. Matched with a collarless shirt and a pinstriped blazer, he looked less the pureblood aristocrat and more the rich teenager throwing a party for a few friends. Not to mention the fact she had never seen him in something without a high neck before. He had a nice neck, she decided as she stared at it. She wondered why he usually chose to cover it so thoroughly. Sorry, sweetie. I hope we didn't inadvertently ruin your life, Sky teased. I'll recover. Bree's American accent was strong today, overpowering even the normal traces of French, serving to make him seem even more casual. Neville might not, he added in an aside to Ms. Rye. She rolled her eyes, but walked off in the direction he'd come from. He refocused his attention on the two of them, offering a tiny half smile. What's this about Neville? Hermione asked, nervously focusing on something familiar. Neville in trouble was easier to deal with than a human Gabriel Maltea. The bi.ch got bored of eating babies and popped out of the woodwork to torture Englishmen instead. She's just got him cornered and is getting over enthusiastic with her knife. Same old, same old. Your sister eats babies, Hermione repeated weakly. Not that she really believed him, mind. After all, this was coming from a boy who regularly referred to his sister as the bi.ch, but still, she was ready to believe almost anything about the Malteas at this point. No, no, Sky hastened to assure her when Bree merely shrugged. She calls the apprentice healers babies. She doesn't eat actual babies. And it's more of a metaphorical sort of eating anyways. Oh, said Hermione, trying to smile. Bree gestured for them to follow him deeper into the house and Hermione trailed after Sky. Somehow she had the feeling that this evening would only get weirder. Thanks for escorting me home, Hermione smiled at the redhead. International travel is so complicated. My pleasure, Miss Hermione. Her companion said something more, but it wasn't in any language she understood. Sky, she said warningly, and the kid grinned sheepishly. Thanks for putting up with me. I understand I can be somewhat trying. Only when you start speaking Greek in the middle of a goodbye, she told him wryly. Oh, that wasn't Greek. Sky, see, somewhat trying. They both laughed. Hermione glanced up the stairs to her front porch. She had never really noticed the 2 steps before, because she had never had any trouble getting up them. Usually she just jumped over them both. Now they acted as a barrier that kept her from inviting her new friend inside. Would it be rude to issue an invitation that the wheelchair-bound teen wouldn't be able to accept? Or would it be worse to simply say goodbye on the front lawn? Would you like to come in? She blushed. That didn't sound as smooth as she had intended it. I would love to. Sky smiled up at her, eyes crinkling. Is anyone likely to notice if I cast a levitation spell? Can you do that? Underage restrictions and everything. And no one would notice. The beautiful thing about being from Egypt is that I only have to answer to Egyptian law. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione grinned and followed her new friend up onto the porch, then held open the door. Mom. Dad. I'm home. Hi honey. Your father is still at the office, so it's just, oh, hello. Hermione didn't tell me she was bringing a friend. Sky brought me home, Mom. I figured the least I could do was. Yes, Sarah interrupted, stepping forward and offering her hand to their guest, a big smile firmly spread across her face. Welcome to our home. I'm Sarah, Hermione's mother. Nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Sky Lee. Sky Lee. That's such a pretty name. Where are you from? You don't sound British. No, ma'am. I'm from Egypt, actually. Ooh, how exotic. When Hermione was little, she wanted to be an Egyptologist and explore the pyramids. Really? Sky looked over at Hermione with a grin. That's a worthy profession. I tried to get Mom and Dad to take me to see the pyramids, but they took me to Paris instead. Paris. Well, France is better than nothing, Sky laughed. Hermione rolled her eyes and Sarah beamed happily. So how did you two meet? Sarah asked, sitting down so she was eye level with the redhead. Hermione sat down too, suddenly conscious of the fact she was looming over her friend. I don't remember Hermione ever talking about you before. Sky is one of Bree's friends from before Hogwarts. We hit it off well at the party. Oh, that's nice, Hermione. Do you know, Skyly, this is the first time Hermione has brought one of her friends home. She goes to their houses during the summer, but she never brings anyone home. I'm so thrilled to meet a friend of hers from the magical world. Sky shot Hermione an amused look, obviously unsure of how to respond to her mother's pronouncement. Look, I'm sorry, Mom. It's just, most of my friends don't have access to Muggle transportation. That hasn't stopped you, Sarah pointed out archly, then laughed and smiled. Never mind. Would you like to stay for dinner, Skyly? Thank you, ma'am, I'd love to. Dinner conversation was cheerful, though Hermione felt a bit embarrassed by her mother's subtle yet relentless pumping for information. She also felt a little guilty. Many of the things her mother asked sought to clarify magical matters that affected day-to-day life, things she should have been hearing from Hermione over the past few years. Of course, Hermione was very open with her parents. She didn't try to keep things from them, it just didn't always occur to her that certain things needed to be explained. After her first month at Hogwarts, in which she had ridden home every other day bubbling with excitement, things had become commonplace to her. They ceased to surprise her, and thus ceased to strike her as something her parents needed to know. Somehow Sky made everything seem easy and accessible. He didn't treat her mother like an idiot for questioning the fundamentals of society, and for the first time Hermione wondered if he was pureblood or not. She had assumed he was because of his friendship with the Maltayas, but he acted like someone who worked closely with the non-magical world. How fascinating. And where do you go to school, Sky? I don't go to school, ma'am. You don't. Sarah sounded scandalized, and privately Hermione agreed with her. But education is extremely important. Yes, ma'am. When I was little I had a private tutor, but these days I usually study independently. What do you study? History and linguistics. Magical history. Sarah's interest was obviously piqued. Yes, ma'am. Non-magical, too. My parents are archaeologists, and I help with their digs. I immerse myself entirely into the history and language of the culture we're studying, both magical and non-magical. Fascinating. After a few more leading questions about Sky's life, Sarah guided the conversation toward magical life in modern times, and how it affected her daughter. When they weren't playing 20 questions, Hermione made herself a lively presence in their conversation. It was fun. Her mother especially seemed to enjoy the interaction. Hermione reminded herself to host a party at her house over the summer. Eventually the topic of politics came up, much to Hermione's dismay. She continued to keep her parents mostly uninformed about the current unrest in the wizarding world. They knew there had been a Dark Lord who tried to kill everyone not of pure blood, but she hadn't said anything about the fact that his followers were becoming active again. She didn't want them to worry. Luckily Sky was far less informed about current history than about ancient history. There was some vague talk around the prejudice against Muggleborns, but nothing was said about the Death Eaters. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. I noticed your house isn't warded, Sky said in a sudden lull in conversation. That's inviting trouble these days, you know. Hermione winced. Oh, I don't know about that, she hedged, desperately trying to communicate that she didn't want to talk about it with her mother. Sky frowned, but got the message and changed the subject. When dinner was over, Sky drew Hermione aside as Sarah began clearing the table. Look, it's not my business, but even I know it is folly not to ward your house. Especially as a Muggleborn. I know, Hermione Mo.Ned. It's just, the ministry charges 15 galleons an hour for an official wardscrafter to come. I can't afford that, and I don't want to tell my parents why they need to cough up that much money. I'll be of age next year. Why don't you ask one of your professors? I have. McGonagall expressed sympathy and concern, and said my name would be added to the list of children who need wards on their homes. Have you asked Bree? This question was pointed where the others had been polite. Hermione blushed. I don't want to bother him. I don't want to ask him to come so far out of his way, you know. Look, it really needs to be done. If I had the power to do it for you, I would. I don't. Ask Bree. Call him. What, now? Yeah, I'll provide moral support. Sky offered a comforting smile and Hermione nodded slowly. She would ask Bree for a favor. He would do it for her, because they were friends. She grabbed the phone off the hook and allowed Sky to dial Bree's number. She and Gabriel were friends. She could ask her friend for a favor. How hard was it to ask friends for favors? Friends helped their friends. Friends. Allo. Hermione jumped slightly at the knock on the front door. She glanced down at her watch, cursing slightly when she realized that she had been reading for the past 3 hours. That definitely had not been her intention. The plan had been to get the house tidied up a bit before her guests arrived, but oh well. Bree would just have to live with the fact that not everyone had a servant living in their house to clean up after them. The knock came a second time, and Hermione hurried toward the door. "Just a moment," she called as she slid open the bolt on the door. 2 men in business suits stood on her porch. "Oh," she stammered, looking between them in surprise. Not who she'd been expecting. "Hello. Can I help you? Are you Hermione Granger?" the man on the left inquired in a polite tone of voice. Hermione shifted nervously, muscles tensing as her fight or flight instincts began kicking in. The only thing keeping her from slamming the door in their faces was their apparent ease in their muggle attire. No Death Eater she had ever heard of would appear so comfortable in a suit. Besides, Bree had told her that he would come to set up her wards in exactly 2 minutes. Even if they were Death Eaters, she could put up enough of a fight that Bree would be able to figure out what had happened. And, for some odd reason, she had absolutely no doubt that the other teenager would devote himself to keeping her safe if it came down to that. If these men meant to harm her, she would have backup soon. "Yes," she responded, only hesitating slightly. "And you are?" "Egan. My colleague is Lieutenant Rodriguez. The Lieutenant General sends his regrets that he could not make it himself, but wishes you to know that he considers your safety a priority." "That's why we're here, ma'am." "Yes," she prompted, allowing a bit of tension to flow away. They were saying all the right things to put her at ease. She wasn't prepared to let them into her house yet, especially without her wand in hand, but she was willing to hear them out and consider what they had to say. "I'm a wards specialist, ma'am. You may contact the ASW Canada for my credentials, though I assure you that the General only hires the best." Hermione believed that. She couldn't imagine a Maltea ever settling for even second best. If they were who they claimed to be. "Please excuse me for a moment," she said, politely closing the door in their faces. She could still see them through the glass, standing at their ease on the porch. Taking a deep breath, she retreated into the hall to verify their story. "Pick up," she muttered as the phone rang. "Allo. Hello. Bree, this is Hermione." "Ah." He didn't sound at all surprised. In fact, he sounded amused. "I thought you might call." "Good for you. I am pleased that you take your own safety seriously. Egan and Rodriguez are from me. They'll do a better job with your security than I could." Hermione raised her eyebrows at this admission that he couldn't do everything better than everyone else. Apparently there was one modest bone in his body. She wouldn't hold out hope for a second. After a few lines of small talk, she hung up and returned to the door. The 2 men hadn't moved a muscle. It only took a few more minutes to set the entire process in motion. Somehow the 2 men seemed to fill the house with bustle. Magic thrummed around Egan as Rodriguez began coaching her on proper safety procedures in case of an attack. 4 grueling hours later, the Granger home could have survived a nuclear bomb exploding on the roof with absolutely no effect. Hermione sent each man home with a box of still warm Muggle-made cookies and her profuse thanks. They thanked her for the former and waved off the later. And just like that, it was over. Her house was safe, her parents were none the wiser, and she was suddenly deeply in debt to Gabriel Maltea. She wasn't particularly comforted by that last point. Hogwarts. Bree idly traced patterns on the smooth wood of the table as he listened to the ancient runes professor talk about the term project. He vaguely recalled hearing something about it before break, but he hadn't put much thought into it then. Now the professor was giving the specifications for the group project that they were supposed to have come up with ideas for over break. At least it was going to be a group project. His eyes flicked around the circular table, lingering on each member of his so-called pod. The group dynamics would prove far more interesting than the actual project, or so he suspected. Hermione was taking careful notes, one of the reasons he wasn't bothering to do so, and looked altogether too excited. Not that he was surprised. From what Egan and Rodriguez reported, she had taken a copious amount of interest in their work as well. Add to that the time and effort she always put into her potions homework, and she was almost as bad as Levi. Maybe he would kidnap her some weekend and take her on one of his training excursions. Anya was taking notes as well, giving the professor her complete attention. Why was it that someone as unscholarly as Bree had managed to become best friends with three of the smartest, most devoted students in the school? It was food for his thoughts. He wasn't even half as smart as any of them, though at least he could hold his own during the practicals. Blaze, like Bree, was paying attention without bothering to take notes. The girls liked him well enough that, when he asked, they were willing to let him copy their notes. The two boys exchanged a glance and Blaze rolled his eyes slightly at their fifth companion. From a distance Draco appeared to be taking notes, but the vacant look in his eyes and the strange doodles on his parchment indicated otherwise. There were dark circles under the eyes of the blonde Slytherin that not even pick-me-up spells could alleviate. Bree didn't much care for the other aristocrat, but he was still curious what was causing this uncharacteristic slump. It had been a busy break for his Lord Uncle's social club, and Lucius Malfoy was an elite member. Was he preparing his son to follow in his footsteps? It was a distinct possibility, and Bree was seized with a strange desire to prevent it from happening. Bree frowned to himself. He would need to explore this emotion in depth when he had the time. It was alien to him to help someone purely from the goodness of his heart, and he doubted that the Slytherin would give him any thanks for his concern. Finally, he decided to dismiss it for the moment. He would consider it later. For now, he needed to begin consulting with his group about this stupid project. I was thinking that it would be fascinating to research the use of runes in the old ritualistic magics, Hermione announced, looking around the group. Her eyes seemed to skip over Malfoy as if he wasn't there, focusing on Anya instead. After all, it would no doubt be the two girls who seized control of the group and guided them all to a good grade. Perhaps non-Latin-based rituals, Anya suggested, sounding intrigued. What about blood rituals? Blaze threw in, teeth flashing white against his dark skin as he grinned. Isn't that dark magic? Hermione asked hesitantly. The other four people at the table smirked at her. It is, Bree agreed nonchalantly. But it's hardly illegal to research. Unless the Muggleborn is afraid of a little real magic, Malfoy sneered, though his eyes darted toward Bree with his near slip. Bree gave him a predatory smile and Malfoy shut his mouth. No, Hermione snapped. We'll research non-Latin-based blood rituals if that's what everyone wants. Lovely. Blaze looked pleased with himself, leaning back in his chair. This should prove enlightening. The look he gave Bree was not reassuring, and for the first time Bree stopped to consider the ramifications of studying this particular subject. Such as the fact that he was a living example of a non-Latin-based blood ritual. The words, "oh crap," seemed strangely appropriate. A week sped past. Then two, and suddenly school had been back in session for a month. Bree wasn't quite sure how it happened, but he knew he'd spent an absolutely ungodly amount of time in the library. The girls had decided to push the envelope with the project for ancient runes, and instead of waiting until the end of the term like everyone else, they were insisting that they get the work done now. Even worse than spending time in the library was the fact that Bree was actually doing some of the research. He had gotten used to hanging out there with Levi, but he was usually reading military history or Salazar's journal or something equally interesting. Now, however, that's it, Bree announced, closing the book with a satisfying thud and standing. We're taking a break. Get your brooms and meet me on the Quidditch pitch in 5 minutes. Four faces stared at him blankly, but he crossed his arms and glared balefully back. Bree, Hermione sighed. Hermione, he shot back, before she could scold him. If you really must continue working on this project, then bring it up as a conversation piece. Outdoors. In the air. We've been at this for a month, and if I spend another minute cooped up in this Shiva-forsaken dust trap, then I cannot be held responsible for my actions. He has a point. Draco's expression was sour at being forced to agree with Bree. This is getting ridiculous, Granger. It isn't her fault, Anya snapped, glaring at the blonde. This project is worth much of our grade, and is proving quite fascinating. She held her fierce expression for a moment, then relented. Though I, too, could use some air. Very well. Blaze stood up and slung his bag over his shoulder. No one will touch our table. Let's go fly. Hermione wasn't quite sure what had happened since she had come back from break. All she knew was that it involved a research project on an obscure topic and a lot of time spent in the library with people she wasn't sure she liked. Oh, she liked Anya well enough, and Bree was practically a friend, but spending her time with Slytherins. With Draco Malfoy, she didn't know how that had happened. And if just working on a project together wasn't bad enough, now she was on a broom, playing catch with two Slytherins. Could life get much stranger? As soon as she thought the words, she grimaced. Now she had gone and jinxed herself. Sure enough, as she flew outside the arena to fetch their stray ball, she saw Professor Black talking heatedly with, was that Professor Lupin? What was he doing back at Hogwarts? Curiosity had always been one of Hermione's weaknesses, and she gave into it now with little resistance. A quick disillusionment spell allowed her to fly close enough to hear their words, and what they had to say was well worth the risk. 5 minutes later she rejoined her peers, wide-eyed and empty-handed. Granger. What took you so long? Blaise called as she approached. And where's the ball? I couldn't find it, she told them, shrugging and trying to smile. Let's go back in. She looked around nervously. Now, please. Is something wrong? Anya flew closer, a look of genuine concern on her face. Hermione shrugged. How did you tell someone that you had just overheard a private conversation regarding the current state of you-know-who's amassing army? Or that the savior of your world was apparently not stashed safely away as most people believed? That he was, in fact, missing and presumed dead by those who knew the truth? I'm cold, she said instead. And it'll be getting dark soon. Let's take a break from the project for the rest of the night. Shrugging, Bree led the decent to the field and the five headed back toward the castle. Bree looked down at the letter in confusion. Why would Shay need him today? In the middle of the week. Not that Bree minded skipping school, of course, it just struck him as a little odd, considering the rules at Hogwarts didn't really allow this sort of thing. Still, there was nothing he could do but show the letter to the headmaster. Politely excusing himself from the Gryffindors, he walked purposefully up to the head table. Several of the professors were watching him, and Snape looked almost irritated. Not that he ever didn't look irritated, it was just that he seemed irritated with Bree, which was fairly unusual. Dumbledore smiled inanely at his approach. Hello my boy, he greeted jovially. Bree's eyes narrowed slightly at the endearment, but he decided not to pursue it at the moment. He had more important things to worry about than one old man taking liberties with his name. Headmaster. May I speak with you privately? Certainly. The headmaster's eyes sparkled, and he stood immediately. Bree wondered what it was the old man thought the conversation was going to be about. Instead of walking all the way to the headmaster's office, Bree opened the door to the first old classroom they came across. Dumbledore hid his surprise well and simply stepped into the room and sat at the teacher's desk. Bree was impressed at the old man's adaptability, but made sure not to show it. Have a seat. The headmaster waved his wand and one of the student chairs trotted over like an obedient dog. Bree remained standing, but the headmaster didn't lose his smile. Severus never sits down, either, he confided genially. So what can I do for you? Bree wordlessly handed over Shay's letter, face blank and eyes hard. As the headmaster read the letter, Bree internally prepared for battle. He would go to Shay today. Well, everything appears to be in order, the headmaster smiled and handed the letter back. Bree hid his surprise well, but he had been caught off balance. He'd been all set for verbal warfare, which was why he had requested a private meeting. He hadn't expected to be calmly dismissed. He took the letter back after a moment's pause. I will be back by tomorrow morning, Bree said, just in case there was any chance the headmaster hadn't just given his permission. Very good. I will let your professors know. Bree stood silently for another moment, regarding the headmaster curiously. Finally he turned around and left. There was definitely more to that man than met the eye, and it was probably in his best interest to find out what it was. France. Shay's office was highly indicative of the sort of man the Parisian butcher was. The room was small enough to be intimate, but large enough to be intimidating and to contain everything he felt he needed close at hand. A huge leather-topped mahogany desk dominated the room. 3 of 4 walls were lined in floor-to-ceiling shelves, filled with books on everything from ancient battles to torture methods to dodging taxes. There was even a book of fairy tales stuck in there somewhere from when Bree had been a child. The fourth wall was taken up by a huge stained glass window that kept the butcher artistically backlit. Shay himself looked the same as he had the day he'd met Bree over a decade ago. There were a few more lines on his face and a bit of gray at his temples, but he was still active and strong, able to take on men half his age with ease. Even Bree could only win one fight in 4, though that might change once he hit his majority. Now he sat at his desk, riffling through a stack of paper. His hair was tied back in the same style his nephew favored, and like his nephew he was wearing fatigues. He didn't look up as Bree came in and stood at attention, but Bree hadn't expected him to. The teen waited patiently for his uncle to finish what he'd been doing. Shay would get to him when he got to him, and not a moment sooner. "You're late." "Yes, sir," Bree agreed, despite knowing there hadn't been a specified time. Shay picked up a stack of papers and tapped them against his desk to even them. Bree continued to stand at attention. "Have you heard from your friend lately? That charming red-headed child." "Last week, sir. He and his parents are currently in Iceland." "Ah, such a treasure. Pity he won't marry into the family. He sent me an interesting letter this morning." Bree's interest was immediately piqued. It wasn't unheard of for Sky to send interesting letters to Shay, but it was rare. Usually news filtered through Bree first, and he was the one to pass it along if necessary. When it went to Shay first, it meant that it was urgent and official. "How interesting." "Sir," he prompted. "Apparently young Master Lee has been translating a scroll that tells of an ancient ritual that can be used to destroy something that the author refers to as crystal heart stones. In context, your friend seems to believe he's found the answer to our dilemma of what to do with those little fragments of Dark Lord we keep in the basement." Bree's eyes widened slightly. They had been trying to figure out how to safely destroy the Horcruxes for years. Finding them had sadly proved to be the easy part. Voldemort's flair for the dramatic had gotten the better of him, and he'd made fairly predictable choices. The only thing they hadn't been able to find was Slytherin's locket, but they knew who had it last, and it was only a matter of time before they got their hands on that, too. Destroying them had proven somewhat more difficult, as 3 corpses could attest. If Sky had really found a safe way to dispose of the Horcruxes, then they would be able to accelerate their plan. Bree gave his uncle a slow smile, and Shay smirked back. "How shall we proceed, sir?" With caution, Shay shrugged. "I have 2 men down in the dungeon right now. I believe I'll give one the option of winning his freedom." Serge Rose wasn't exactly sure what he'd done to piss the butcher off, but he was certainly regretting it now. In fact, he was regretting a lot of things right now. Not saying goodbye to his wife when he'd left for work was high on his list, right below kicking himself for agreeing to take the pictures in the first place. At least, he assumed the pictures had something to do with his current situation. After all, why else would a small-time photographer end up in the luxuriously dank, dark dungeons of the infamous Parisian butcher? Whose identity Serge could unequivocally confirm was indeed Akshay Lord Maltea. Not that that piece of information was very comforting, of course. He'd been here for 3 days, and he'd yet to see another human being. Someone left food for him every morning and every night, his privy kept itself magically clean, and he had a warm blanket and a thin mattress, so it wasn't as bad as it could be. It was still a dungeon, though, and he was still being held prisoner against his will. The faint sound of approaching voices had Serge scrambling to his feet. Was someone coming for him? Would he finally meet his captor face to face? Was he about to die? He really hoped it was one of the former and not the later, though he wasn't sure he wanted to meet the butcher face to face. The rumors were rather off-putting, to say the least. The cell door opened and Serge squinted at the 2 figures in the door. He knew the butcher on sight, having seen him briefly when he was first taken captive. The younger man he didn't recognize, but one look at the eyes told him everything he needed to know. "The Archangel," he breathed, eyes wide with fright. The butcher laughed, a soft, sinister sound. "Your reputation precedes you, son. How ironic that, in my dungeon, it is your name he whispers in fear. If only because he cannot bring himself to utter a name so terrible as your own, Lord General," the Archangel replied dryly. "Of course. He stares at us with cow's eyes, even now wondering which of us he ought to be throwing himself at, begging for forgiveness for a crime he is probably not aware he committed. Neither of us are known for forgiveness. Yes, but you are known to show mercy at times. To the innocent. This man hardly qualifies, even though you acknowledge the fact that he is probably unaware of why he is our guest. Ignorance is not innocence. Serge watched the two converse with rising terror. They were so calm, so cold, he didn't doubt for an instant that he was only alive because they hadn't gotten around to killing him yet. It was only a matter of time, though. He opened his mouth to try and speak, but nothing came out. The butcher laughed again. Look, he thinks to speak without leave. Not wise, the Archangel informed Serge chidingly. Recruits are punished for lesser offenses, and we like them. Serge gulped slightly and clamped his mouth shut, much to the butcher's amusement. What do you think, my son? Will he do? Oh yes. He will do quite well. Quite well indeed. Would you like to destroy the Dark Lord, Mr. Rose? Bree startled awake with a gasp. He was sweating profusely, with the strange sensation of being freezing hot. Magic rolled wild and untamed around him, thick and sickly sweet. He struggled to breathe, but inhaling it churned his stomach. He lurched to his feet and stumbled to the bathroom, retching violently into the toilet as soon as he reached it. He emptied his stomach and continued to dry heave, his entire body shaking in reaction. It was too warm. He pulled off his shirt, gasping as his sweat-soaked skin made contact with the chill air. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. After a minute he stood, bracing himself against the cool tiles of the wall. He stumbled to the sink and used his hands to rinse out his mouth. He splashed cold water across his face, then used his discarded shirt as a towel. He cursed slightly as a glance in the mirror showed that his glamours had shattered. It would take days to build them up as strong as they had been, and he doubted he would be given that much time before the next attack. Exhausted, he stood with his head down, arms braced against the sink, trembling as he mentally reviewed his occlumency barriers. They were barely holding. He had not suffered so pervasive a mental attack since Shay had first taught him the art. That Voldemort had come so close to shattering his mental walls frightened him more than he cared to admit, even to himself. Harry Potter is dead, he muttered in a half-hearted attempt to convince himself. There is no Potter here. Only me. Only me. Neville stared up at the canopy of his bed. In the dim light, the curtains appeared brown and heavy, more like stone than cloth. He wondered what had woken him up at. He checked his clock 3 a.m. There were no sounds in the dorm, even Seamus was sleeping quietly. Maybe that was it, Neville thought. Everything was too quiet. The air was too heavy. It felt as though Crookshanks was sitting on his chest, keeping him from breathing deeply. He checked to make sure this wasn't the case. Still, there was something cloying about the air tonight. A sickly sweetness like rotten fruit lingered in their dorm, making him feel queasy. Almost as soon as he noticed it, the feeling intensified until Neville felt sticky with it. He was considering getting up to take a shower, anything for relief, when Gabriel's curtains were ripped open. Neville stared as the other teen stumbled into the bathroom. The sound of retching pulled him to his feet and he padded quietly over to the door of the bathroom. He paused, not quite willing to intrude. He doubted the other boy would take kindly to being seen vulnerable. As he watched Gabriel dry heave, he noticed that the sweetness was leaving the room. Had it made Gabriel sick? It had surely nauseated Neville enough. Or was it somehow the result of Gabriel's sickness? Neville had seen plenty of magical ailments during his visits with his parents, and some of them had strange scents attached to them. His train of thought was abruptly derailed when Gabriel pulled off his shirt and stood, leaning heavily on the bathroom wall. His back was to the door and Neville had to stuff his fist in his mouth to keep from making a sound. His friend's back was a lattice of scars, and very few looked like the sort he might have picked up during his stint as the Archangel. They looked like someone had taken a heavy belt to his back. He remembered back to their conversation about parents all those years ago, wondering what had been left out. No wonder Ms. Rye had adopted him. Neville was hardly a fan of the Maltayas, but he knew that they would never even dream of hurting a child of their family. So who was Gabriel, really? Neville had always assumed that his parents had been Maltayas, but seeing him now. Then Gabriel stumbled to the sink, and Neville could see him in the mirror. He retreated further into the shadows by the door. If Gabriel knew he'd been seen like this, Neville wasn't willing to take his chances as Augusta's grandson. He retreated to his bed and pulled the covers up to his chin, waiting until he heard the shower turn on before he relaxed. It was a long time before sleep reclaimed him that night. Bree went to potions already in a bad mood. When Snape spent the period glaring balefully at him, his mood did not improve. What was the man's problem? Last Bree checked, he hadn't done anything worth the man's ire. Sure, he'd skipped classes yesterday, but he was pretty sure that Snape had been pissed off before that. When class was finally dismissed, he waved Blaise and Hermione to go on without him. He waited impatiently for the room to empty, then walked up to the professor. Snape didn't look up from grading papers. After a moment of watching the man give all the second-year Gryffindors failing marks, Bree decided he was fed up with nonsense. He'd had a horrible night that not even an hour-long shower had been able to redeem. He was grouchy, mentally sore, and even more paranoid than usual. What crawled up your ass and died? He inquired in Hindi. Snape looked up with a sneer. Speak English, he snapped. He added something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like bloody foreigners, which only served to increase Bree's own irritation. What's your problem, Professor? My problem, Snape repeated with a glare. My problem is that I gave you a certain text over 4 months ago, and I still have not heard anything. I have not even been charged a translation fee. I understand the translation process should have taken a third of that time. Bree was tempted to roll his eyes, but restrained himself. He was irritated, yes, but not irritated enough to want this man as an enemy. Snape was far more valuable as an ally, or at least as a neutral party. My cousin has been busy, he said instead. Your translation is not the sole focus of her life. He was purposefully vague about who was doing the work. No matter which Maltea governed the negotiations over a Parseltongue translation, they always referred to the translator as my cousin. Bree found it worked as well for him as any of his other relatives, and he threw in the feminine pronoun for his own amusement. You may write to my uncle for an update on my cousin's progress. I'm sure he would be happy to assist such a valued member of his social club. Snape's expression turned from dark to murderous. Get out, he hissed, seething. Bree readily complied, a malicious little smile curling his lips. Hermione was laughing as she preceded Bree through the portrait hole and back into their common room. She had almost stopped being surprised by his unexpected humor, but every once in a while it still caught her off guard. Sometimes it was nice to be surprised, she decided. She wanted to be surprised more often. Ginny had risen as Hermione stepped through the entrance, and now she stood, loose-limbed, face tight. Neville still sat on the couch where the two had been working on homework together. He didn't look up from his parchment, though he carefully set down his quill. Ron and Seamus fell silent where they sat on the floor with a chessboard, and Dean straightened in his chair. Hermione's laughter died on her lips at the tense, silent tableau. She could feel Bree tensing behind her, and she wondered whether he was preparing to attack. Hello, Hermione. Ginny's voice wavered slightly, betraying her nerves. Hermione swallowed, looked between her friends, then looked around the rest of the common room. It had fallen quiet, though everyone appeared engrossed in their own business. At least they were being given a vestige of privacy. Hello, Ginny, Neville, Dean, Seamus, Ron. She gave each a friendly nod, trying not to look completely off balance. Is something the matter? Oh, I don't know. Ginny's voice rose slightly. I didn't think so, but then I realized that the only time I ever see my best friend anymore is at dinner. So I thought, oh, that's nothing. She's just busy with school. But then I realized that when I see my best friend at dinner, it isn't a chummy, sitting next to me, sort of seeing. It's a, watching her across the room at a different table, sort of seeing. So you tell me, Hermione, is something the matter? Ginny's voice was shrill by the end, and she looked as though she was fighting tears. Hermione felt like she'd been slapped. I've spent time with you, she protested, hands clutching the straps of her book bag. In the common room. Doing homework, Ginny, just like you and Nev. Sure. Ginny's voice had returned to a normal volume, though she didn't sound any happier. Sure, you spend time in the same physical space with us. Geez, how stupid of me. Of course you spend time with us. Never mind that you're usually stuck in big books or talking to your new best friend. No, of course you're right. You're always right. And never mind that you'd rather spend time with Slytherins, with Malfoy, than spend time with us. Hermione opened her mouth, but she couldn't think of a defense. She hadn't been prepared for this attack. Oh, she'd wondered when Ron would get on her case about the Slytherin thing, but she hadn't expected Ginny to come at her with neglect. Had Ron put her up to this? Before she could make her own accusations, Ginny held up a forestalling hand. Don't. Hermione. Just don't. I know you've got that stupid project that forces you to spend all your time in the library. I don't want to hear about it. When I first met you, I knew that school was always going to come first in your life. That's what I love about you, remember? You're dedicated. You're hardworking. Now they were both crying. Hermione hugged herself while the anger seemed to drain out of the redhead. The tenseness remained. Hermione, I'm not your boss. I can't tell you what to do or who to hang out with. If you're making new friends, that's okay. I'm happy for you. I just don't want you to forget your old friends. I can't make you choose them or me, and I wouldn't want to try, because at this point you might pick them, and I don't want to lose you. They stood there for another moment, then Ginny turned and disappeared into her dorm. Hermione didn't wait to talk to the boys. Dropping her book bag by the couch, she rushed after her red-headed friend and disappeared up the stairs. Albus sighed and looked up from the letter. He was getting tired of seeing this man's handwriting, and he wondered why he had been crazy enough to agree to allow Amalthea into his school. Young Leverett Defane was a good boy, at least, but the rest of that family, well, he'd just as soon they kept themselves in France. At least this was a letter he would have been given even without Gabriel's presence at Hogwarts. The Maltea family had the only known Parseltongue this century other than the Dark Lord, and Albus would rather gamble on Amalthea than Voldemort when it came to the personal belongings of Salazar Slytherin. Well, Severus asked with a scowl. Are you going to continue to allow these people to walk all over us? Albus stroked his beard, considering the situation. That he did not send it here with his nephew after break indicates that as was only recently finished or that he feels it necessary to meet with you in person, in which case a meeting at the Hogshead would suffice, Severus grumbled. Albus shook his head. No, that would be too public. Coming here would give the transaction a vestige of legitimacy. It was Severus's turn to shake his head in disagreement, though he kept silent. Albus sighed. You know this man, and his associates, better than I do, Severus. If you believe it is best that he does not come to Hogwarts, then I shall refuse him. Otherwise, you have my permission to do whatever is necessary to secure that translation, including offering the hospitality of this school to Akshay Maltea. Severus was silent, but Albus could tell that he was pleased by the headmaster's gesture of trust. They finished their tea and Severus stood to leave. Thank you, headmaster. Thank you, my boy. This is an important step toward the end of the war, once and for all. Severus hesitated. What about the prophecy? We have the other. He will have to do. Good evening, Severus. Good evening, Albus. Defense began with a bang, courtesy of Dean and Seamus. Bree usually enjoyed the class, finding the antics of his classmates and his professor amusing enough to make up for what he considered dull coursework. Of course, it also helped that he had a very good reason for trying to make friends with the easygoing ex-con. At the moment they were brainstorming shield spells with their partners. As usual, he was sitting next to Hermione. To his delight, though not to his surprise, she was keeping pace with him in naming off charms and wards. Some he had never heard of and more were those he tended to disregard as impractical during battle, but they were valid shields nonetheless. As Hermione pointed out, not all shields were meant to be used by combatants. What about the Medowitch who had to tend the wounded on a battlefield? She needed a permanent shield of a different sort. What about the innocent bystander? He needed a different type of shield as well. It was an interesting exercise, and he found himself a more active participant than normal. His attentiveness was rewarded with house points and the pleased smiles of Professor Black. As the period ended, Black beckoned him over. The professor was grinning at him as the room emptied, so Bree was fairly certain he wasn't about to be punished. Your knowledge is impressive, Black remarked, when you deign to share it. Have you considered participating more often? Yes, Bree responded, a little smile tugging on his lips. He honestly liked this man who, in another life, had been his godfather. The thought had crossed my mind. Black's laugh was harsh, like the bark of a big dog. Smart, kid. Anyways, the headmaster asked me to organize a dueling club. I need an assistant. You would be expected to spend time making lesson plans and helping me teach your peers how to duel. I want to meet Tuesday nights for now, but that might change. What do you say? Bree's first instinct was to say a great, resounding no. He did not want to waste his time trying to teach little kids how to cast a proper disarming spell. Never mind that he had been younger than they when his own lessons began. His second thought, however, was that this was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. He wanted Black to trust him, and for that, he needed to spend time with the professor, and here was Black, giving him the opportunity with no effort on his part. You don't have to answer now, Black reassured him as he hesitated. Bree shook his head. This was too good an opportunity to pass up. He had to do it. Thank you for your offer, Professor. With a few conditions, I would be happy to assist you. Like what? The man's curiosity, and a slight wariness, was written across his face like an open book. Bree searched his mind for some conditions to offer. First, that I be allowed to work with both advanced and beginner students. Yes, Black agreed quickly, as Bree had expected him to. Second, that along with stylized dueling, the students learn real fighting. Okay, Black nodded slowly, obviously seeing the sense in that, even if the ministry's Dada curriculum could not. Third, Bree paused as an idea tugged at the edge of his mind. He continued without thinking on it too closely. I want to take the more promising students on a weekend training expedition. It had been too long since he had company while training. While he enjoyed the solitude, it was nice to have company every once in a while. We'll have to discuss that one in detail, Black shrugged. I'll agree to the general principle, but I can't make any promises. Bree nodded. That was more than fair on the professor's part. If it fell through, oh well. That wasn't the condition he was dead set on being granted. In fact, he didn't really care about anything he'd said so far. He'd proposed them as a way to test the water and because the professor would be expecting him to try and negotiate for his own benefit. The last condition was the only one that he cared about. And, I want to teach them about the dark arts. I can't believe he asked me that. What was he thinking? What did he think I'd say? Yes. Do I come off as that much of a pushover? Are those rhetorical questions? Sirius paused his furious pacing and turned to face Minerva. No, he answered, running his hand through his hair. Well, maybe the last one, he amended at the other professor's raised eyebrow. But seriously, no pun intended, I don't get this kid. 1 minute he's reminding me of my best friends, and the next he's having psychotic breaks. First the boggart, now this madness. Honestly, dark arts. He might as well have asked me politely if he could train my students to be good little Death Eaters. Now Sirius, don't you think that's going a little far? A little far. A little far. Minerva, what part of he wants to train them in the dark arts didn't you understand? There was a slightly hysterical edge to Sirius's voice, and Minerva heaved an inward sigh. What was it about the Maltea boy that got the adults around him so worked up? Last semester she had been the one in need of a good stiff drink every time she dealt with him. Honestly, she was a little surprised that it was Sirius who was next to fall victim to the boy. They had seemed to get along better than average, or at least Sirius seemed to understand the child a bit better than his peers. Only Severus had a consistently better relationship with the Maltea boy, and even that had seemed strained recently. Well, are you sure he wants to train them in the dark arts? From what you first said, it sounded to me as though he were more interested in teaching them about the subject. And you have to admit, Sirius, that there is some merit to that idea. I don't have to admit anything, he grumbled, though he seemed to be calming down. The Dark Lord is rising, Minerva. Every day that we sit here, he gains ground. Soon he'll have enough power to make a bid on Hogwarts. If we open the students to the hidden promises of the dark arts, who knows what will happen then? Without Harry, without the prophecy, we have nothing to fall back on except the students in this school. You know the lure of the dark arts as well as I do. I don't doubt the children's hearts, but anyone can be seduced by power, especially the young. Sometimes you need to fight fire with fire. They deserve to know what to expect. How can a child, an innocent who has never even seen death, understand the true threat that he who must not be named poses to our world unless we provide them with the context necessary to grasp the reality of the situation? Some of these children have lost their entire families to a madness that they cannot begin to understand. Maybe Maltea has a point. Maybe we need to teach them how this is possible, how something that was once human could become such a monster. Perhaps they need to feel that lure. The point isn't to let them become corrupted, the point is to let them come to terms with corruption in a relatively safe environment. Sirius stood with his back to her, one hand massaging his temple. In the ensuing silence, Minerva wondered about her passionate little speech. What had motivated her outburst? Certainly not fear, right? Fear alone wouldn't cause her to violate her principles and promote the theft of innocence by teaching children about adult matters, of that much she was certain. But could it alter her perceptions enough to allow a horrible lapse in her judgment? No, she decided. Yes, she was afraid. Yes, the thought of what might become of her world kept her up late into the night. But it was not enough to cause her to put her children into any sort of danger, physical or otherwise. Satisfied that she was thinking clearly, she turned her attention outward once more. Sirius had resumed his pacing, though it was less frantic now, and somehow more thoughtful. He was considering her words, weighing them against his own conscience. She wondered whether she had the right to try and tip the scales further. When I was young, I lived and breathed the dark arts. The word cut through her inwardly spiraling thoughts, dragging her back to the present once more. She nodded, but said nothing, interested in what conclusion her former student had reached. It used to give me nightmares. I don't know why I was so different from the rest of my family. My mother always said it was because I was a coward and an idiot. She said it was a pity that I had magic, because at least if I was a squib, she could have killed me at birth and been done with it. Minerva grimaced. She'd always found Mrs. Black to be an unpleasant woman, and this only further confirmed her impressions. Imagine telling your own child that you wished him dead. For whatever reason, through whatever divine intervention, I didn't turn out like Reggie, steeped in the dark arts. What made me so different? Was it something inherent in our characters? Was I somehow inherently better than my brother? Or was he, the model son, somehow inherently better than me? He was silent for a moment, lost in thought. Minerva didn't push him. This story couldn't be rushed. She wondered at him telling her now, rather than during his years in her house. Despite being one of her favorite students, he had never confided in her about his home life, though she had offered a listening ear more than once. Even after rejecting his family, he remained tight-lipped on the subject. It felt almost cathartic to be hearing it now. I suppose I object so strongly to this because I fear the dark arts, Minerva, and not in the normal way. I've seen what they can do, but that no longer keeps me up at night. No, I'm terrified of what they do to you inside, of the way they scramble you up until you lose yourself. I saw it happen to Reggie. But it didn't happen to you, Minerva gently pointed out when he paused to draw a shuddering breath. No, he agreed bitterly. No, I escaped that particular fate. But what gives me the right to expose children, impressionable young minds, to the horrors that killed my baby brother? I'm not deluded enough to think that I can both expose them to the dark arts and shield them from it. It's one or the other, Minerva. What gives me the right to make that choice? Voldemort, she responded immediately, wincing even as she forced the name through clenched teeth. She watched Sirius flinch in response. It's noble of you to speak of shielding the children from the horror outside of school, but please remember, the last time you came through a war, you were the child. Tell me, Mr. Black, did you stay innocent? He had no response for that. Trust me, Sirius, these children are going to lose their innocence long before this is over. Oh, some will come out relatively unscathed, but this generation will carry the burden of war even more heavily than yours. We have the right to choose because we are the ones who understand the choice. It is not a happy choice, and it is not an easy one, but it is our reality. Minerva sighed, rubbing her face tiredly. Open yourself to the possibility, Sirius. We have a chance to train these children, to teach them survival skills that they desperately need. The time for living with our heads in the sand is over. We are at war. Let's give our side a fighting chance. Bree started violently awake for the third night in a row. After catching his breath, he lay back, knowing that getting up was the best choice, but somehow unwilling to give up his bed again. He'd been raised to never give in, but wasn't that exactly what he was doing? Giving in to the dreams or mental attacks or whatever they were. He certainly wasn't fighting back. He was barely holding his own, and it was only 3 nights. Knowing his luck, it would get worse before it got better. Assuming it got better. He glanced at his headboard, where he kept a small stash of dreamless sleep. If it was only dreams that woke him up, this would allow him to get some much-needed rest. If it was an attack, he didn't relish the thought of being trapped dreamlessly. Dreams always had a purpose, whether they served as a defensive mechanism or a subconscious guide. Removing that subconscious refuge would leave him completely vulnerable. With a muttered oath, Bree rolled out of bed and stalked to the bathroom. Stepping under a hot stream of water, he reminded himself to send a letter to Aunt Genevieve. The woman was the most skilled Occlumens he knew. If anyone could tell him how to proceed, it would be her. Path chosen, he retreated into the soothing mental silence of meditation. Neville woke up around 4 a.m. to the sound of the dorm shower turning off. Again. He wondered what was going on with Gabriel. The boy had been even worse tempered than usual yesterday. If he'd been sick again tonight, what would he be like today? Neville listened to him get dressed and leave the dorm. Had anyone else noticed the boy's odd behavior? He didn't think so. Hermione was the only other one who might notice a difference, but she had spent all of yesterday with Ginny and himself, anxious to repair their friendship before any more damage could be done. That, paired with his own reluctance to break Gabriel's trust, made him reluctant to ask her. He would wait to see if she mentioned it first, and she would probably say something if she did notice. After all, he was the resident expert, and so far all of Gabriel's apparent oddities had been explained away by his cultural upbringing. Hermione would check with him. Feeling better, his eyes drifted closed and in seconds he was soundly asleep once more. Neville woke up again before everyone else. Gabriel was long gone, but the others snored blissfully on. He took a quick shower and threw on a more or less clean school robe, then headed to the common room to finish his charms homework. Not to his surprise, Hermione was already set up in front of the fire, books spread out on the floor in a 4-foot radius around her. Looks complicated, he said, watching her jump and turn, hand to her chest. Neville, you startled me. He gave her a sheepish smile, moving to settle on the couch behind his friend. She silently shifted some books to clear a spot. Ancient runes? He asked, craning his neck to see over her shoulder. Used in non-Latin blood rituals. Hermione, you must have half the restricted section here. He gaped at the tomes with a sudden morbid fascination. Hermione blushed crimson and kept her eyes on her notes. It's all so fascinating, really, and it isn't illegal to research dark magic. The last was said defensively, as though she was still trying to convince herself. The Slytherins are rubbing off on you, he teased half-heartedly. Hermione's shoulders slumped and her eyes filled with tears. She looked as though she were about to apologize or burst into tears, or possibly both, so Neville hurried on. "So," he said, slightly louder than necessary. He coughed, cheeks pink, but continued in a more normal voice. "So this is what you've been working on. Tell me." Hesitantly at first, then with rising enthusiasm, Hermione began to explain the gist of her research. And with increasing fascination, Neville soaked in every word. "My dearest Aunt Genevieve, I hope that this letter finds you in the best of health. I apologize for not being the diligent correspondent you deserve, but I promise to try harder in the future. I have spent January in the throes of a school project on runes used in blood rituals. To tell the truth, I'm finding the project interesting in spite of myself. I actually find myself going to the library of my own volition, if you can believe it. Did you know that there are only a handful of blood rituals in Latin? And we've only found 2 in a modern language. It's been immensely helpful to have Anya in our group, as her grasp of the Old Slavonic has given us a solid formula to work from. As I am sure you already know, this coming Wednesday is Valentine's Day. The Saturday following the holiday will be a Hogsmeade trip, and I would very much appreciate it if you would coordinate with Beauxbatons and Headmaster Dumbledore to allow Fayette to accompany me to the village. In other news, one of my Lord Uncle's old friends has been trying to contact me through a rather unorthodox channel. I am frankly growing weary of his constant intrusions, and I'm running out of ways to turn him away politely. As I know you are very skilled at political and social maneuvering, it occurred to me that you may be able to provide invaluable advice on how to deal with this situation. Thank you for your discretion in this matter, and I look forward to further news from home. With love, Gabriel Reuben Amrit Maltea. Genevieve sighed as she folded up the letter from her nephew. They'd all known it would only be a matter of time before the Dark Lord was strong enough to begin searching out Harry Potter. It was the reason why everyone who knew her nephew's birth name had been made to learn occlumency and why Bree himself had been taught to erect a veritable mental fortress. Still, and despite the return of the Dark Lord in October, she had held out hope that Bree would have a peaceful second term at Hogwarts. It obviously was not meant to be. She carefully began preparing her ink and quill as she mentally reviewed the steps they would need to take now. She started with the easy parts first, jotting off polite letters to Madame Maxime and Monsieur Dumbledore as per Bree's request. She would spend more time drafting the complicated letters she would need to send to her son-in-law and to the other contacts she had cultivated for just this eventuality. She hated calling in favors, but she had been a Maltea for nearly her entire life. Protecting her family came before any other considerations. Dear Gran, thank you very much for the sweets you sent. I shared them with Ginny and Hermione, who both said to say thanks. School is going well. Most of the classes are a challenge, but I can tell I'm learning lots. I haven't gotten any better at wordless spells, but other than that, I'm as good as the rest of the class in defense. Professor Black is starting up a dueling club soon, and I've been thinking about joining. Do you think I should? I know you don't want me to be an Auror, but it would still be a chance to practice important skills. I've been working with some of my friends on an extracurricular project. We're researching rituals, and I've been helping with information about herbs and plants. Do you think you could get me some polyjuice potion? I know it's strictly regulated, but it would really help us out if you could make some inquiries for me. I'm taking Ginny out for Valentine's Day. Yes, Gran, on a real date. Ginny said that I should make the plans, but I'll probably have Hermione tell me what Ginny wants. I don't want to mess this up. Love, Neville. Neville stared down at the little vial in his hand. He hadn't actually expected Gran to send it. She'd been proud of his work in herbology and had been catering to his needs as a budding magical botanist, but this was outside the norm. Maybe she really did mean it when she said she trusted his judgment. His heart glowed with a moment in pride before plummeting as he remembered his reason for asking for the potion. If Gran knew what he was considering doing with it, she would never trust him again. The idea had occurred to him while listening to Hermione describe her research. She'd mentioned adoption rituals, though her own research had been focused on rituals that bestowed special knowledge on the caster. Neville's interest had been piqued. The Malteas would have no qualms in carrying out an outlawed blood ritual if they'd decided that it was in the best interest of the family. Added to his new suspicion that Gabriel had not, in fact, been born a Maltea, the information had festered in his mind until a theory had been born. Neville knew he wasn't the cleverest boy in Hogwarts, but he prided himself on his understanding of certain basic principles of magic. Such as the inability of magic to completely erase a true name and a true face. If Gabriel had ever been anything but a Maltea, adding his hair to the polyjuice potion and drinking it would reveal who he had once been, because that was his true face, and no mere adoption ritual could destroy that. He stuck the potion in his headboard and turned to gather his school things. Did he even want to know the truth? It wasn't his business, and even though he'd been telling himself that he wanted to help Gabriel, he knew that any action he took was really to satisfy his own curiosity. He didn't like lying to other people and he flatly refused to lie to himself. If he did this thing, he would do it honestly. For now, though, Neville headed to class. Now that he had the potential for instant answers, he was willing to sit on the information while he finished thinking his plan through. After all, discovering a secret hidden by the Malteas was potentially very, very dangerous. Hermione stared unabashedly as Bree poked at the fruit on his plate. He looked like hell, slightly warmed over, and that was only if she was being kind. His hair hung limply around his shoulders, he had dark circles under his bloodshot eyes, and he was actually slouching with his elbows on the table. Hermione was positively flabbergasted. "Hey Bree, are you okay?" It probably wasn't a particularly welcome question, but it needed to be asked. "Fine," he said shortly. When he didn't even bother to lift his head and glare, Hermione's concerns redoubled. "I'm serious. You look awful," she added, glancing around to make sure no one else was paying attention to their conversation. She lowered her voice. "If this is about you know what." Now he summoned the energy to glare, and Hermione wasn't sure whether she should be amused or alarmed. His normally icy glare was empty and his left eye was twitching in a way that had nothing to do with emotion. "Do you need your sister?" she asked, just to cover all the bases. Because if he said no, she was going to drag him to the infirmary and make him talk to Madame Pomfrey. He began, then stopped and took a deep breath. "I don't think so," he said after a minute. "I haven't been sleeping well, that's all. I wrote to my aunt already." Not for the first time, Hermione wondered at the phenomena of being friends with Bree. Sometimes it felt like he hardly even tolerated her, but then he turned around and practically volunteered private information. And he'd already told her not to worry about the cost of the wards his men had erected over break. He'd said he understood the importance of family, and was just glad that he could do something to keep hers safe. Even his glares recently had lacked any real venom. It was more like he was glaring because it was the only way he knew to convey affection. Hermione glared at Bree to convey her affection. "Well, mister, if your aunt doesn't do anything to help you by tomorrow night, I'm taking you to Madame Pomfrey." "No buts," she added when it looked like he might protest. "We wouldn't want your fearsome reputation going down the drain due to a few nights missed sleep." He tried to smile at her, but the expression looked tortured and she had to stifle a giggle. "And eat your breakfast," she ordered, just because she could. Severus Snape was not pleased with the turn of events that brought him to stand at the gates of Hogwarts and await the arrival of a man he considered, at best, a dangerous ally. Akshay Maltea, rumored warlord of France, was about the last person on Earth that Severus would choose to invite to Hogwarts for a visit. But orders were orders, and the order needed the translation of that journal. There had been rumors of secret knowledge in it that might help win the war once and for all. And if not, well, Severus could always present the journal to the Dark Lord as a gift. It would certainly win him a secure place in the inner circle. With the man who was coming by for a visit. Severus sighed and pulled out his pocket watch. 4 minutes until Maltea was late. He wondered whether the other man was dreading this meeting. Probably not, since he'd been the one to request it. Was there some other reason why he'd wanted to visit Hogwarts? Why hadn't he sent the book home with that damn nephew of his? Before Severus could begin manufacturing plots that might bring Maltea to Hogwarts, he caught sight of a figure walking up the road from the village. The brightly clad figure could not have been Akshay Maltea, and for a few minutes Severus was stumped as to who might have picked his meeting time to come calling. Severus Snape. The woman was short and far too eccentric looking to be called pretty. She had brown skin, spiky white hair, bare feet, and a bright pink sari. She had to be a Maltea, and Severus felt a surge of relief. Her presence meant that his expected guest had decided to send a proxy. It was incredibly rude and Severus would find time to be insulted when he wasn't quite so pleased. "At your service," he said, bowing his head before meeting her eyes. She grinned and held out her hand to shake. "Sarai Maltea," she announced, and Severus immediately forgave the insult of sending a proxy. "And I must say, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I loved your article on Bloodroot as a passive ingredient in protective potions. I'd always wondered why it was there, but I couldn't think of a good way to ascertain its purpose. Very creative and very thorough, Master Severus." "Ms. Rye," He greeted with more enthusiasm than he could normally muster. It is an honor. I'm delighted that you enjoyed my article as much as I enjoyed yours on the uses of sodium chloride. I would never have thought of it. Welcome to Hogwarts. Thanks, she said as they began walking toward the castle. My brother would probably want me to extend an apology and make up an excuse for his absence, but since I was the one who slipped him a sleeping draught, it would be rather insincere. Severus felt the corners of his mouth twitch upward of their own accord. I won't ask any questions, he assured her. Would you care for a tour of the castle before we get down to business? How about a look at your labs? She suggested. An excellent suggestion, said Severus, more pleased by the second. They quickly fell into a discussion about their mutual research as he led her down into the dungeons. Rai craned her neck to peer around the taller man's shoulder. When he noticed her difficulty, he shifted to give her a better view. She flashed him a quick smile before returning her attention to the softly bubbling cauldron. The smell was horrid, but exactly the right kind of horrid for a potion brewed with mandrake. Your creativity is as amazing in person as it is on paper, she said, shaking her head in bemused admiration. Of course, a mandrake base would stabilize the sage and quartz in a far-seeing potion. But who would have thought, what with its normal uses? Well, no matter. I want to peer test this discovery. Thank you, Rai, Severus replied, covering the cauldron and wiping his hands off on a nearby rag. I was hoping you would volunteer. I'll have to collect my notes and send them to you at a later date. For now, however, the brew should be left alone. Shall we take dinner here or in the Great Hall? It was obvious what her colleague would prefer, but Rai had come to Hogwarts with ulterior motives. She had every intention of seeing her son and passing along the care package the family had assembled for him. Great Hall, please, said Rai. I enjoy eating with students. She smirked, putting as much mischief as she could into that statement without being threatening. Severus groaned and Rai chuckled at his sour expression. As you wish, he grumbled, inviting her to the door with a quick sweep of his arm. As they walked through the dungeon halls, Rai admired the way Severus's robes billowed behind him. It was a singularly dramatic effect that no doubt frightened the first years. For the first time in years, Rai reconsidered wearing the occasional robes. She could never get an effect like that out of her sari. Of course, she mused, the billowing effect would probably make her look rather silly. They arrived in the great hall before the bulk of the student body. Severus guided her up to what was obviously the teacher's table, pulling out a seat for her before sitting down to her right. The room itself was the same ugly thing that she remembered from her long-ago visit as a little girl, but she found the ceiling to be singularly enchanting. The soft twilight gave the hall an air of age and mystery that was quite appealing. Pretty, she said before turning to smile at Severus. He looked as though smiling in front of the children would probably kill him, and settled for a grimace that Rai took as agreement. One of the few consolations of dining with the Brauts, he said, pouring them both glasses of mead. A quick glance at the student tables confirmed that the teachers were the only ones with bottles. Rai couldn't help thinking that the mead would make an excellent target for student pranks. She surreptitiously sniffed her goblet before taking a sip. She met Severus's amused gaze over the rim of her cup and raised an eyebrow. She wouldn't apologize for being careful. Though on second thought, she probably should explain so he wouldn't be offended. What followed was a spirited discussion about incorrigible youth and the precautions necessary to keep oneself from becoming a target. Rai was so engaged in the conversation that she forgot to keep watch for her son, and was thus taken aback when she turned to face the student body and found Bree standing across the table. Mother, he greeted as soon as she met his eyes. He gave her a bow, supremely mocking and not at all as respectful as it probably appeared to his classmates. Rai narrowed her eyes. Hi Gabby, she said, quickly widening her eyes and stretching her smile as big as she could make it. She raised her shoulders slightly, clasping her hands to her bosom. Leaning forward ever so slightly, she tilted her head and let out a breathy giggle. Bree's face turned to stone and 2 spots of color stood out high on his cheeks. She could almost hear his teeth grinding. She held her position for a moment longer, just to make Bree squirm, then sat back and let the unnatural expression melt off her face. Smirking, she crossed her arms over her chest and raised an eyebrow, inviting her son to do his worst. For a moment it looked as though he was going to make a scene, but he deflated after a brief staring contest. He looked old and tired, and suddenly Rai wasn't interested in games anymore. She frowned in concern and leaned forward, motioning for him to come closer. He complied, shuffling his feet as though he were too tired to bother lifting them up to walk. You look awful, she said in Hindi, inspecting him for further signs of fatigue and illness. She didn't like what she saw. When was the last time you slept, baby? I got an hour or so last night, he replied in the same language, words lacking his usual crisp inflection. Bad dreams. I was hoping Aunt Jenny might have given you something to pass along. Rai had wondered what was in the care package. Apparently here was her answer. She held up a stalling finger as she quested in her satchel for the box. A glance at Severus showed that he was studiously ignoring them, which meant that he was probably paying very close attention indeed. Here. She held out the wooden box, but refused to let go when he reached out to take it. I'm not sure what's in it, but if it isn't what you need, I want you to call me right away. I mean it, she added when he looked as though he wanted to brush off her concern. Right away. In fact, I want you to contact me within the week with an update on your health. Yes, ma'am, he muttered. She let him have the box. All right, shoo. I love you, Reuben. It was a sign of how tired he was that the name made him smile like he had back when he was 6 years old. She smiled back and made a shooing motion with her hands. The bow he gave her this time was only a little bit mocking. Neville was as surprised as anyone to find Sarai Maltea dining with Professor Snape in the Great Hall. Although other professors occasionally had guests visit them at school, it was unheard of for Snape to have company. The Gryffindors were abuzz with gossip about the strange woman. Neville had already been treated to 3 theories of romantic entanglement, 5 of blackmail, and 4 suggesting dark purposes. Neville kept his own fairly tame guess, that Ms. Ray's visit had something to do with brewing potions, to himself. It was funny hearing his classmates speculate. What was that all about? Hermione inquired as Gabriel rejoined them carrying a wooden box under his arm. Why is Ms. Ray here? Je ne sais pas, said Gabriel. He muttered something else in French as he opened his book bag and shoved in the box. She's your mother. Surely she told you something, said Hermione. Neville wondered when she had decided that it was safe to be bossy to Gabriel. Personally, he thought that her efforts were wasted on the French boy, but as long as she didn't get hurt, it wasn't his business. Besides, if she was being bossy to Gabriel, it meant she wasn't being bossy to Neville. She's my mother, Gabriel agreed, seeming to ignore the second half of Hermione's statement in favor of filling his plate. Hermione huffed and Neville hid a smile behind his goblet of pumpkin juice. It was nice to see bossy Hermione get brushed off for once. He loved her to death, but her alpha female act could get a little tiresome. When Ms. Ray and Professor Snape looked like they were getting ready to leave, Neville made his excuses and left the table. The seed of an idea had taken root in his brain, and it seemed like a fairly safe way of gauging the relative dangers of his Polyjuice plot. He hurried around through a back hallway, running toward the hall that led from the Great Hall to the dungeon. If he was lucky, he would be able to catch Ms. Ray before she made it to Professor Snape's office. Luck was with him and he rounded the corner as the professor held the hall door open for Ms. Ray. Neville took a moment to catch his breath before straightening his spine and clasping his hands behind his back. He waited politely until the 2 adults stopped in front of him. It was all he could do not to flinch at the scowl on Professor Snape's face. Ms. Ray, he greeted, giving her the courteous half-bow of a young wizard to an older witch. I am sorry to interrupt your evening, but I was wondering if I could beg a word in private. Ms. Ray glanced over at the professor, who shrugged despite his scowl. The boy knows his way to my office. I will wait for you there. Thank you, Severus, said Ms. Ray, smiling warmly. Her hand rested on the professor's elbow for a moment, and a look passed between them that Neville had no interest in interpreting. Professor Snape brushed past him, and it was all Neville could do not to sigh in relief. Ms. Ray smiled at him and held out her open hands in question. There's an empty classroom nearby, ma'am, if you would accompany me. Of course. She followed him in silence and waited for him to open the door and offer her a chair. He wished he'd learned the spell for summoning tea, but Uncle Algy insisted that young wizards shouldn't play hostess. Luckily, they had just finished dinner, so Ms. Rye probably would have turned down the offer anyways. Ms. Rye, he said, then bit his lip, trying to think of the correct wording to begin a politically incorrect conversation. Be frank, Mr. Longbottom, she said, smiling encouragingly. Augusta is famous for frankness, and it is one of her most endearing qualities. Don't be afraid to follow your grand's example. Yes, ma'am, he said, feeling slightly less uncomfortable. It's about Gabriel. He's been really sick. I've been woken up the last few nights by his episodes, and I'm concerned about him. Have you talked to him about it? Ms. Rye didn't look surprised by the information, which Neville hoped was a good sign. No, ma'am. He gets uncomfortable when he thinks he looks weak, and I don't want to strain our friendship. He said the last part hesitantly, unsure if he wanted to claim the more intimate relationship. It seemed wrong to have this conversation if he was only an acquaintance, though, so friendship was probably the safer word. I see, she said. Her wry expression made it clear to Neville that Gabriel's obsession with appearing strong was not limited to when he was in public. Can you describe these episodes? My son only mentioned that he hasn't been sleeping. Neville did his best to explain the symptoms of Gabriel's strange disease. The look of concern on Ms. Ray's face told him clearly that she was listening to him and that he was in her good graces. Should he risk telling her the rest of it? As quickly as the thought occurred to him, he dismissed considerations of risk. He was a Gryffindor for Merlin's sake. Leave plotting to the Slytherins. He plowed on, regardless of potential consequences. One night I got out of bed to see if he was all right, Neville continued, voice shaking slightly despite his resolve. He was throwing up and his glamours broke. I went back to bed before he could see me, but I got a good look at his back, chest, and face. Ms. Rye, I know it isn't any of my business, but who is Gabriel? I can't believe a Maltea would do that to their child. Ms. Rye looked sick at his not-so-subtle accusation. Of course we wouldn't, she snapped, face drawn. Look, Mr. Longbottom. You're right. It isn't any of your business. Suffice to say that I removed Gabriel from a poor living situation and brought him into my family. You aren't the first person to get curious, and you won't be the last. I'll tell you what I tell everyone else, that the adoption is private, but legal. Gabriel's biological parents are dead. I did not kill them. I love him. End of story. Severus looked up as Rye entered his office alone. She smiled, though there wasn't as much life in her eyes as there had been prior to dinner. Hogwarts was an emotional ringer, and somehow he wasn't surprised that she had gotten caught in the drain. Despite his curiosity, he knew better than to ask what had happened. Better that they conclude their business like colleagues. They weren't friends, and Severus wasn't sure he wanted to change that. Rye seemed an uncomfortable sort of person to be friends with, rather like befriending a Kneazle or a poltergeist. May I offer you tea? He inquired as Rye sat down across from him. While he'd been waiting for her to arrive, he had transfigured the chair into something more comfortable than he usually offered to students. Thank you, she said, but I'd rather just get down to business. My cousin has finished the translation and I am authorized to negotiate the fee. She reached into her satchel and pulled out a small tome that Severus immediately recognized as Salazar's journal. She handed it over to him without a word. Severus wondered how she had been authorized to negotiate a fee if she drugged her brother in order to come to Hogwarts. Which part was she lying about? The thought made him wary. Authorized by whom? He prompted, not bothering to disguise his distrust. My cousin, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Severus grimaced, but recognized a losing battle when he saw one. She claimed to be authorized and she obviously had the translation in her possession. That made it her problem if someone later questioned the negotiations. Very well, he said, folding his hands on the desk. He did his best to hide his nerves. Although he had been trained in the protocols surrounding information brokering during his years in school, this was the first time he had actually bargained in such a way. The Malteas had made a career of it for centuries. He waited for Rye to make the first move. I, Sir Rye Maltea, do enter into this negotiation of my own free will. I swear upon my true name that the terms agreed upon will be followed honorably by myself and my family. Severus had never heard someone swear on their true name as part of a verbal contract. He'd heard people invoke their names, offer their word, and even swear on their family honor, but never as part of a contract. It made sense, though, when he thought about it. This wasn't the sort of thing that merited an unbreakable oath. He decided to follow her lead. I, Severus Snape, do enter into this negotiation of my own free will. I swear upon my true name that the terms agreed upon will be followed honorably by myself and my. He paused. His family wasn't part of this contract, but Dumbledore would want to be included. Allies. Rye smiled as she pulled out 3 cloth-bound notebooks. I lay before you the subjects of our negotiations. A verbatim manuscript in the original language, she held her hand over the book on his far left. An unedited translation was the middle book, and an edited translation with annotations regarding removed passages was the book on his right. He fixated on the unedited translation. He wondered why an edited translation had even been created, other than for use as a way to drive up the price of the other manuscripts. No other copies or translations were made. Any of these books not spoken for during negotiations will be burned. Severus nodded slowly. If it were true, then this negotiation would be a lot more honest than he'd expected. Although Ray's wording allowed some notes to exist, the copied original language manuscript had just become potentially valuable. We shall begin with the fee for the translation. Would you care to begin? He most certainly did not care to, of course. His Slytherin side recognized the ploy as a way to gauge how much he valued the text and the Maltaea's services. If his offer was too high, they would milk him for every penny. If his offer was too low, any further negotiations would be a mere formality, and all 3 manuscripts would be burned. Severus considered his options, and Rye sat back to let him think. He eyed the 3 books speculatively. He had guessed the purpose of the book on the right. It would be cheaper, and probably well edited. The middle book was, of course, the prize. He honestly might not be able to afford it with Dumbledore's budget. Why offer the non-translated copy, though? He had no use for it. The answer came to him immediately, and he offered Rye a true smile. How utterly Slytherin of her. I offer the Maltaea Cuson the copy of the text for his or her private collection. Without knowing the time and effort that went into the translation, I can only hope that this will not seem an insulting offer. Ray's smile clearly showed that he was following the script exactly as he should. I accept on behalf of my cousin, and I assure you that this is an adequate fee. The book, I understand, is quite valuable. And that, Severus knew, was meant to start driving up the price. She would keep dropping hints about value and rare information as the bargaining got heated. The more he wanted the book, the more likely it would be for the negotiation to go in her favor. Rye took the non-translated copy off the table and slipped it into her satchel to signify that it had been accepted in the place of a fee. It was non-refundable. The work had been done, after all, even if the negotiations fell through and the other 2 books were burned. Still, having offered her the copy, the translations were suddenly infinitely less valuable to her. The risk of losing out completely was minimal, especially since he now had more gold to devote to negotiating for the actual translation. Not to mention that he now had a slight advantage. Having offered non-monetary compensation for the service, she now had no idea how much he actually valued the translations and how much gold he was ready to spend. With matching sly grins, Severus and Rye began the haggling in earnest. How did your meeting go? Albus asked as Severus joined him in his office. He gestured for the younger man to sit. Well enough, said Severus, easing into the offered chair with an exhausted sigh. Rye seemed to enjoy spending time around Hogwarts, and she came to the table prepared to bargain fairly. Albus smiled in relief. He'd heard enough rumors about the Maltaea family to take Severus's caution about them to heart. To hear that things had gone well enough was as much as he had dared to hope for. Hopefully the text would prove as valuable as they'd been led to believe. Tell me about it, said Albus, summoning a pot of tea and 2 china cups. He poured the tea as Severus began his story. It was much as I remember it from school. We began with an oath and Rye produced the text and the items to be bargained for. I agreed to let her keep a copy as the translation fee. Albus frowned in disapproval, but didn't interrupt the story. He was unhappy that valuable information had been left with potential enemies, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Severus would not respond well to a chastising. 2 volumes remained. A completely translated copy and an edited, annotated copy. Upon close examination and after spirited bargaining, I purchased the second book. A disappointed little sigh escaped before Albus could stifle it. Severus glared at him, pausing to sip his tea. Albus refrained from questioning Severus's judgment outright, though he made it clear in his expression that he wanted further explanation. The second book was well organized, better than the first, separated into thematic chapters and made easy to read. The Parseltongue spells were edited out, though very brief descriptions of the effects remain. A few other pieces of information, including what appear to be references to the Chamber of Secrets, were removed but summarized. All in all, very little information of practical value was missing from the edited copy. Albus disagreed about the possible value of information regarding the Chamber of Secrets, but decided not to voice his concern. While he remembered the last time the chamber had been opened, the fact of the matter was that they probably wouldn't have been able to do anything with the references. And Severus was right. It sounded as though very little practical information had been removed. And how much did this text cost, my boy? Not so very high a price, demurred Severus, looking entirely too innocent. Almost coy, thought the headmaster. He added a few galleons to his first estimation. How much? Albus repeated. 926 galleons, 8 sickles, 2 nuts. Albus wasn't sure whether to be outraged by the price or amused by the implication that Severus and Ms. Maltea had been squabbling over nuts. That's almost your entire budget, he said, forcing his eyes to sparkle and his voice to sound merry. How on earth did you arrive at such a sum? Rye is quite persuasive, said Severus, and left it at that. Neville sat in the alcove, rolling the corked vial around in his fingers and wondering what to do. His Gryffindor nature was at war with itself on the matter, and he could hardly turn to his friends for advice. For the first time, Neville was on his own with a problem. This morning Gabriel had forgotten his hairbrush on the bathroom counter and, having learned his lesson about missed opportunities years ago, Neville had pulled a hair free and added it to his single dose of polyjuice. Now he faced a moral dilemma. On the one hand, his Gryffindor curiosity and thirst for truth demanded that he quaff the potion and discover who Gabriel really was. On the other hand, his Gryffindor values and sense of justice demanded that he flush the potion and respect his friend's privacy. He sighed and tipped his head back to rest against the stone, dropping his hands to his sides and letting the vial of potion rest against the window ledge. What to do? Neville. Neville spun around, hands out at his sides, body hiding the potion vial still on the window sill. It was Ginny, arms full of books and making a beeline straight for, Neville blushed to think it, her boyfriend. Hi Ginny, he said, doing his best to sound calm and cheerful. Her eyes immediately narrowed suspiciously and he gulped. What are you hiding? She asked, peering up at him. Neville looked away quickly, trying to think of an excuse. He said, stalling. I'm, not hiding anything. Smooth. Real smooth. He grimaced. Suddenly Ginny's face broke into a bright smile. It's about Wednesday, isn't it? She said, wiggling her eyebrows. He nodded quickly, eager to take the out that she had so kindly provided. Yeah, forget about it, okay. Sure, she said, still smiling brightly. He felt his heart turn over, thudding noisily in his chest. She was the prettiest witch he had ever met. Here, you can carry my books, she announced, thrusting her books into his arms. We're meeting Hermione in the library to study before dinner. Neville spared one last terrified glance at the polyjuice potion glinting on the window sill. Then he refocused on Ginny. It was probably better this way. Now he wouldn't be tempted to use it. Melisande stalked through the hall, not quite able to hide her frustration. She'd been here for 5 whole months and she was dying of boredom. It had taken all of Daddy's considerable political clout to get Madame Maxime to agree to send her on exchange, and they would probably lose everything if she screwed up this time. Melly was even willing to recognize that she needed this break from her normal environment. This was her chance to start fresh, where no one but Gabriel knew about her past, and he didn't care enough about her to spread gossip. But she was so bored. It was hard to be nice all the time. Smiling and chattering and forgiving slights were all actions that were very difficult for a girl who bred rats for the sole purpose of torturing them. As she swept through one of the second-floor corridors, the sun caught a glass object in the window and nearly blinded her. Biting back a scathing curse, she walked over with every intention of smashing the offending object into 1,000 pieces. She stopped when she saw it held a sparkling golden liquid. Curious, she sniffed at it, distracted from her brewing tantrum. Her eyes watered at the overpowering smell of cinnamon. Wrinkling her nose, she went back to inspecting it for clues. It looked interesting, to say the least. Melly was no potions expert, but she figured it was safe to assume that it wasn't deadly. It had been left in a school corridor, after all. She came to a decision quickly. She'd finally be able to let loose and have a little fun. She grinned, pocketing the potion. There was a bounce in her step as she headed deeper into the school. Bree sat cross-legged on his bed and pulled out the box from Mama. It was about the size of a textbook, but deeper. He sent out a silent prayer that Aunt Jenny had been able to find a solution to his current dilemma, because he was going on 2 weeks without a good night's rest. Much longer and he was liable to snap and accidentally kill someone. Taking a deep breath, he flipped the latch and lifted the lid. On the left was a shrunken package labeled, "Love, Cosette." Bree pulled it out and set it aside to resize later. Usually that package, full of Cosette's infamous handmade chocolates, would be the prize. Today chocolate was the last thing on his mind. On the right there was another shrunken package labeled, "Love, Mama." Bree didn't even want to know what his mother had added to the package. He very carefully took it out and set it at the foot of his bed. It must not be too volatile, but better safe than sorry. Sandwiched in the middle were 3 glass vials and a letter from Aunt Jenny. Bree sighed in relief and tore open the letter. "My dearest nephew, I knew this day would come eventually. The killing curse is too strong a magic to not leave something of itself behind. While I'd hoped that it would not manifest itself so strongly, I cannot say that I am surprised." Bree was surprised by her bluntness. Even packages like this were occasionally subject to perusal by persons outside the family. Aunt Jenny was usually quite good about euphemism and talking around a subject. She must have either been in a dreadful hurry or considered the contents of the vials too dangerous not to explain clearly. Inside are 3 vials labeled Echem, DVE, Trini. On Thursday night you will drink Echem and DVE before going to bed. You will wake up when your friend starts his search. Immediately take Trini followed by a dreamless sleep, preferably one made by Rai or Amy. Prior to ingesting Echem, meditate for at least 30 minutes. Gather yourself behind the strongest, smallest occlumency barrier you can manage. Echem will feel a bit like putting your head in a vice. Allow it to constrict and bind you behind your shield. If you fight, it will be unnecessarily painful. This is, unfortunately, only a temporary solution to buy you time. With your luck I will need to send you another batch next week. Inform me as soon as your barriers have relaxed to the point that you can perform legilimency again. Love, Genevieve Maltea. Bree frowned, wary of his aunt's advice. To allow himself to be bound behind occlumency barriers would greatly restrict his freedom of thought. She seemed to be implying that he would remain bound for upwards of a week. Was escaping night pains worth binding himself? He rubbed his hidden scar thoughtfully. Yes, he decided. If this was the best solution that Aunt Jenny could come up with, then it was the best solution that would be found. He needed to keep his thoughts from Voldemort. If the Dark Lord managed to break through his barrier, which he was increasingly close to achieving, then the whole game was up. His identity would be revealed, Shay's work would be undone, and Bree would be forced to confront the Dark Lord before he was sure he could win. He set the 3 vials on his headboard and burned the letter. Changing quickly into his pajamas, he began meditating. It was only an hour after dinner, but turning in early tonight seemed like an excellent choice. Lord Voldemort was not pleased. Ever since that Halloween 15 years ago he had met nothing but failure after failure. Not that he would admit this to anyone else, of course. Failure was for the weak. Honestly, though, he felt he was going a little mad from all this failure. First had been his failure to secure an adequate vessel for his spirit when his body was destroyed. Then his servants had failed to seek him out, leaving him to fend for himself in the wilderness. They had no faith, they failed to be properly inspired by his power. Quirrell had failed to win the stone. And of course, the greatest failure of all, no one knew where to find Harry Bloody Potter. At least Barty had managed to make his way back. Without Barty, Voldemort would likely still be bodiless spectre. The resurrection, at least, had been successful. He'd had to make do with the blood of a lesser enemy, but old Alistair Moody had caused him enough trouble over the years that his blood added some spice to the ritual. One success, however, wasn't enough to improve Voldemort's frame of mind. His followers had come flocking back, feckless idiots, but their raids thus far had been child's play. They weren't hitting targets of any real importance, and the only thing that was really being accomplished was that they were driving the population into a state of renewed terror. Fun, yes. Productive, only a little. What Voldemort needed now was a coup, a victory that would prove once and for all that he was the most powerful wizard in Britain. Once he had Britain, he could move forward, consolidate power, and destroy those who threatened the purity and continuity of Wizardkind. What would really make Voldemort feel better was Harry Bloody Potter's head on a silver platter. A knock on his door startled him from his introspection. He frowned, hissing under his breath. Barty was the only one who would dare to disturb him uninvited. Voldemort hoped that it was good news. He wasn't particularly confident of his ability to deal calmly with yet another failure right now. He flicked his wand at the door, not bothering to get out of his chair. It opened to reveal Barty, as expected, accompanied by an unmasked woman that he didn't recognize. She was dressed in pristine white robes, a sharp contrast to the dark, dingy interior of the Riddle house. He felt a surge of jealousy that he couldn't quite control. He didn't even know her, but he coveted what she represented to him: cleanliness, wealth, refinement, traditionalist society. He felt vaguely embarrassed by their surroundings. Lord Voldemort deserved to be living in a manor house with servants and clean windows and new furniture, not this hovel. Barty bowed as soon as the door opened, silently waiting for acknowledgement. The woman swept an elegant curtsy, head bowed. She followed Barty's lead, remaining bent as Voldemort considered them. "Rise," he said, mollified by their respectful deference. "Master," said Barty, bowing lower before straightening. "I present to you Madame Lilith Rousseau. She has some news I thought you should hear." "Come in, madam," he said, savoring the uneasy look that flitted across her face as she took a few steps into the room. "Please, sit down." He wordlessly conjured a chair a few paces away from his own. "Barty, you are dismissed." "Merci, my lord," she said, alighting on the edge of the chair like an easily startled bird. There was a second of strained silence as Voldemort leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. Rousseau seemed disinclined to speak unless spoken to, which Voldemort thought was an admirable quality in both women and children. "To what do I owe this?" he hissed. "Pleasure, Madame Rousseau." She shifted on her chair, head bowed, wisely not trying to meet his eyes. After the uncomfortable jealousy he had felt upon seeing her, he was quite enjoying her discomfort. "My lord, I first apologize for my English," she said, voice heavily accented. "I am unpracticed in this language." "Go on." He waved his hand dismissively. If he couldn't understand her words, he would just take the information directly from her mind. "Merci. Thank you. My lord, I understand that you are," she paused, allying yourself to General Maltea, oui. Voldemort frowned. "No. General Maltea is my supporter. He has offered me his services." He didn't like the woman's implication that Akshay was his equal. While the man wasn't exactly a servant, he was certainly at Voldemort's service. "Pardon," she said quickly. "My English," she added, obviously trying to excuse her slip. He let his mind brush over her surface thoughts, looking for duplicity. He found none. If he wanted a closer look, he would need to make eye contact. For now, he would let her continue. "My lord, the general has been tightening his hold over France. His presence is felt further north. He is an ill wind, and it is whispered that he moves his army to the Chanel." How interesting. Akshay hadn't mentioned moving north. While he would never admit it out loud, Voldemort was rather intimidated by the possibility of facing off against the general's mercenaries. His own Death Eaters were good enough in a raid against terrified civilians, but an army. He needed more time to prepare for that eventuality. Rousseau was still talking. The general has held sway in France too long, my lord. She looked up for the first time and Voldemort was taken in by the consuming hatred in her eyes. She glowed with the power of her emotion, and he was mesmerized. Only Bellatrix had ever looked so beautifully mad with hatred. You don't say, he murmured, leaning forward. This was no meek traditionalist wife, whatever persona she chose to wear. He wanted her to belong to him. Tell me more. He has sent his son-in-law to Hogwarts. His archangel, her voice dripped with venom. Voldemort already knew this, of course. Although he'd never met the boy, he'd heard nothing but good things. The boy had a bright future. He'd dropped hints to Akshay that he wanted the boy brought to a meeting, but thus far he had been politely ignored. He claims the archangel is his nephew, but the boy hides his true face. Interesting, of course, but not exactly world-changing news. Voldemort was far more interested in the woman's hatred. He stood and walked over, tongue flicking out to taste the emotions in the air. She followed his progress through her lowered lashes. She looked interested. He would have fun tonight. Melly was stalking her prey. She'd set her sights on a particularly obnoxious Gryffindor third year. He'd just gotten out of potions and was on his way out of the dungeons. His classmates had already left him behind, apparently finding him about as appealing as Melly. It made him a good target. Diffindo, she whispered, pointing her wand at the boy's head. Accio hair, she said immediately, summoning the lock of hair she had just cut. Wrapping it around her forefinger, she hurried to catch up with her prey. Creevy, she called, twitching her wrapped finger. He stopped and turned to look at her. Hi, he said, waiting for her to catch up. He smiled at her. You're Melly Rousseau, right? Melisande, she corrected, eyes narrowing slightly. She had no idea who had started the rumor that she liked to go by her nickname, but she swore to Merlin that she'd kill whoever it was but good. Sorry, he said, not sounding very sorry at all. What do you need? You left something in the potions classroom, she said, curling her wrapped finger. Dennis blinked. Really? Oh, thanks. He looked confused, and Melly narrowed her eyes. She wasn't as good at this spell as her mother. She turned on all of her considerable charm, smiling and ducking her head and glancing at him through her eyelashes. He still looked confused, but at least he now looked happy about it. She held out the unknown golden potion, and he took it without looking. He was too busy smiling at her. It's no problem, really, she assured him, tossing her hair over her shoulder. You probably shouldn't tell anyone you've gotten so careless, though. She twitched her finger, hard. His eyes crossed. Oops. She smiled again, then turned to leave. Bye, he called after her, sounding almost drunk. She ducked around a corner, then doubled back to follow him out of the dungeon. Would he take the potion? She was pretty sure she had embedded the thought successfully. Mother would be proud. It would be years before she was good enough with the spell to get the same effects on an adult or a strong-minded individual, but for now a successful casting was one more step toward being able to live with her husband. Dennis was halfway to the Great Hall for dinner before realizing he held a potion in his hand. Where had that come from? He vaguely remembered someone giving it to him earlier in the day, but couldn't remember when or where. Maybe after potions class. It had been before he'd gone back to the common room to study, he was sure about that. He was also pretty sure that he was supposed to drink it before dinner. Madame Pomfrey had probably sent it. He'd gone to her yesterday with a sore throat, maybe she'd decided his illness merited a second potion. While he was considering the origin of the strange potion, he absently uncorked it. He didn't realize that he was drinking it until he began to feel a bit funny. It didn't taste like any potion he'd ever taken before. It was so spicy his eyes watered, and he coughed, wishing for a glass of water. Abruptly the feeling passed, and he absently shook his head. He felt odd, different. For one thing, his underwear felt too tight. That was weird. And his head felt a bit heavy. Something tickled the back of his neck. He reached back to scratch at it, only to discover that his hair was now much longer than it should be. What kind of potion made your hair grow long and your underwear get too tight? Dennis frowned. By now he was pretty sure he'd been tricked into taking the potion as a prank. Maybe it was one of those potions that made you look older. Curious, he veered off toward the closest bathroom. A mirror would be good right now. He rounded the corner and nearly ran into Draco Malfoy. He backpedaled quickly, eyes darting around for an exit. Watch where why bloody F. K, Malfoy swore. Dennis almost jumped, but managed to straighten up like the Gryffindor he was. Something about his appearance had startled Malfoy, so maybe the potion did something other than age you a bit. Dennis was pretty sure that an older Dennis Creevey wouldn't surprise Malfoy into swearing like a muggle. Excuse me, Dennis said. It wasn't hard to sound offended. He tugged at his robes, suddenly glad that he was tall for his age. His clothing was still too small at the moment, but not as embarrassing as it might have been. Malfoy was staring at him like he was the most interesting thing on the planet. He absently pushed his newly lengthened hair out of his face, only to see Malfoy's eyes get even wider. You're alive, he murmured, staring at Dennis's forehead in fascination. Where have you been? What happened to you? Dennis got the feeling that he should look in a mirror before saying anything revealing. He was also quite sure now that he wasn't looking like himself. What had that potion been? Who are you? He asked, deciding that pretending ignorance was a good plan for now. He needed to find Dumbledore and fast. Sorry. Malfoy shook his head quickly and straightened up. He smiled, a strange and disturbing sight as far as Dennis was concerned. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin prefect. I'm very pleased to meet you. Harry Potter, right? Dennis choked. Dennis was pretty sure there must be something wrong with his ears. He'd read about Harry Potter, the baby who had defeated the Dark Lord, then disappeared off the face of the earth. Everyone knew Potter was in hiding. Maybe. He had always felt a little out of place at home, as though he were not where he really belonged. Maybe he was Harry Potter, disguised and placed with a Muggle family for safekeeping. Had the potion been given to him by Dumbledore, to reveal his true face to the world so he could step up and meet his destiny? Dennis had always known he was meant for great things. Pleasure, he said, nodding slightly as his thoughts whirled around, topsy-turvy in his head. If you'll excuse me, he added, moving to step around Malfoy and continue to the bathroom. He really needed a mirror. Of course, said Malfoy, still looking like the Kneazle that caught the pixie. I'll walk with you. You've been missed, of course. You should have been in my class. Dennis frowned. He hadn't thought of that. If he were Harry Potter, he should be 16, not 13. Would Dumbledore have altered his age to protect him? Maybe. He walked down the hall, trying not to let on how much it bothered him to have Malfoy trailing after like a hungry snake. He probably shouldn't go admire himself in front of a mirror with an audience like that. What happened to you, Potter? We all want to know. And why ever are you dressed that way? The last was said with a sneer so powerful that Dennis could hear it hanging in the air like a foul cloud. Instead of answering, he ducked into the bathroom and whispered a locking spell before Malfoy could follow. It wouldn't hold him for long, but if he was lucky, it would be long enough. He hurried to the mirror. His jaw dropped. Facing him was a tough-looking older boy. The first thing that grabbed him was the other boy's scars. There was the lightning bolt, looking strangely raw, red and recent. It was etched into what looked to Dennis like a burn covering much of his forehead. The bottom of the bolt had been extended down across his nose and cheek, though that part was a different color. The burn and extension looked old, only slightly pink and puckered, so why did the lightning bolt look so new? That was the only scar baby Harry was said to have. It probably meant that Dennis himself was not actually Harry Potter, and he felt suddenly grateful for the revelation. It seemed Potter was not a very comfortable person to be. Beyond the scars, the boy in the mirror was handsome enough. He was pale, with green eyes and long, straight black hair. His shoulders were wide, making him look especially funny in Dennis's robes. Dennis bit his lip in thought. What spell made robes bigger? Colin had taught it to him after he'd had his last growth spurt. Ah, yes. A quick spell later, and his underwear and other clothing fit just fine. It didn't look good, exactly, but at least it didn't look like he was squeezing into clothes 3 sizes too small. Potter, you okay in there? Malfoy What was he going to do about Malfoy? And what was that potion? It wasn't some kind of self-revealer, he was pretty certain of that. Had someone invented a potion to make people look like Harry Potter? That didn't seem all that far-fetched, actually. But why target him? He threw open the bathroom door and tried to think of something sufficiently boy-hero to say. I need to talk to Dumbledore, he announced, barely managing not to sound as frightened as he felt. I can take you there, Malfoy said, sounding only a little disappointed. Come on, he should be in the Great Hall. Dennis knew that, of course, but decided that humoring Malfoy was the safest option. He wondered what Malfoy was thinking right now. As an evil Slytherin git, Malfoy should be one of Potter's enemies. So why this I'm your friend routine? Dennis was bewildered, and followed Malfoy without protest. He really did need to talk to Dumbledore. Bree massaged his temples as he waited for dinner to appear. Aunt Jeannie's concoctions had worked, but now he was finding it difficult to think clearly. His creativity especially was suffering. He wasn't thinking well on his feet, and it took him longer to process what was going on around him. It was very annoying, especially because he felt like an observer chained in the back of his own mind. He couldn't help wondering if it was actually worth it. Are you okay? Hermione inquired from across the table. He ignored her concern in favor on continuing to chase his current thoughts. Bree, what's wrong? SSSSH, he told her, closing his eyes to block her out. He heard her grumble something to Ginny, but didn't waste any brain power trying to decipher what it was. Jeannie's potions had taken his secrets and artificially hidden them while providing the intruder with meaningless surface thoughts that would lead him in the wrong direction. Bree wouldn't have thought of that as a solution to his problem, and still wasn't sure he was comfortable with it. Thinking clearly was just too important to him. He was fairly certain that he would rather die of sleep deprivation than live life with muddled, unclear thoughts. His slow train of thought was derailed when a sudden uproar filled the hall. Dumbledore very gently closed the translation of Salazar's notebook. It was inspired. Many of the thoughts written by the founder were considered foundations of magical theory now, but had hardly been conceived at the time the journal had been written. To have made so many steps forward, and yet to be so mired in hatred and fear, it made Dumbledore sad. The journal was exactly what he had hoped, though. Many of the potions and spells had either been lost to time or had never been shared with the public. A few, especially the ones with known counters, could be provided to the Dark Lord with much pomp and circumstance. Severus's place amongst the Death Eaters would be cemented, and there would be no real additional risk to the Order or to the children. All he needed to do was slip the counterspells into the children's curriculum and no one would be hurt. This war was already too costly. Too many good witches and wizards had fallen, with no hope in sight. What he really needed was the boy who disappeared, a child spoken of in prophecy and whispers. He'd been watching the progress of the Longbottom boy. The boy had made great strides forward, and would certainly be liked by the traditionalists who supported Dumbledore, but he lacked a certain charisma that would make him a great leader. With a sigh, Dumbledore stood. It was dinner time, and he had a duty to make an appearance. Usually he enjoyed dinners in the Great Hall. He liked to be surrounded by happiness and the fleeting joy of childhood. Lately, however, dinners had grown a bit too quiet. No one was free from the dark shadow cast by Voldemort's movements throughout Britain. He only hoped that tonight, the laughter would drown out the silence. Draco's mind was churning. A million possibilities were considered and discarded as he walked next to the boy with the lightning bolt scar. The possibility that this really was Harry Potter, magically turned up in the heart of Hogwarts after all these years, seemed too absurd to be the truth, and too absurd not to be. Where had he been? Why was he here now? What was his purpose? Thus far Potter had been annoyingly quiet on all subjects. He'd seemed really nervous at first, maybe even scared. Draco's pride swelled at the thought that even Harry Potter knew to be wary of Draco Malfoy. No matter why he was here or what would happen next, Draco couldn't wait to walk into the Great Hall with Harry Potter by his side. If he continued to play his cards right, and if Potter wasn't already too indoctrinated, there was even a possibility that he could be swayed. There wasn't much hope, of course, but Draco liked imagining the best possible outcomes even as he planned for the worst-case scenarios. This worst case, of course, involved Harry Potter being an indoctrinated idiot who required someone to put him out of his misery. With enough skill, Draco hoped to maneuver into position to be the one with the quick spell to end it. He knew the best ways to escape Hogwarts, and from there to find the Dark Lord. The rewards would be immeasurable. He felt giddy at the thought. He smiled as they approached the doors to the Great Hall. He was about to go down in history. Levi wasn't entirely sure what was going on with Bree, but he was becoming increasingly worried about his cousin. There had been something very off about him at lunch. He'd been quiet on all the subjects that usually go arise out of him, and when he had shown some inclination to speak, he'd been several thoughts behind the current conversation. It was odd, to say the least. After his earlier signs of sleep deprivation, Levi was starting to think that some sort of intervention was in order. He watched his cousin, not bothering to disguise his concern. Beside him, he knew Anya was doing the same. "Should we be doing something?" she asked, accent somewhat thicker than normal. "No." He tightened his lips for a moment in thought. "Nothing yet. Not unless something really big." "Oh look," said Luna Lovegood from across the table, "isn't that Harry Potter?" Levi's heart stopped for the breathless moment between hearing Luna's exclamation and whirling to face his cousin. He half expected to see the glamours shattered and the telltale scar vivid and pulsing. Instead, Bree was looking strangely bewildered, as though he too were unable to process the sudden uproar of the student body. "Oh my," said Anya, "could that really be him?" Levi followed her gaze to a pale young man in ill-fitting black robes. Levi absently catalogued the similarities and differences between this young man and his cousin. The facial features were nearly identical, though the change in skin tone was uncanny. This boy was shorter and slighter than Bree, though he still had an athlete's broad shoulders. His hair lacked any curl, though it was just as black and long as Bree's. The green eyes were the same, as were the scars, though Levi didn't remember his cousin's lightning bolt scar ever being that vivid and fresh. He wondered if that had to do with this boy being an imposter. It was the scars that made Levi fairly certain that whatever this boy was, he was not just a look-alike pulled off the street to impersonate Harry Potter. No one outside the family knew that Potter was burned on the face or that his scar had been lengthened and changed. No one outside the family knew that Potter wore his hair long, or that his shoulders were broad for a teenager, or that he'd had his eyesight corrected long ago. "Polyjuice," he muttered, eyes wide and palms sweaty. There was no other explanation. And if someone knew to Polyjuice his cousin, then someone knew who Harry Potter really was. And if that were the case, Levi was torn between running from the room to get help and staying to see what would happen next. The imposter swept by them, clearly on his way to the head table. Only then did Levi notice that Draco Malfoy, of all people, was walking closely behind. Was the imposter somehow connected with Malfoy? Things kept looking worse and worse. He glanced back over to Bree, who still seemed dazed by what was happening. Levi would have given anything to know what was going through his cousin's head at that moment. Bree stared at himself in confusion, unable to process such a completely unexpected turn of events. He looked different, shorter, smaller, paler. His stride was weak and not at all that of a trained warrior. He seemed more like a scared kid running for help than any kind of threat. But how was he there? How was he walking up the Great Hall with Malfoy? How was the adoption ritual reversed like that? He could only assume that this was what he would have looked like had he not been granted asylum by the Maltayas. But how could someone know that? Not even he really knew how he might have looked. It took a minute for him to clearly think of the fact that it couldn't possibly be him walking down the hall, and that minute for comprehension frightened him. That shouldn't even take thought, let alone serious contemplation. He watched not himself reach the head table and the trembling Dumbledore. Why was he surrendering himself to that old man? What an odd choice. A few minutes later the head table was empty of teachers and the room was buzzing with excited chatter and speculation. Bree wondered where all the teachers went. Where had not himself gone? He frowned down at his food, not even remembering when it had arrived. Albus Dumbledore had seen many things in his life, and hoped to see many more. He often dreamed of seeing Harry Potter walk through the Hogwarts Great Hall. It took him by surprise, then, to see that young man actually hurry through the doors and up the aisle toward the head table. He tried to stand, but found himself instead pressing his hands to his chest, trying to contain his sudden rush of excitement, hope, awe, and terror. Headmaster, I need to speak with you, Harry said, coming to a halt before the table. My dearest boy, Dumbledore whispered, then coughed to clear his throat. My dear Mr. Potter, and wasn't that name a treat? I am at your service. He rose, slowly, carefully, gripping the table tightly to support himself. Shall we adjourn to a more private location? Thank you, sir, said Harry, sounding just like his father. Dumbledore wasn't entirely sure what to make of the strange extra scars on the boy's face. How had he gotten them? Was someone training him to be a warrior? Anything seemed possible at that moment. They walked out of the room, Dumbledore hardly willing to take his eyes off of his newly discovered prize. This had to be the best day of his life. It might even beat out his defeat of Grindelwald. Harry Potter, alive, and home of his own volition. He reached out carefully, somewhat afraid that to touch the boy would cause him to disappear. He seemed a bit flighty. Harry jumped as Dumbledore touched him on the shoulder. He looked over with a strangely guilty expression. Was he feeling bad about disappearing? That would be nice. It would mean he was feeling some kind of connection or guilt. It would mean he was more likely to be ready to commit to the cause. That would be perfect. Dumbledore could feel everything coming together. He could hear his professors following them, talking amongst themselves. He should probably send them back to the Great Hall to quell the rumors, not that they knew what the truth was yet, of course. He was pretty sure that Harry would be more comfortable in a one-on-one meeting. After all, he hadn't asked to speak to the entire Hogwarts staff. They reached the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore turned to face his professors, hand still resting on Harry's shoulder. My dear professors, I must ask you to go back to the Great Hall. As soon as I have news, you know that I will share it with you. Someone, probably Severus, snorted loudly. For now, Mr. Potter and I shall converse privately. But headmaster, began Minerva, stepping forward and looking far too prepared to battle for her right to be present at the meeting. You are needed by the students, Dumbledore interrupted. He fixed her with a steely look. Hopefully she would take that as a sign to back off, for the good of wizarding kind. I'm not, said Sirius, who was looking at Harry with a hungry, haunted look in his eyes. Dumbledore was afraid of what would happen if he refused Sirius entrance, but more afraid of allowing the desperate man to interfere with the coming interview. They had no idea where Harry had been or how he would respond. There will be plenty of time for reunions later, said Dumbledore, smiling genially. Before anyone had a chance to protest, he steered Harry into the staircase and let the gargoyle jump shut behind them. Headmaster, Harry began, sounding nervous. Come, sit, said Dumbledore, ushering Harry forward to sit in the visitor's chair. Lemo. Drop. No, thank you, Headmaster. Sir. Mr. Potter, I cannot begin to tell you how happy we are to have you back. Where have you been? No, Headmaster, I'm not. I understand if you don't want to talk about it, Mr. Potter. But it really is for the best so that we can best know how to proceed. Now that you're here, I'm sure you would like to start classes as soon as possible. His hands were itching to grab the sorting hat and jam it on the boy's head without further delay. No, but why not? Hogwarts, as I'm sure you are aware, is the premier wizarding school in Britain. I'm not Potter, the boy blurted, red-faced. I'm Dennis Creevey. I think someone pranked me, sir. They gave me a potion, and now I look like this. I don't know what to do, sir. The silence stretched for an infinite moment. Not Harry Potter. A prank. Dumbledore took a long, deep breath. For so much hope to be so suddenly killed, it was nearly unbearable. What kind of cruel prank was this? I see, he said slowly, feeling the weight of the world once again descend on his shoulders. I see. Mr. Creevey, please tell me more about this. He paused. Prank. Well, sir, I drank a potion. Creevey leaned forward, obviously relieved to have an outlet for his story. It was gold and it smelled, like cinnamon. And it was really spicy, worse than pepper up. I remember someone giving it to me and telling me to drink it, maybe after potions. But I don't really remember who, or when, or anything. And you just drank this mysterious potion. Dumbledore couldn't help feeling a little skeptical. Maybe it was because of the false hope of finding Harry, but he just couldn't believe that any of the students would be so stupid as to drink an unknown potion without consulting a qualified wizard or witch. Well, yes, Creevy admitted, looking sheepish. It looked odd on Harry's face, with the scar tissue pulling in a grotesque manner. I see. And do you happen to have any of the potion left? No, sir. I have the vial, though. He fumbled about with his pockets for a moment before pulling out a small glass vial and setting it on the table. Thank you, Mr. Creevy. Dumbledore looked at the empty vial, then looked up, catching the boy's eyes. His mind was completely unprotected, without even the rudimentary shields that most purebloods erected naturally. The boy's mind was in turmoil. Everything was laced with fear and confusion. He didn't know what was happening or why. All he knew was what he'd said. Someone had slipped him the potion and he had turned into the missing hero of the wizarding world. In another situation, Dumbledore might have been amused by the boy's short-lived theory of actually being Harry Potter. When he tried to push further, to unravel the rest of Creevy's day, he found a strange yellow string wrapped around the boy's thoughts. The string bound together some moments, and cut off access to others. All Dumbledore could really tell for sure was that Creevy was right in guessing that he'd been given the potion after his potions class. Attempting to cut the string would probably require the boy's permission. It was wrapped strategically through his mind and any action to change its position would be easily detectable. Regretfully, he pulled out without the answer he wanted. He could come back to it later, if need be. More important was figuring out what the potion was and what to tell the students. And whether he could duplicate the effects. The professors paraded back into the Great Hall without a word. The looks on their faces revealed nothing new. Hermione wasn't sure what to make of everything that had happened. As smart as she was, she just couldn't string everything together coherently. It was incredibly frustrating to say the least. Harry Potter, she muttered, looking around at her equally bewildered friends. Harry Potter. Here. Now. Why? If it even was Potter, said Ginny, shrugging slightly. How would we know? I mean, we know what his parents looked like, but so does everyone else. Someone might be able to fake it. Dumbledore would figure that out, said Ron. Besides, did you see his scar? All of them, said Hermione, grimacing slightly. That was horrible. Did you see how burned his face was? It was like someone was, she trailed off, unable to complete the horrible thought. Was trying to burn away his identifying scar. Hermione glanced over at Bree, and was reminded how sickly he'd seemed all week. Now he looked wan and ready to collapse. She felt a rush of concern despite her excitement. Yeah, said Ginny, not seeming to notice Bree's illness. And that weird old scar across his nose. Who would do that? I heard that something went wrong in the Muggle home he was put into, said Seamus, leaning over the table. I read that they locked his uncle up for being a murdering beep. Next to her, Neville suddenly scrambled away from the table, face white as a sheet. He stuttered something that might have been, gotta go, then bolted awkwardly from the room as though a demon were chasing him. What on earth got into him? Asked Hermione, staring after him with some concern. Dunno, said Ginny. I should probably go check on him. She glanced toward the professors sitting silently at the head table, obviously torn. I'll go, said Bree unexpectedly. He heaved himself away from the table, leaning heavily on his cane. Thanks, said Ginny. I'll find you guys as soon as we hear news, okay? Bree nodded as he headed toward the exit. The next time Hermione glanced over, his little Ravenclaw cousin had manifested at his elbow and was walking with him. That was good, at least she wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. The Maltayas were good at taking care of their own. We need Uncle Shay, said Levi as the doors to the Great Hall closed behind them. He'll know what to do. We need to find Neville, said Bree, still trying to chase down the train of thought that had led to that conclusion. Something was wrong with his thought process. Everything was so scrambled. Oh right, Aunt Jeannie's potions. And that had been Harry Potter in the Great Hall that had sent Neville into a cold sweat. But it wasn't him. Right. Why is Neville scared of Harry Potter? Asked Bree. Longbottom is scared of Potter. Levi repeated, sounding as confused as Bree felt. What reason would he have for being scared of Potter? I don't know. That's why I asked, he said, frowning at his cousin. Usually Levi wasn't this slow. Levi glared back at him. What makes you think that he's scared? He ran, said Bree. Scared people run. Explaining his thoughts further would take too much brain power. He concentrated on the next logical step. Terrified Gryffindors ran to places they felt comfortable when their flight instincts took over. Where did Neville feel comfortable? Bree gripped Levi's shoulder as they started up the stairs. This was going to be harder than he thought. Neville leaned against the stone wall and stared at the empty window seat in horror. He could feel the cold sweat on the back of his neck. His skin felt clammy and his head felt tight enough to burst. There were no words to describe the burden of his new knowledge except, perhaps, dead meat. If only he were wrong. But he had recognized those scars. He had seen them once before, in the mirror. The lightning bolt hadn't stood out like that, but there was no mistaking that burn and that scarred cheek. If only the polyjuice were where he left it, he would have been able to relax. That would have proven he was overreacting, just like the rash Gryffindor he was. But no, the potion was gone and there could be no other explanation for Harry Bloody Potter's sudden reappearance. I'm dead, he whispered, head pounding. I'm actually dead. Not even his sometimes friendship with Gabriel would save him now. He slid down the wall, unable to stay standing under the staggering weight of his knowledge. Harry Potter had been abused by his relatives. He had been rescued was the only word for it, by Sarai Maltea. Her family had hidden him for reasons Neville didn't want to seriously contemplate. They had raised Harry Potter to be a murdering military dictator and had cemented the alliance by marrying him off to a daughter of the family. The daughter of a known ally of the Dark Lord. At least his presence at Hogwarts, which had always puzzled Neville, could now be rationally explained. Not that the knowledge meant much now. Where could he hide from the wrath of the Malteas? Oh, there you are. Neville rolled to the side and vomited. Melly frowned down at her soup as her fellow Slytherins nattered away about the reappearance of Harry Potter. It was odd. The timing was too close to be coincidental. Her potion had something to do with his reappearance, but what? What had that potion been? She wouldn't be happy until she figured it out. As soon as dinner was over, she would go back to the window seat. Whoever had left the potion might have left some other clue that an enterprising young witch could follow. To be the person who rediscovered Harry Potter. She glanced over at Malfoy. He was holding court over the Slytherins as usual, though this time he had something real to prop up his pretensions. Everyone had seen him walk in with Potter, and even the Ravenclaws were leaning in to try and hear more. She wanted to tell them that it had been her. She was the person who had produced Harry Potter. But until she could reproduce her results, it seemed better to wait. Mother would not want her tipping her hand too soon. Sirius was in a fog. He'd been chatting with Minerva. The conversation had been rousing, though he couldn't remember the details anymore. When the commotion had started, he hadn't bothered to look until he'd heard the name. Harry Potter. And there he'd been, walking up the aisle as alive and well as any teenage boy could hope to be. He'd looked so like James, though he'd lacked the confident stride that had so marked his father. Still, there had been purpose in that walk, and determination as he faced the headmaster. His eyes had been as green and clear as lilies, with none of the hardness that had clouded hers in the later days of the war. The scars had broken his heart. Every facial twitch had pulled and stretched the scars, calling attention to the horror that had been done to him as a child. Sirius had wept when he saw those scars. He'd heard that things had been bad in the Dursley house, but nothing had prepared him for that. Then, to be denied the right to speak to his own godson, to touch him and reassure them both of the reality, he had come closer in that moment to understanding the lure of the dark arts than he cared to admit. Dumbledore had no right to do what he had done. Sirius was the boy's rightful guardian. Sirius had the right and the obligation to be present in that room for the interview. He barely noticed Minerva's gentle hand on his shoulder, but when she urged him to start walking, he shrugged her away. I need to stay here, he told her, voice thick with emotion. I need to be here when they come down. I need to. She sighed and patted his arm. All right, stay here. You should think about calling Remus. He would want to know. They had all left him alone then, standing in the hall outside the headmaster's office. He couldn't believe how easily and obediently they walked away from the savior of the wizarding world. How could they not stay, standing guard at the door? Sirius didn't understand. As his mind whirled from one thought to another, it occurred to him that Minerva had a point. Remus had a right to know. He wouldn't be allowed back on campus, of course. Too many parents had learned the truth about his affliction, thanks to Snape. Still, they could meet in Hogsmeade. If the situations were reversed, Sirius would expect Remus to tell him immediately that Harry had been found. But how could he walk away now? How could he bear to walk away from Harry now? Levi wrinkled his nose and suppressed his own gag reflex. Scourgify, he muttered, waving his wand at the Gryffindor's mess. Maybe Bree's theory was correct. Longbottom seemed terrified of something. Bree eased himself down against the stone wall to sit next to Longbottom. They made an odd pair. Neville was sick and shaking, while Bree was pale and strangely unfocused. Levi was fairly certain that he was missing something important. Hi, said Longbottom, eyes darting around as though searching for an exit. Hi, said Bree, eyes focused somewhere near the windowsill across the narrow hall. Levi paused for a moment, looking down at the two of them. He didn't want to miss anything, but he got the feeling that this conversation would go much better if he wasn't present for it. He was also pretty sure that Bree wouldn't want to be caught like this. He was far too vulnerable, sitting there slumped against the wall. With a careful swish of the wand, Levi provided the boys with a privacy bubble and walked away to sit near the stairs. He needed to do some strategizing of his own. For one thing, Uncle Shay would need to be contacted. Whatever it was that had just happened would have serious repercussions for everyone. Neville closed his eyes as the Defane boy waved his wand around in a distinctly threatening manner. He felt the strange echoing silence of a privacy ward, and opened his eyes in surprise. The cousin was walking away. He felt his heart flutter again. Maybe he would survive to see his 17th birthday after all. You ran, said Gabriel. His head seemed to loll against his shoulder as he turned to look at Neville. He was obviously still sick. Yes. It came out as an embarrassing squeak, but at least it came out clearly. Why are you scared of? There was an odd pause, Potter. If Neville had doubted what was going on, that pause would have erased the last of his doubts. A fraction of his brain was aware that Gabriel was acting out of character, and that there might be more going on than Neville was aware. In fact, he thought ruefully, there usually was. Neville coughed, trying to keep his voice from squeaking. He was a Gryffindor. He was supposed to be brave in the face of danger. I know where Potter is. There was a moment of silence. Yes, we all know. Potter is in the headmaster's office. Gabriel sounded as though this was both a fact and a bewildering paradox. That's just someone who looks like he could be Potter, said Neville, eyes focusing on the windowsill. It was easier to confess without eye contact. The real one is already enrolled at Hogwarts. The silence stretched into infinity. Neville's stomach did a backflip. I see, said Gabriel. This was followed by a tiny sigh. I'm sorry, Harry, Neville said. I thought I wanted to know. I'm sorry too, said Gabriel. I'm not sure. My uncle will be told, of course. I wish there was another way. I liked having you as a friend. When the gargoyle stepped aside, it was only Dumbledore who exited. Sirius nearly screamed in frustration. You have no right, he growled, stepping into Dumbledore's personal space. Harry is my godson. You have no right to keep him from me. Let me see him. I'm sorry, my boy, replied the headmaster, reaching up to touch his shoulder. Sirius growled and the headmaster wisely held his hands out instead. I truly am. I don't know how to tell you, but that boy is not Harry Potter. The bottom dropped out of Sirius's stomach. He felt like a portkey had him and wouldn't land. There was only the rushing in his ears, the spinning of his world, and the headmaster standing there looking sad and reassuring. It was an elaborate prank, I'm afraid, and that boy upstairs is a victim in it. He has no idea how he came to look like that, I assure you that I am going to do everything in my power to find out. Sirius's body reminded him that he needed to breathe, and he shakily ked in air. A prank. It was a prank. For the first time in his life, it occurred to Sirius that pranks were cruel and not very funny at all. It occurred to him that he had been a cruel child, and he hated that self with a strange suddenness that left him reeling. He didn't watch as Dumbledore walked away, leaving him to his thoughts in the corridor. Melly glared around the empty hall. There were no signs of anyone else passing through, and no convenient notes announcing who had left the potion. She hadn't expected it to be easy, but she had hoped to find something. She could feel opportunity rapidly slipping away. By this time, Dumbledore undoubtedly knew that the entire thing was a prank. He wouldn't be fooled for long once the Creevy boy opened his mouth. What really concerned Melly was the possibility of Dumbledore replicating the results of her blunder before she could. If he could conjure a Potter at will, he would be holding too many cards. Even worse, she knew that Dumbledore was a Legolas. She was skilled at her mind trick, but not skilled enough to erase all traces of her presence. This was never supposed to come to Dumbledore's attention. It was supposed to have been a schoolyard prank where no one really got hurt. Instead, the headmaster would likely inspect the boy's head and find her. She really didn't want to get sent home. Her father had pulled a lot of strings to include her in the exchange program. She couldn't afford another black mark on her record. She needed to talk to Dennis. Levi sighed as he watched the two older boys get to their feet. Bree stumbled slightly, and Longbottom reached out a steadying hand. It seemed they had worked things out between them, whatever the problem had been. Both were pale and sickly looking, but both seemed to be ready to face whatever it was they perceived as standing against them. Things were moving too quickly for the headmaster to contain. Students had been sending out owls all evening, and he had already been contacted by the Daily Prophet for comment on the return of the boy hero. He had been tempted to claim that it really had been Potter, to affirm that they'd known where he was all along and that Potter was almost ready to face the Dark Lord. The probable repercussions had given him pause, however, and he had decided that it was best to tell a version of the truth. A student had pulled an elaborate prank, and that was that. Until he could reliably reproduce the results, it would behoove no one to claim Potter's return. Dumbledore sighed and leaned back in his chair. He needed to go back into Creevy's mind and cut that yellow string. He needed to know what kind of potion he had consumed and who had made it. Severus should know more, if he could be convinced to help. The door to his office swung open. "I hear it wasn't Potter," said Severus, voice strangely free of emotion. "You must be terribly disappointed." "I am," Dumbledore admitted with a tired sigh. "It would have been much easier if it was Potter. The boy was a student, a victim of some kind of prank. He said he drank an unknown potion." Severus's face twisted into a dark expression. "Merlin saved me from the idiocy of children. Well, it seems he was magically coerced. Something is going on here. Someone knows something. But what?" Dumbledore shook his head slowly. "It just doesn't make any sense. Why am I here?" The student described the potion he drank as being golden in color, smelling like cinnamon, tasting spicy. "What kind of potion is that?" Dumbledore leaned forward, his hands clenched on the table in front of him. He tried to relax and look natural, but it was difficult. Snape frowned. "That could describe any number of potions. I'm more interested in its effects. Either it projected a created image, or it copied an existing template. The first would use a known base potion that would accept a magically created image. That kind of potion takes master-level skill. I am the only one in this school capable of brewing something like that. It could be purchased, though. A handful of brewers in the UK are capable enough." Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. "Or, I'm sure you've already considered that it could be Polyjuice, in which case it is a message from someone that they know where Potter is hiding." "I don't know what they gain from it," Severus shrugged. "Maybe you will be receiving some kind of ransom notice in the near future." A ransom notice. He hadn't thought of that. Things just kept getting more complicated. Neville followed Gabriel into their dorm room and locked the door. A quick series of spells ensured their privacy. So far Gabriel didn't appear to want him dead, and cooperating seemed like the sanest choice. "I'm sorry," he said again as he watched his former friend, flop down on his bed. "How did you know?" asked Gabriel, sounding surprisingly disinterested in the answer. "I thought we were so careful." "I didn't. Not really," admitted Neville. "At least not about the Potter thing. I've always known you were adopted." I just figured out that the Maltayas must have done an adoption ritual on you. No way you'd look so much like them, otherwise. And, Hermione's been researching blood rituals. I figured Polyjuice would probably show me your true face. He swallowed, looking away. I really thought I wanted to know. I was planning to drink it myself, in private. And now he wished, more than anything in the world, that he wasn't an absent-minded idiot who left potions in window seats. If only he had just quaffed the potion that morning in the dubious privacy of their dorm room. Better still if only he had just ignored his curiosity and dumped the damn potion down the drain. That was good thinking, Gabriel said, surprising him. Your reasoning was very logical. What's going to happen to me? Asked Neville, finally sitting down on his own bed. He was trying to be brave, but it was rather difficult under the circumstances. I am from the ancient and noble house of Longbottom, you know. People would notice if I went missing. But no one would be surprised if the Dark Lord got you, said Gabriel, sounding appallingly nonchalant. He tends to target your sort, and he likes my lord uncle. Neville blanched. He'd accepted that the Maltayas would probably do something to him, but he hadn't even considered that the Dark Lord might get involved. Please, he choked out, I thought we were friends. Don't turn me over to the Dark Lord. You know what happened to my parents. That got Gabriel's attention. He turned his head to make eye contact with Neville, and for the first time he seemed to fight his way clear of his current fugue. I do. I'm sorry. The Dark Lord has a channel into my mind, Neville. This damn scar. It's not just a curse legacy. He rubbed his forehead where Neville now knew a lightning bolt was carved. I've been fighting to keep him out, but he's getting stronger. I couldn't anymore. I'm all jumbled now. Nothing is where it should be. He frowned, his eyes losing focus. I don't think I'm supposed to tell anyone, but I can't remember, can't think. I feel like I've lost my mind. I can't. He broke off and brought both his hands up to cover his face. Was he crying? Neville stared. What was he supposed to say? That everything would be all right. He was pretty sure it wouldn't be, and he was even more sure that it wasn't his responsibility to comfort the boy who was likely the reason he was going to die in the next few days. Still, it was hard to see a friend in pain. I'm so close, Gabriel whispered. 2 more, and we'll be done. Only 2 and I'll be free. I need to be free of him. Tell me how, and I'll help you. It was insane. He didn't even know what Gabriel was saying, but he couldn't help it. His friend needed him and he couldn't not help. Just tell me how, Neville repeated. Levi watched the older boys disappear into the Gryffindor common room. He wished they had gone somewhere he could follow. Something was wrong with Bree, and whatever had happened in the Great Hall, Longbottom had something to do with it. He needed to call Shay. They needed to get Bree out of Hogwarts, needed to get him safe. Whatever was happening to him was jeopardizing his ability to handle the current crisis. Someone else was going to need to come in and manage the situation without giving away that the Maltayas knew anything about Potter. The timing ked. Maybe they could use Bree's lingering illness in their favor. Maybe it wasn't Shay he needed to contact, maybe it was Amy. She would be able to use the excuse of her brother's strange sickness to gain access to Hogwarts and assess whether further precautionary measures would be necessary. But he would need to contact her in a way that wasn't suspicious, that wouldn't make anyone else think that this was connected to the appearance of Harry Potter. He needed Granger to make the call. Hermione wasn't sure what was going on, but it sure had the school in a state of uproar. The Great Hall had exploded with gossip as soon as the teachers had left. The air practically quivered with excitement and anticipation. Harry Potter. She had done research about him years ago, back when she had first noticed Dumbledore's sad looks at the Gryffindor table at every beginning of the year feast. She knew his story, knew what he purportedly did for the wizarding world back when he was an infant. But why was he still important? Not to be callous, but what was done was done. His existence was a miracle, yes, but how was that important now? The hall was hemorrhaging students. Everyone wanted to be the first to get the news out. Across the table Ron was trying to explain the whole situation to Dean and another Muggle-born student. He's our hero, he was saying again. We grew up hearing his story. He's the boy who lived. He defeated you-know-who. But you-know-who is still around, Dean pointed out. Just last week he was spotted with his Death Eaters near Loch Lomond. I said defeated, didn't I? Grumbled Ron, deflating slightly. Look, surviving the killing curse is unheard of. No one else has ever done it. Ever. That's enough to make him famous all by itself. Add to that he bought us how many years of peace. Come on, that's got to be worth something. The rumors say he's being trained, added Ginny. That he'll protect us from those that seek to harm our world. Fat lot of good he's done us so far, said Dean with a shrug. I'm just saying, he can't be all that. Ron scowled as they all started getting up from the table to head back to the common room. Hermione wondered why he was getting so worked up about it. Sure, Ron was generally excitable, but what was special about this? This whole thing, she decided, was just fascinating. She couldn't wait to meet Potter and figure out what this was really all about. Dennis Creevy was having a minor panic attack. The headmaster had been kind to him, assuring him that he was in no trouble, though he should probably be more careful about unknown substances in the future. He'd been given a private room to wait in until the potion effects wore off. It had taken about an hour, but he'd finally felt his underwear getting looser and the back of his neck stopped itching. After a last check in a mirror to assure himself that he was, in fact, Dennis Creevy on the outside, he headed for the Gryffindor common room. As soon as he stepped through the portrait hole, he wished he'd stayed in the private room for a few more hours. The Gryffindor common room was full of students babbling about the incident. It had taken a matter of seconds for him to figure out that they didn't know the truth, but that didn't help as much as he'd thought. For whatever reason, Dumbledore was choosing to keep it a secret, and that made Dennis nervous. That made Dennis worry that something was going on, and he didn't want any part of it. Levi crouched in front of the Ravenclaw fireplace, trying to ignore the crowd of students eagerly waiting for their turns. The prefects had imposed time limits on calls and were allowing students to make calls in order of age and grades. Levi had been about 2/3 of the way down the list, above a few of the less studious fourth years, but below most of the other Ravenclaws. A quiet word with Anya, however, had bumped him straight to the top. She had assured him that the inconvenience of a spot near the end wasn't going to make that big of a deal. She didn't really know anyone who would care that Potter had been spotted. He waited for the fire to turn green and stuck in his head. There was no one in the receiving room, but he wasn't surprised. A quick shout brought Camille hurrying in, and within 20 seconds Uncle Shay and Aunt Jenny were both sitting in front of the fireplace, worried expressions imperfectly masked. Harry Potter showed up in the Great Hall with Draco Malfoy during dinner, Levi announced in Hindi, dispensing with small talk. Dumbledore immediately squirreled him away somewhere. No one is quite sure where he came from or where he is now. Shay and Jenny exchanged a look that Levi couldn't quite decipher, but he was sure it meant nothing good. That's interesting information. Thank you, said Shay in the same language. And how are you, nephew? How is Gabriel? I'm very well, uncle, thank you, Levi said, playing along. Gabriel, however, is quite ill. He's been sleeping poorly and now there seems to be something seriously impeding his mental acuity. Yes, said Jenny, grimacing. We expected that to happen. Levi's eyebrows shot up. This was intentional. The others had known and hadn't told him. That was almost unconscionable to Levi's way of thinking. He was the one who would need to know what was going on in situations, well, like this one. He's been having induced nightmares, said Jenny very carefully. I gave him something to help him sleep at night, and something to keep his mind otherwise occupied. Levi wasn't sure he completely understood, but he nodded anyways. He'd have time to figure it out later. I have a time limit, Levi admitted. Before I go, is there anything else that I need to know? He left the accusation that he had needed the information about the induced nightmares, and spoken but quite clear. Shay frowned at him in disapproval, but before he could reprimand Levi's cheek, Aunt Jenny cut in. Just watch out for him, Levi. He's very vulnerable right now. I find it very concerning that this is all happening right now. I'm worried about my son-in-law. When do you think he will be back to himself? Asked Levi, ignoring the tap he felt on his shoulder. His time was up. It will be a few days, said Jenny, bowing her head slightly. This is terrible timing. Before he could answer, he was pulled out of the fire by a prefect. Time's up, Defane, the older girl said, ignoring his scowl. Next. Neville released the privacy spells when he heard the building noises from the common room. Everyone was returning from dinner, full of excitement about the evening's surprise. Neville glanced over at Gabriel, who was still sprawled on top of his bed, staring at his canopy. I unlocked the door, said Neville. The other boys are back. I guess, we'll talk about this later. Yeah, okay, said Gabriel, sounding far away. That's good. Neville shook his head, not sure what to make of everything that was happening. He needed time to sort things out in his head, that was for sure. He still hadn't completely come to terms with the ramifications of Gabriel being Harry Potter. Ron, Seamus, and Dean burst into the room, starting their nightly routine without a single glance toward the two occupied beds. Telling you, Seamus was saying, it isn't what it looked like. There's something fishy going on. Who cares? Said Dean, obviously continuing an ongoing argument. Who cares about a baby that disappeared a decade ago? Yeah, he's a magical miracle, but that doesn't make him the answer to the world's prayers. Think about it. What if he's been living a normal life until now? And suddenly he's expected to kill a Dark Lord and save a world? How messed up is that? He's the boy who lived, yelled Ron, that's what matters. Who cares what kind of life he's had? He's our savior. Wow, said Dean, it must really s.k. to be Harry Potter. Have you ever thought about what happens if he doesn't come save your asses? Our asses, corrected Seamus. You're one of us now, Dean, like it or not. Neville found himself agreeing with Dean. When he'd thought about the boy who lived, it had never been as a person, only as the symbol of the hope during dark times. Now that he knew Gabriel, he couldn't help thinking that being Harry Potter really did s.k. He toed off his shoes and laid back in bed, glancing over at Gabriel as he did. The other boy hadn't moved and didn't show any sign of having heard the extremely loud argument. He needed to snap out of it, soon. Jenny sat back as the fire extinguished itself. She had known the risks of the potions she had passed along to Bree, had known that they would cause a loss of awareness and decrease his ability to process new information. It had been less than ideal, but it was the best option open to them short of allowing the Dark Lord to discover Bree's true identity. Did you know this would happen? Shay asked quietly. Of course not, she snapped. I knew he would be vulnerable, but you couldn't expect me to anticipate this. No, he sighed, reaching out, of course not. He squeezed her hand. How could you, any of us, have known Harry Potter would show up? How did it happen? She wondered, looking down at their clasped hands. Obviously it wasn't Bree. He doesn't look like Harry Potter anymore. Even if his glamour failed, the connection might not get made. The scar is so faded. Not anymore, said Shay. It's been inflamed. It stands out now. There's no missing it. But you're right that Bree no longer looks like Potter. Something else must have happened. I wish Levi had been able to tell us more. He told us what we needed to know as safely as he could. Harry Potter visited Hogwarts. It must have been a potion. Someone must know. They were both silent for a moment, then Shay sighed. I guess we should call Rye, he said, grimacing. Jenny snorted softly. That call would not go well. And Amy, she said. Why don't I go make that call from the parlor and you call Rye from here? Cheater, he said. You're just trying to get out of dealing with an angry Rye. She's your sister, said Jenny with a forced smile. The bantering felt forced, and as much as she didn't want to make the call to Amy, it was better than sitting there and pretending everything was all right. She left the room abruptly. They needed to start taking control of this situation before anything else went wrong. The next morning the entire school arrived early to breakfast. Hermione had followed her housemates with interest. Gryffindors were never up this early, and they certainly weren't so awake. Even Ron was bright-eyed and bouncing as they made their way to the Great Hall, joining throngs of students jockeying for preferred seats and looking around for the boy savior. She noticed most of the other houses sending curious looks their way, perhaps assuming that the boy who lived must have already been sorted into Gryffindor. They would be disappointed, of course. There was only one student who appeared to have missed the message about bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. What's wrong with Bree? She asked as she sat down across from Ginny, next to Neville. Bree sat on his other side looking positively ill. He was usually up as early as Hermione, sharply dressed and prompt to breakfast. Not this morning. Unlike their chattering housemates, Bree was slouching, something she couldn't recall ever seeing him do, with his elbows on the table as he pushed otherwise untouched oatmeal around in a bowl. Even his curls lacked luster today. I don't think he's feeling well, said Neville. He wouldn't look at her, which was a sure sign that he knew more than he was willing to share. He was like this last night, too. I know he's been ill for a while, Hermione replied, leaning forward to inspect Bree more carefully. But I thought he was getting better. Is this normal for wizards? I don't think I've ever seen any magical person stay so sick for so long. It was even stranger that Bree wasn't speaking up for himself. It wasn't unusual for her to talk to Neville like this in his hearing, but he usually smirked and made snide comments. Today he didn't even seem to notice they were talking about him. It's not, said Neville. Normal. I mean, usually we see a healer who gives us potions and we get better. Should we talk to Madame Pomfrey? Asked Hermione, frowning. I know he won't go himself. Maybe she can call his sister, since he doesn't like strangers getting near him while he's vulnerable. Neville finally turned to look at her, a strained expression on his face. What do you mean, Hermione? He asked, breaking eye contact immediately. Hermione was distracted from worrying about Bree and started to worry about Neville. Was he sick too? Was it catching? She noticed that he hadn't touched breakfast either, which was out of character for Neville. Are you okay? She asked, ignoring his question. She tried to feel his forehead for a fever, but he dodged away. I'm fine, he insisted, just tired. It was hard to get to sleep last night. Hermione opened her mouth to follow up, but closed it again as Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall and headed straight for the front of the teacher's platform. The hall quieted with preternatural speed as students hushed each other. Ladies and gentlemen, the headmaster began, looking far too serious for a man bearing good news. I am sure you are all desperately curious about the scene we witnessed last night. I regret to inform you that it was a prank. A whisper skittered through the hush of the hall, then died. Any knowledge of how and why this prank came about should be brought to my attention immediately. The silence held as the headmaster took his seat among the gathered professors and then shattered as everyone started speculating at once. Ron was louder than most, continuing what sounded like a very heated discussion with Dean and Seamus. Hermione turned back to Neville. Well, that's an interesting turn of events, she said, since it seemed only fitting that she comment on the subject everyone was discussing. A prank. I wonder how they accomplished it. How did they know what Harry Potter would look like? Those scars were pretty wicked, too, said Ginny, turning away from her brother's escalating shouting match to face her friends across the table. Who thought of adding those to his face? I wonder if that's what he actually looks like. Well, they might have used polyjuice, said Hermione, pointing out the obvious. If they knew where Potter was, or had some of his baby hair, that would definitely be the easiest way to go. By the way Ginny and Neville stared at her, it hadn't been so obvious to them. She shrugged. At least that's how I would do it. Any other potion would take skill way beyond what we're capable of. Even Professor Snape might have trouble brewing a potion that projects a created image like that. And the brewer would have to be in on the prank, which doesn't really make sense. Who would do that? What do you think, Bree? But when she turned to the only Gryffindor she could rely on to keep up with her in potions, he was still staring blankly into his oatmeal. That's it, she muttered. I've had it. I told you if you didn't get better I'd call your sister, she said, raising her voice. And you aren't getting better. So get up. We're going to the infirmary. When he didn't follow her to his feet, she stared at the back of Neville's head until he turned around to look at her. She jerked her head toward their lethargic friend, crossing her arms and tapping her foot impatiently. What if he doesn't want to go? Asked Neville, following her dark look. Neville, the most exciting thing to happen all year just turned out to be a prank, and Bree is more interested in not eating his oatmeal. I think he's lost his right to have an opinion about this. If you're not going to help me, I'll go find that Defane kid. All right, grumbled Neville, getting to his feet. Come on, Gabriel. Hermione wants to call your sister. Hermione watched as Bree finally reacted, turning to look at Neville. She shivered. Usually his eyes were incredibly expressive, bright and full of energy and intelligence. Now his eyes were blank and empty. He must have understood, though, because he stood up and followed Neville without much prompting, which was weird, since he hadn't responded to her at all this morning. What was up with the sudden closeness between those two? She turned toward Ginny, who was watching them with a small frown. Sorry, Ginny, she said with a helpless shrug. She didn't invite the other girl along, and Ginny didn't volunteer to come. But she did force a smile, which did little to make Hermione feel better. Their relationship was still strained, but it was getting better. She wasn't sure how the younger girl would react to this new development, though, now both Hermione and Neville were getting buddy-buddy with Gabriel and excluding her. Hermione resolved to make it up to Ginny as soon as possible. Nothing good ever happened at 4 a.m. Amy grumbled as she rolled out of bed, summoned by the soft chime of an incoming call. She'd briefly considered kicking Audric awake and making him deal with it, but she had a feeling it was for her. It was usually for her at 4 a.m., because that's when nothing good was happening. She quietly shut the bedroom door behind her and padded barefoot out into the living room. To her surprise, it wasn't a frightened apprentice with an emergency. Monsieur Longbottom. She put her hands on her hips and gave the boy her most impassive stare. He turned a gratifying shade of red and looked away, though that might be because she hadn't bothered with a housecoat over her nightgown. Sorry to bother you, our Sinclair, but there's something wrong with Gabriel. He's been sick for a week or two and not getting any better, and today he seems a lot worse. Amice kept her worried grimace purely internal and instead raised an imperious eyebrow. Aunt Jenny had explained what was going on and had given some recommendations for improving the situation. She'd even suggested pulling Bree out of school until things were fixed. If they had known the Dark Lord would be making a comeback, they never would have agreed to let Bree go to Hogwarts in the first place. The situation had become entirely too volatile in Amice's opinion. He's, really confused and can't seem to stay focused. I think it would be best if you could come, ma'am. Amy did a brief mental calculation. I can be there in 20 minutes, she told him firmly. Make him lie down, but otherwise don't touch him or talk to him. I am on my way. Longbottom looked strangely grateful, and she wondered whether Bree had managed to patch their relationship. Uncle Shay would not approve, of course. Friends outside the family were tolerated but not encouraged. It was bad enough that Bree and Skyly were so close, and Sky was useful to the family. Though Longbottom had potential political connections, she assumed. She decided it was not her business as she went back to the bedroom to change. Not wanting to wake her husband, she grabbed the first clean clothes she could find. She needed to flow to the hospital in order to use their international connection, and preferred not to wear her healer greens. If she wore her robes, the damn apprentices would descend en masse with all of their emergencies. In jeans and a t-shirt, she might just escape their notice. The trip went faster than she'd anticipated. One apprentice saw her flow in, had opened his mouth, no doubt to beg for help, and then closed it immediately at her cold expression. Or maybe it was the Hello Kitty t-shirt. He'd stared as she walked by, but had remained blessedly silent as she'd stalked past. She stepped into the Hogwarts infirmary to a much calmer scene than last time. Longbottom and the Granger girl sat next to Bree, talking softly. Bree was lying back, apparently fascinated by the ceiling. The nurse was a few beds down talking with a student whose smoking ears indicated a mild cold. It irked her to wait, but she knew there wasn't any rush, so she waited politely for the nurse to acknowledge her presence. Madame Pomfrey had seemed like a capable school nurse. She ran a clean infirmary with an efficient layout and well-stocked cupboards. She might not be a healer, but she knew her business. And she knew when she was in over her head, which was a quality Amy especially admired, and she had seemed interested in learning how to be better, another quality Amy liked in a nurse. Good morning, our Sinclair, Madame Pomfrey greeted pleasantly as she bustled over. Thank you for joining us. I understand the time differences made the call somewhat inconvenient. Thank you for understanding the special needs of my brother, Amy responded, unbending enough to smile briefly at the other woman. I know it can be difficult to let other healers invade one's territory, especially a nurse as capable as you appear. Madame Pomfrey beamed, and it was obvious that any ruffled feathers had been properly soothed. Amy liked this nurse much better than the one at Beauxbatons, but refrained from mentioning it. She wanted to get down to business so she'd be home in time to fix Tay's breakfast. She walked over to Bree's bed and felt his forehead. He didn't even glance at her, which worried her more than anything Jenny or Longbottom had said. She'd never seen her brother not react to physical contact before. Longbottom, Granger, she greeted. Merci. Go to class. Granger and Longbottom were both staring at her chest. She glanced down, wondering if she'd missed some soot when she came through the flow, but there was nothing unexpected. She looked back over at the teenagers and raised an eyebrow. Longbottom caught the hint, grabbed Granger's shoulder, and tugged at her to follow. Thanks, our Sinclair, Granger said as she stood up, meeting Ami's eyes. Amy raised her eyebrow a bit higher and Granger grinned before following Longbottom out of the infirmary. Amy turned her full attention to her brother. He still hadn't acknowledged, or maybe even noticed, her presence. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, which finally caught his attention. His eyes tracked her hand, as though he wasn't sure what to make of the moving appendage. She brought the hand over toward her face, and finally caught his eye. He looked at her blankly. Good morning, little brother, she said quietly. He stared at her for a long minute. Good morning, Naomi, he said, as though each word had to be dragged a long distance. Why are you here? Your friends called, she replied, pushing him over so she could sit down on his bed. He didn't resist. She hated seeing him like this. For a moment it was like they were 10 years in the past and he was a scared little boy afraid to move after the nightmares that were the legacy of his time with those people. I'm going to torture and kill that bastard, she whispered fiercely in Hindi, gently reaching out to brush his hair off his shoulder. I'm going to let you destroy all his Horcruxes but one, and then I'm going to flay him alive and make him eat his own flesh. He will beg us to destroy his soul. Bree shook his head slowly, frowning faintly. I just want him gone, Amy. I can't think. Why can't I think? He spoke in English, and Amy glanced around to make sure no one was close enough to hear his hoarse whisper. It's the potions, she said, switching to French. Aunt Jeannie's potions are keeping your mind safe from him, but it's making it hard for you to think. It took nearly 2 minutes for him to process that. Oh, he said finally. I think you should come home with me, she said, trying to keep her concern from leaking into her voice. Calm and collected, cool and unaffected, that was the way to deal with patients, even family. Especially family. Home? Bree asked, still stuck in English. She wondered if Jenny could scramble his brain into another language instead of locking it away. Maybe if he were thinking in some obscure language, but the Dark Lord knew Latin and French, and Hindi would lead him straight to the Maltese, which would be somewhat problematic. If only you'd been better at Russian, she mused, mostly to herself. Yes, Bree, home. With me. Why? How to explain it so that he wouldn't have to think too hard. You need rest, she said, and somewhere safe to be confused. I'm safe here, he insisted. Then a dark look passed over his face, as though he were remembering something he didn't want to talk about. She desperately wanted to ask what thought had crossed his mind, but she had a feeling that no good could come of it. It would behoove no one to get lost in the side trails of Bree's mind right now. No, she said, keeping it simple, you are not. She walked away from his bedside before he could try to argue. It took a brief conversation with Madame Pomfrey to secure her an escort to Professor Dumbledore's office. The student with the smoking ears led her along with a few curious glances, obviously dying to ask her why she was there. What? She said finally, using her most frosty baby apprentices or a waste of my air tones. Are you here about Harry Potter? If Shay hadn't called her yesterday, she might have overreacted to the probably innocent question. As it was, the name still fell like lead in her heart. Non, she said, increasing the chill in her voice. Pourquoi? What? Said the student, confused. She didn't bother to clarify, and the student didn't ask again. A few minutes later, she was left standing in front of a gargoyle. She glared at the stone sculpture. It stared back impassively for a few minutes, then stepped aside. She doubted it had been the power of her stare. More likely there was some kind of mechanism that allowed the headmaster to see who was outside his office and allow them up when he was ready for them. She was surprised to find someone already in the headmaster's office. They'd never met, but she knew Sirius Black by reputation. He was Harry Potter's godfather, and that made him a threat. Amy was very careful to know her potential enemies whenever possible. It was times like this when it was nice to be a habitually cold, heartless person. Staying cold and professional didn't take any thought at all. Ah, our Sinclair greeted the headmaster with a smile that looked a little forced. What a pleasure to see you again. How can we help you? Black was looking at her strangely, and she glanced over long enough to establish that he was checking her out. He grinned when he saw her looking, but she chose not to react. His grin faded a bit, but he kept watching her. She turned back to the headmaster. My brother is sick, she said, cutting straight to the chase. I want to take him home with me for treatment. We usually care for sick children here, said the headmaster, leaning back in his chair. Is there a reason he cannot remain in the infirmary where he can more easily rejoin the student body upon recovery? Your infirmary is not equipped to handle Gabriel's unique health problems. She noticed Black perk up when he heard Bree's name. Why? He hadn't cared when she was just any old parent, he was specifically interested in Gabriel. Bree hadn't mentioned a particular relationship with a teacher, especially with his alter ego's godfather. I was unaware that he had unique health problems, replied the headmaster. I would have expected your parents to inform me of any special needs prior to sending him so far away. Yes, she said dryly, as they informed you of his training needs. The headmaster did a poor job covering his grimace with a thoughtful tug at his beard. We prefer to keep family affairs within the family, she said by way of explanation. Gabriel has special needs that must be addressed. What kind of special needs? Asked Black, apparently not able to take the hint. She turned her head to meet his eyes and attempted to stare him down. It was harder than expected, but after a minute he looked down. At her chest, she noted, pushing down the sudden spike of irritation. She turned back to the headmaster. I'm curious as well, said Dumbledore, hand still stroking his beard. What does young Mr. Maltea require that Hogwarts cannot provide? It would be helpful to know for future reference. He needs me, she snapped. It was 4 in the morning according to her internal clock, and she had had enough. Sirius watched the young healer stalk out, admiring the way her strange blue pants clung to her assets. He knew our Naomi Sinclair by reputation, of course, but he'd never actually met the woman. She'd lived up to the hype, cold and fierce as anyone could ask for. She was also unexpectedly attractive in her shockingly muggle attire. So that's Maltea's sister, he mused. I admit, I hadn't put the pieces together until she said it. The timing is strange, said Dumbledore, almost to himself, but Sirius wondered if the comment might be directed at him. He was about to dismiss the thought, but then he remembered who they were dealing with. The Maltea family was large and powerful, with ties to many influential families. And the timing was strange. Riddle Manor did not live up to its name. It smelled almost as bad as it looked, moldy and decrepit and falling down around them. Attempts had been made to make it livable, but Shay wasn't sure the structure had ever deserved the title, manor. If anyone had bothered to ask him, he would have said it was a rather large shack, but Riddle Shack just didn't have the same ring to it, not to mention the Dark Lord's predilection for pretension. Shay joined the group of black-cloaked figures making their way down from the ridge toward the crumbling ruins. Apparently he had chosen the right time to drop by. One of the downsides of refusing the Dark Mark was that he didn't always know what the Dark Lord was up to. When Voldemort wanted to speak with him, he was informed through alternate channels. He was rarely summoned for normal meetings, which suited him just fine. He liked the implied status of being one of the Dark Lord's few allies rather than one of his many minions, even if it meant less access to information. He eyed the masked men without much interest. They were most likely here for the same reason he was. Harry Potter had been spotted, and no one was willing to be accused of not rushing to the Dark Lord with the information. As they reached the door, there was a moment of tension as to who should go in first. It was a dangerous position. The first person through a door was the most likely to be singled out, but also one which conveyed status. Shay glared at the Death Eaters, refusing to compete for a position he considered his by right. After a moment of hesitation, the others stepped back. He sneered and preceded them through the hall, ignoring their continued jockeying. The throne room was already partly filled with whispering Death Eaters. Shay sought out the members of the inner circle and walked over to join them near the empty throne. They exchanged nods and Bella stepped aside slightly to make room for him, incidentally positioning herself closer to the throne. News travels fast, Lucius commented. Shay wondered if he was referring to the growing crowd or to his own presence. Gossip, agreed Shay. It's an amazing phenomenon, is it not? The Dark Lord has been informed that we've begun gathering, said Bella. He knows why. She sounded smug, which Shay assumed meant that she'd been the one to tell him. She didn't have any children, though, so he wasn't entirely sure how she'd found out. Either she had a source within Hogwarts, he decided, or someone with a child had sought her favor. Do you think he will join us? He inquired, flattering her with the implication that she would know the Dark Lord's whims. How could he not? Snapped another Death Eater whose voice Shay did not recognize. Shay's eyebrows shot up as Bella snarled in response. Lucius tsked softly. Watch yourself, he murmured. The Dark Lord's actions are not for the likes of us to question. Began the questioner. Would be wise to consider your next words very carefully, Lucius advised, caressing the serpent head on his cane. Bella was glaring at the questioner with a ferocity that none of their fellows could rival. The man raised his hands slightly in surrender and fell silent. A moment later the room fell silent as the Dark Lord swept through the side door. Shay immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head. But not before he recognized the woman following the Dark Lord. Inwardly he cursed. What was Lilith Rousseau doing at the Dark Lord's side? That woman had no business in England, had never shown any interest in the Dark Lord's little war before now. It took all his power to keep his expression calm and unruffled. For the first time ever he regretted not wearing a mask. I have heard that Harry Potter has been seen at Hogwarts, Voldemort hissed with an audible sneer. Report. Immediately Shay heard the rustling of robed figures crawling forward. Beside him Lucius shuffled forward with the rest. Shay held back, interested in what the others had to share. Soft calls of, "My lord," echoed through the hall as Death Eaters hoped for the honor of being chosen to share their information first. Not, Voldemort commanded. "My lord, my son reports that Potter is heavily scarred but appears fit and athletic. He seemed to know and trust the headmaster. He appeared to be in some kind of distress." I see. There was the sound of bodies shuffling again as those who had no new information scrambled backward to escape the horror of repeating what had already been said. Another name was called. "My lord, my daughter noticed that the headmaster appeared shocked at the boy's arrival." The man hesitated, then added, she was fairly certain the headmaster had never seen the boy before. There was a moment of tense silence. Voldemort hated when his followers speculated during reports and frequently rewarded their unasked for thoughts with torture. It was a risk to add anything other than facts. Tonight the Death Eater was rewarded. "Your daughter sounds like an insightful child," Voldemort praised. "I am sure she will make someone a fine wife." Malfoy. Report. "My lord, Draco encountered the boy in the halls. He says when he found Potter the boy was wearing an ill-fitting Hogwarts uniform with a Gryffindor tie and at first seemed scared of Draco. He was shocked to be recognized. The boy seemed to know his way around Hogwarts and stopped in a bathroom where he altered his clothing to fit better. Afterward he asked to see the headmaster but did not seem to need help finding the Great Hall." There was more shuffling as the kneeling figures melted back into the ranks. No one seemed to have anything to add that wasn't purely speculation. "My lord," said Lilith, shattering the silence. "Ma Fee. She believe it was not really Potter. She say that it must be a potion." Shay felt his heart speed up. So it had been Rousseau. Did she know? Or was it purely by chance that she had conjured up the image of his nephew's true face? He could hear the rustling around him and knew that the Death Eaters were wondering who this woman was who dared to speak out of turn. She was obviously French and she obviously had the Dark Lord's favor as instead of torturing her for impudence, he chuckled indulgently. Shay gritted his teeth in frustration. Nowhere in his plans did he account for the interference of Lilith Rousseau. Things had just become more complicated. Severus scowled as he rushed toward the Riddle Manor. He hadn't felt the dark mark burning, but he knew that wasn't an excuse at a time like this. He knew that the Slytherin children were fighting to get word out to their parents first, and the other houses were probably just as excited. Every Death Eater who had even one friend with a child at Hogwarts was going to be rushing as fast as they could to reach the Dark Lord with the news. And here he was, late again. He reached the door to the throne room and didn't even bother trying to sneak in. His absence had already been noted, he was sure, and there was nothing he could do about it. As soon as he made it inside, he dropped to his knees and bowed his head, waiting to be acknowledged. A female voice was informing Voldemort that the boy was a potion-induced imposter, and Severus gritted his teeth. That was supposed to be his big piece of news, the thing that would keep the Dark Lord from torturing him tonight. Without knowing what the other Death Eaters had already reported, he was likely to repeat something which would most likely result in a trip to the infirmary. He wondered briefly who the woman was. He could see her kneeling beside the Dark Lord's throne, face unmasked and upturned. She was new. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Akshay Maltea snarling silently at the ground, and Severus found himself suddenly liking the unknown woman, despite her stealing his thunder. Severus, the Dark Lord hissed, voice cold. So good of you to join us. Severus immediately crept forward, apologizing as he came near. My lord, I beg your indulgence. I stayed at Hogwarts only long enough to learn what I could from the old coot. Report. The boy was not Harry Potter. A student was coerced into drinking a potion by an unknown entity. Based on the description, the potion was either Polyjuice or a glamour draft. Dumbledore has no idea who drugged the boy or why. He hesitated, then plunged ahead, suggested that it was probably Polyjuice and that the responsible party may choose to send a ransom notice of some kind. The suggestion caused him great distress. What a lovely thought, said Voldemort with delight. I just might have to arrange that. My lord, murmured the bare-faced woman. Speak, he replied. Was the potion golden and spicy? Yes, said Severus, surprised that she had known. My lord, Ma Fee found that potion and tricked another student into drinking it. She said it was forgotten in a hallway. Severus frowned behind his mask. The way the headmaster had described the incident, whoever had given Creevy the potion had been fairly skilled at mental manipulation. The idea of it being a fellow student, while not exactly surprising, was still worrisome. Find out how it arrived there, Voldemort instructed. Severus bowed further, accepting the instructions whether or not they were strictly intended for him. I want to know who knows where Potter really is. Things were progressing too quickly for Albus's taste. After hour, Sinclair had swept through his office, she had removed Gabriel from the infirmary. They had left through the flow, using the international medical connection. Poppy had been surprisingly open to the arrangement, despite his subtle hints that the other healer was being disrespectful by stealing her patient. Last time the infirmary had been invaded, Poppy's feathers had been appropriately ruffled, and she had been noticeably grumpy for several hours. This time she was calm and had gone so far as to reassure him that the arrangement really was the best thing for everyone. Albus was now filling out redundant paperwork to file with the British and French ministries, detailing the unexpected removal of the exchange student from Hogwarts. There were more important things he could be doing, and the added paperwork was doing nothing to improve his mood. He would much rather be working his way through the Harry Potter debacle, a situation that actually needed damage control and careful attention to details. Yet another reason to dislike the Maltea family. There would be an order meeting that night, and he wanted enough leads in hand to adequately dispatch his forces to locate either the real Harry Potter or figure out how to replicate the trick that had been played on the Creevy boy. Severus was working on crafting a constructed image potion based on the template they had been provided. Regardless of whether they had seen the real face of Harry Potter, it would probably be best to work with what they had. Reimagining the boy entirely would cause even more questions. Albus sighed and set down his quill, too distracted to keep filling out the papers. Where was Harry Potter? How had the prank been pulled? Why wasn't anyone stepping forward to claim responsibility? And why hadn't Voldemort responded yet? Ever since our Sinclair had come and spirited Gabriel away, Neville had been waiting for the other shoe to drop. The real identity of Harry Potter burned in the pit of his stomach like an ulcer. He couldn't believe that no one noticed. He was sure it must be obvious, must be written across his forehead for the world to see. Gabriel Maltea as Harry Bloody Potter, ask me how I know. To add to his already frazzled nerves, Defane had started watching him suspiciously. Even the less intrusive concern of his housemates was sending him closer to the edge. Neville Longbottom was one, what's wrong, away from snapping. Hey Neville, said Ginny as she sat down next to him in the common room. What's up? He grimaced. Not feeling so hot, he replied, reluctantly returning her hug. She pulled back slightly and reached up to feel his forehead. You seem a little warm, she said, but not feverish. Do you want to head to the infirmary just in case? No thanks, he shook his head slightly. He doubted Madame Pomfrey had a draft for what was ailing him. I'll probably just go lie down for a bit. Oh, okay. Well, listen, if you're not feeling better by the weekend, we can do our own little Valentine's Day some other time, alright? Thanks, Ginny. He smiled at her gratefully and reached over to squeeze her hand. I don't deserve you. Damn straight, she agreed with a bright smile. And don't you forget it. He watched her settle down to start her homework before picking up his own bag and heading up to his room. He'd probably have better luck concentrating behind the safety of his bed's curtains where no one could divine his new knowledge from watching him. He wished for the umpteenth time that he could hide away from the world until the whole war was over and his knowledge wouldn't mean anything anymore. Once you know who was gone, no one would care that Neville knew the true name of Gabriel Maltea. Right. Shay walked into the living room to find the rather unusual sight of his wife, his mother, his sisters, his daughter, and his niece drinking tea together in perfect silence. The women all turned to stare at him as he stood uncertainly in the doorway. He straightened his back and glared at them all, refusing to be intimidated by his own womenfolk. Ladies, he greeted, bowing politely. Mother, he added, his bow deepening slightly before he stood and walked over to join them. I assume this is a council called to discuss Bree's current predicament. How did the meeting go last night? Asked Amy, ignoring his question. Not as well as I'd hoped, he admitted. Lilith Rousseau has gotten involved with the Dark Lord, and it was apparently her daughter who administered the potion. No, cried Phi, sitting up straighter and staring. Melly, there's no way she knows. I agree, said Shay, with a dismissive wave of his hand. But someone else must. She found Polyjuice, with Bree's hair already added, just sitting out in the hallway. I shall speak with Levi, said Miriam. Tell him to keep an eye out for anyone who seems to know more than they should. Good, said Shay. Now, how is my nephew? The women exchanged glances. Not well, said Jenny with a small sigh. This solution is not going to be viable in the long run. We could keep him drugged indefinitely, but he's not going to like it and he won't be able to end this. Other options? He prompted. Keep him in America, said Rye. He's doing a lot better already. The distance isn't a perfect shield, but it's better than nothing. Add to that the shifted sleep schedule and you have another short-term option. Not good enough, Shay dismissed. We need him here. You need him here, mumbled Phi, glaring at him over her teacup. He frowned at her but let it slide, knowing that she spoke as Bree's wife rather than as Shay's daughter. We could allow the Dark Lord to find out, said Mother. Shay opened his mouth to protest, but kept silent when she raised her hand. Genevieve says his thoughts can be locked in any language he knows. If we lock them in Hindi, the Dark Lord may know we are connected, but he won't be able to learn any details from Gabriel. He will be safe enough. Shay was tempted to dismiss it out of hand, but the more he thought about it, the more merit it had. He would be forced to give up his own position next to Voldemort, but they were almost ready to make their move anyways. It would almost be worth it. With enough forethought, he might even be able to make it work in his favor. We could also work on finding a new method of shielding his thoughts, said Jenny after a moment of silent contemplation. Something less intrusive. If we can figure out how to provide him regularly with full nights of sleep, he can do the rest on his own. That'll take time, though, said Rai. And it may not be possible. You've had years to work on this problem, and we're currently using the only solution you've come up with. The only for sure solution, argued Jenny. I have plenty of possibilities that may work much better. It isn't as though I've been able to test them. What happens if we try one and it fails? Asked Phi. The Dark Lord may figure out who Bree is. Or he may not, said Amy. He had plenty of time to figure it out before Aunt Jeannie's potions. Bree got sick, but he didn't leak information. By the time we're ready to try something new, he'll have had at least a week to sleep and recover his strength. And we still haven't decided that giving the Dark Lord some information is the worst thing in the world, said Mother. Shay sighed and leaned forward, rubbing his temples. All right, he said, Amy has a point. We still have a few more days to think about this. He's safe for now. Jenny, I want a list of possible solutions and what each one will require. Assume that I'm not going to let him stay in America. I'll start working on what a revelation of his identity will do to our position. He felt a headache coming on. The sunlight filtering through the gauze curtains was the pale pink he normally associated with Tace's room. He closed his eyes and tried to remember how he'd gotten here. The last few days, or was it weeks, were foggy. He vaguely remembered having a conversation with Neville about identities and Dark Lords, but he couldn't currently imagine a situation in which he would feel compelled to confide that deeply in the quiet Gryffindor. He hoped his imagination was just making it up. A dream remembered as reality, perhaps. That would be a lot easier to deal with than a 16-year-old who knew what Harry Potter really looked like. Bree opened his eyes again to squint at the sparkly butterfly canopy. He was definitely in Tace's room, so something must have gone rather desperately wrong at Hogwarts. Searching his memory did not immediately yield the answers he sought. He was just starting to cultivate a headache from the attempt when the door opened and Audric poked his head around the doorframe. He smiled when he noticed Bree was awake. Oh good, he said, walking over to sit on the edge of the bed. We were getting worried about you. Genevieve said it might take you a few days to sleep off the potion, but we were expecting you to wake up once or twice to eat and drink. Do you think you'll be able to eat something now? Bree evaluated himself and decided yes, he was starving. I think so, he said. What happened? Why aren't I at Hogwarts? Audric frowned down at him and Bree considered sitting up so they would be at eye level, but decided it would take way too much effort. He let his eyes drift back to the canopy rather than face Audric's obvious concern. What do you remember? Not much. I remember that it got really hard to think after I drank Aunt Jeannie's potions. I remember feeling a little bit like I was under the Imperious curse, except instead of being content I felt nervous and stressed. He decided not to mention the weird conversation with Neville that may or may not have happened. Ah. Bree was pretty sure he could hear Audric's frown getting deeper. Well, you were definitely under mental siege from the Dark Lord, though you probably remember that part. Yes, he definitely hadn't forgotten that. It was the whole reason he'd taken those damn potions in the first place. We're not entirely sure what happened in the next few days, though Levi reports that you were pretty out of it. We pulled you out because of the whole Potter situation, though. Bree choked. His mind spun into overdrive, trying to remember. Had his glamours broken? Had someone seen the scar and recognized it? He thought he'd layered the spells on strongly enough that even the killing curse couldn't break them, but he'd never actually tested that. Perhaps seeing his distress, Audric hurried on. You weren't exposed, exactly. At least, we don't think so. Bree scowled at this non-information and glanced over at his brother-in-law. Audric was fiddling with one of the canopy drapes, apparently trying to catch a particularly enthusiastic blue butterfly. Long story short, said Audric, dropping the curtain and turning his full concern back on Bree, we know that the Rousseau girl found a bottle of polyjuice lying around that was already primed with your genetic material. We're positive that she doesn't know who made it or whose hair was in it. She tricked a kid into drinking it and was as surprised as anyone when Harry Potter, looking, apparently, exactly like his father except with a lot more scarring, walked into the Great Hall. The headmaster later claimed it was a prank, but we're not entirely sure what he actually knows. The biggest loose end is who primed the polyjuice and left it out. Uncle Shay is going nuts because he can't figure out a discreet way to investigate other than telling Levi to keep his ear to the ground. It's also possible, Audric mused with an abstracted look on his face, that our Lord Uncle is going nuts for another reason. Honestly, I've tried to stay out of his way. Bree tuned out as Audric began to share some most likely amusing anecdotes about Shay's recent exploits. He was too caught up in trying to remember what had happened at Hogwarts. He had a sinking feeling that he knew exactly who had prepared the polyjuice, but he wasn't sure he wanted Shay to know. He was probably going to face a difficult choice soon. Shay would be sure to ask him what he remembered, and he would need to choose whether to betray his minion cum friend or to lie to his uncle, his superior officer. By the time the soup came, he wasn't feeling all that hungry anymore. Hermione carefully duplicated her notes from the day's classes. Not for the first time, she wished the wizarding world would bother to invent staplers, or at least paper clips. She missed lined paper and ballpoint pens. She hadn't gotten the opportunity to get really familiar with computers, but she was sure she missed those too. It would be way easier to just email Bree his notes rather than all them halfway around the world. Maybe she should just save them for when he got back. Still putting together Gabriel's homework? Asked Ginny, flopping down next to her on the couch. She seemed much more cheerful the last few days. Hermione had a sneaking suspicion where that the cheeriness came from, so she ignored it. How was Trelawney? Hermione asked instead. Ginny obligingly picked up the thread of conversation and began her usual list of complaints. Hermione nodded at all the appropriate moments, but allowed her thoughts to drift. Sinclair had come to the school 3 days ago and quietly removed Bree from the hospital wing. Hermione wasn't entirely sure that anyone else knew he was gone. As far as she was concerned, that was probably a good thing. She hated seeing him like that, physically there but mentally absent. And however much she hated seeing it, she knew that it was much, much worse for him to experience. She wondered if this had something to do with his past. She'd already figured out that he'd gone through some kind of illegal blood ritual, that much was quite obvious. What was less obvious was whether entering a fugue state was a normal delayed side effect of the adoption. She hadn't read that anywhere in their research, but most of their source texts were written in languages other than English. She couldn't exactly ask Zabini or Malfoy if they'd found anything. Even if she was willing to humble herself to ask for their help, and even if they were willing to provide it, and that was the bigger if any questions she asked would be sure to lead them to the same conclusions she had drawn. They might be evil bastards, but they weren't stupid. Hermione was distracted from her musings when Ginny began to ask questions about her day. She allowed herself to be drawn out of her musings. She would have time tonight to do some research after everyone else went to bed. With luck, she would have answers before the end of the week. Bree paced along the back porch, ignoring the snow flurries eddying around him. He was feeling rested now. Twice he'd felt the faint probing of the Dark Lord's mind, but he was too far away to get anything more than the sense that the Dark Lord was angry at his disappearance. For a few days there, the Dark Lord had achieved partial access to Harry Potter. He'd been able to browse memories and insert dreams in a mind that was mostly smoke and mirrors, though of course he didn't know that. The sudden loss of access was probably more than enough to tip him into one of his infamous rages. Bree hated their connection with a passion that went far beyond his capacity for words. If only he could wash his hands of this mess. This should be his uncle's problem, not his. It was Shay who aspired to power. Bree just wanted to fly dangerously, explore the world, and spend time with his family. He couldn't care less about British Dark Lords, even if one had wiped out his birth parents and tried to kill him. Grandmother and Mama had laid out his options, and he was honestly tempted to choose the one that involved staying on the other side of the world and going about his business with never another thought about Voldemort. But there were people he loved within the Dark Lord's sphere of influence, and he couldn't quite divest himself of the need to save them. After all, apparently he was the only one who could do it. Deep thoughts, said Grandmother from somewhere behind him. I can see your anger steaming off of you. He paused at the edge of the porch, fists clenched as he stared into the trees. He couldn't bring himself to ignore his grandmother, despite his pressing need to continue his furious pacing. Grandmother, he acknowledged, pushing away the anger. I'll come inside in a few minutes. Please go back. You'll get cold. She tsked under her breath, and he could hear the door shut gently. He sighed, thankful that she had listened. When he turned to resume pacing out his thoughts, however, there she stood with her arms crossed and a wry expression on her face. He ducked his head and gave up on the idea of walking out his frustration. You know, she said, moving out to join him in the snow, I've always wondered if Sarai did the right thing when she gave you to Akshay. You were such a small, scared little boy. I love my son, but he is not a nurturing person. Nor is he a particularly good man. She stood next to Bree, her breath hanging as a cloud in the air. Bree looked down at her in shock. He had never heard his grandmother say anything negative about her oldest son. It was only the truth, of course, but somehow it carried more weight when she said it. I know she hoped that Akshay would make you strong, but I wonder. Somewhere inside of you is a terrified child who has been molded into a shape that doesn't quite fit. Don't you scowl at me, child, she added sharply, never turning away from the tree line. Bree did his best to smooth his face and bite his tongue. It was never a good idea to cross grandmother. Not to mention, something inside of him whispered, she almost always had a point. I am happy the way I am. I am good at what I do. Yes, agreed grandmother. You are good at what you do. But if you believe you are happy, she reached out and gripped his elbow. Gabriel, if you truly believe that you are happy, then Akshay did more damage than I ever imagined. His body quivered with tension as her words reverberated down his spine. He couldn't look at her. Her words were too confusing. What did she mean? Damage. Why shouldn't he be happy with his life? He had a good life. It was a better life than he would have had if his mother hadn't rescued him from those muggles, that was for sure. And Uncle Shay had always been there for him. He owed everything to his family, to Uncle Shay. So maybe he didn't always like his uncle's politics, so what? Uncle Claudius didn't like Uncle Shay's politics, but they were still brothers-in-law who supported and defended each other. So maybe he wasn't always thrilled about the civilian targets Uncle Shay chose to attack. It was still crucial for him to obey his commanding officer. And maybe he sometimes wished that he could have friends who weren't related to him. Family loyalty had to come first. That wasn't his uncle's rule, that was a simple fact. He turned to look at grandmother just in time to see her disappear inside the house. He shivered, turning back to gaze out across the snow. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was time to think about what he wanted from life. The fire exploded outward as the half-full tumbler of whiskey shattered against the hearth. Voldemort hissed his fury, curling and uncurling his skeletal fingers, imagining the feel of the stupid Potter brat's neck. He had broken through. He'd been in the idiot's mind. He had seen the stupid little Muggle house with the stupid Muggle family and stupid Muggle life. He'd watched memories of the brat playing with his friends and going to school. He'd spent time fabricating believable nightmares to elicit information that would help him to destroy the boy. He'd reveled in the complete lack of magical defenses. So how had the brat suddenly managed to close his mind so effectively that it was as though he were no longer even alive? He obviously hadn't had much magical training. His memories showed an awareness of magic but no skills or experience. Unless he was even better at mind magic than Voldemort himself, an impossibility, of course. Lashing out with his magic, he felt minor satisfaction as every piece of glass in the room exploded. A cry of pain reminded him that he was not alone in the room, and he smiled slightly. If he couldn't get his hands on Potter at the moment, at least there were other ways to distract himself. Find the family, he told the sniveling Death Eater. Bring them to me. I want to know more about these people. His lip curled as he spat out the word that raised Potter. He ignored the platitudes and assurances of his departing crony. All that mattered now was Potter, because until Potter was gone there was always the possibility that his enemies would find the boy first and use him as a weapon. And with the list of his enemies apparently growing, Voldemort took a deep breath and turned away from the dying fire. He still wasn't entirely sure he believed the French whore. She had her own reasons for telling him about Maltaea's theoretical treachery. Until the French wizard actually made a move, Voldemort couldn't afford to eliminate him. Voldemort knew he could win a duel against Maltaea. Without a doubt he was the stronger wizard. But Maltea had an army, and Voldemort knew all he had was a collection of enthusiastic amateurs. Maltea's soldiers bolstered Voldemort's raids. Without them the Death Eaters were little more than eager schoolboys. While Voldemort needed their enthusiasm, he knew that he needed the skills of the trained soldiers just as much. It galled him to admit it, but it was crucial to remain allied with Maltea for as long as possible. Lilith Rousseau watched the Dark Lord hold court. It was fascinating to be an observer during these gatherings. She had always been an apt scholar of manipulation, and it was clear that the Dark Lord was a master in the field. He had an innate understanding of when to push and punish and when to praise and coddle. His Death Eaters were fiercely loyal, a masterful mix of fear and belief in the cause fueling their devotion. Lilith's skills lay in the subtle, the one-on-one manipulations. Anything she wanted was hers for the asking. And yet, she frowned. She had been working on the Dark Lord for a week, and while she obviously amused him and he obviously desired her company, his will did not belong to her. Despite her hints, her subtle remarks, even her blunt accusations, still he insisted that Maltea was an ally. It infuriated her. There had to be some way she could turn the two against each other. She just needed to find leverage. Bree stepped into the dining room and gazed around at the assortment of Malteas crowded around the table. His heart tightened as he allowed himself to bask in the love of his family and to regret the decision he'd felt he had to make. A sea of faces turned to him as he cleared his throat and jerked his chin up aggressively. "Your glamours," Aunt Jenny began with a frown, but he shook his head and she fell silent. "I need to get this over with," he announced, squaring his shoulders. "I need to kill the Dark Lord." The cold wind bit at Sophia's nose as she hurried back toward her in-laws' house. The lights blazed welcomingly across the frost key. Ed grass, making the lawn sparkle in the twilight. She smiled. Winter was her favorite time of the year. It wasn't until she drew even with the walkway to the house that she realized something was wrong. The front door was hanging open, slightly off its hinges. The light that had seemed welcoming a moment before suddenly became a warning. Sophia hurried up the walkway, heart frozen in her throat. She dropped the groceries on the porch as her hand mechanically groped through her purse for her wand. The scene inside was not the happy family gathering she had left 20 minutes ago. Her hand found her wand as her mind tried to parse what she was seeing. Her wand was almost free from her purse when the spell burst across her chest. She never even saw her attacker coming out from the back hallway. Her last thought as she tumbled to the cold floor was that she'd known better than to marry a muggle. It was to Sophia's complete surprise that she woke up. She gasped and lurched out of the Metawizard's supporting arm. "What? Hey, easy," he said, eyeing her white-knuckled grip on her wand. "Dylan, my husband," she said, eyes wild as she looked over the bustling bodies inside the living room. "Everyone's all right. You must have put up one hell of a fight," the Metawizard said admiringly. Sophia was dazed, but she knew she would have remembered a fight. All she remembered was seeing the bodies of her husband, his parents, and his sister lying on the floor. No, that wasn't true. There'd been a few other bodies, too. Cloaked bodies she hadn't recognized. Mrs. Cartwright greeted a tall wizard in Auror's robes. "How are you feeling?" "A bit stunned," she said, eliciting a laugh from the Metawizard who still knelt beside her. The Auror smiled warmly at her. "You should be proud of yourself," he said. "You managed to take down 3 attackers before you got hit. Do you remember how many there were? Did any escape?" Sophia stared up at him, mind blank. Attackers. Taken down. She'd got an AT on her Dada Owl. The idea that she might have the skills to even challenge a single attacker, let alone 3 or more, was hysterically funny. "It's very important to tell us what you remember, Mrs. Cartwright," said the Auror, looking very sincere. "If there were more than 3 Death Eaters, the sooner we know, the better luck we'll have chasing any survivors." Sophia's mind whirled into action, but it was going in too many directions to be helpful. Death Eaters. Well, that only made sense given the political climate, but honestly, who did they think she was, to be able to take down 3 Death Eaters? Lily friggin' Potter. Not to mention that the Auror was talking about survivors as though the 3 in the living room weren't. Which begged a bigger question. Since Sophia was 100% sure that she wasn't capable of taking on anything more aggressive than a Niffler, who had killed the Death Eaters, and why had they stunned her on their way out? The morning's Daily Prophet was unusually popular, and Hermione grudgingly allowed a cluster of Gryffindors to read the headlines over her shoulder. Heroine defends Muggle family from Death Eaters. The huge picture showed a somewhat dazed-looking witch wearing a cloak over Muggle clothes, standing in front of a Muggle house. An Auror stood next to her, beaming and shaking her hand repeatedly. The article itself was very skimpy, but no one at Hogwarts seemed to mind. That's so cool, Ginny gushed, settling back in her seat to eat her breakfast. She defended an entire family of Muggles. She was so brave to go help them like that. Actually, Hermione sniffed, they were her family, not a family. She was still brave, Ron asserted from his place leaning over Hermione's shoulder. Listen to this. When asked by reporters how she found the strength to face her adversaries, Cartwright cited the memory of the famous Lily Potter, another woman who fought to protect Muggles. She must have been a Gryffindor. Hufflepuff, actually, said Hermione, having already finished the article. And there have to be more women that have fought against Death Eaters. Lily Potter and this lady can't be that unique. They're pretty unique, said Neville. But not 'cause they're ladies. It's pretty unusual that anyone other than Aurors defeat Death Eaters. Unfortunately, based on the increasingly grim articles the Daily Prophet printed about attacks, deaths, and missing people, Neville's bland statement was entirely too true. We should have better defenses against them, Hermione grumbled. It's not fair that they kill us and we've never learned anything more dangerous than a tickling charm. My, Granger, heard the soft voice of Levi Defane. Seeking the dark arts to even the playing field. That's a slippery slope, you know. Oh, bugger off, she grumbled. Unless you're offering lessons, she added under her breath. By Ginny's sharp glance, she'd heard. Hermione wasn't sure why Defane had started lurking around her and her friends. He wasn't being particularly subtle about it, and it had started almost precisely when Bree had been spirited off by his sister to recuperate from the wasting illness that had been sapping his strength since the holidays. He was usually decent company, so she hadn't really objected, and no one else seemed bothered by him except Neville. Of course, Neville seemed bothered by everyone these days. Yet another mystery. So, said Neville, ignoring Defane and loudly changing the conversation. Hogsmeade this afternoon. Yeah, Ron said, sitting down next to Hermione and grinning at her. Hogsmeade this afternoon. Hermione snorted. Hogsmeade is going to be horrid today. Everyone is going to be couple Y. But that means the bookstore will be empty except for us, Ron returned cheerily. Are you offering to enter a bookstore of your own volition? Ginny asked incredulously. For Hermione. Absolutely. I'm a Gryffindor. Even Hermione couldn't help smiling at the redhead's proud declaration. It's kind of pathetic that you fear bookstores, Ginny said. Hermione agreed, but couldn't quite bring herself to say it to Ron's face. Maybe he was growing on her. I don't fear bookstores, he retorted. The two were poised to go down the rabbit hole of sibling squabbles, so Hermione took it upon herself to agree to accompany Ron to Hogsmeade, despite the utter ridiculousness of the contrived holiday of Valentine's. It is not a date, she added, though no one seemed inclined to listen. Voldemort trembled with rage as yet another report came in of a foiled attack and dead Death Eaters. 3 raids, 3 unmitigated disasters. Only one had made it into the paper, for which Voldemort might have been grateful if he'd been in a reasonable frame of mind. First he'd lost Potter, now this. How, he hissed through clenched teeth, did this happen? Silence greeted his question. You could hear a pin drop. His vision was a little red tinged around the edges as he glared out at the few trusted individuals gathered in the small sitting room. By the way they flinched, they felt his wrath. My lord, whispered Yaxley, voice trembling pathetically. Might we have been betrayed? His hesitation was a sign of his utter lack of anything resembling a meaningful thought. Crucio, Voldemort hissed. The heartfelt screams did a little to take the edge off his rage, and it was with a slightly improved outlook on life that he ended the curse and turned his glare on Snape. Snape immediately bowed, which meant his eyes were pointing at the floor instead of somewhere more conveniently situated for legilimency. The Order wishes they were behind the foiled attacks, he said, voice ringing with truth, but they were not. They are still scrambling over themselves to arrange their response to the ransom note. Crucio, Voldemort said, more from annoyance than anything else. Snape's screams took a bit more of the edge off. The Cartwright woman was an unexpected element, said Malfoy, voice slightly elevated to be heard over the dulcet screaming. But the Ministry was unaware of any of the attacks until after they happened. We already assumed it wasn't them, said Voldemort dismissively, ending the curse on Snape. Malfoy's face tightened in anticipation of the curse, but Voldemort just tapped his wand idly in the air. Those Ministry fools still refrain from killing us. As soon as Malfoy relaxed, he hit him with the Cruciatus. Just for fun. It was Malthea, said Rousseau, voice thick and dark with a rage all her own. I told you. Crucio, he said, unwilling to hear the rest. He did not need to be I told you so by a woman, especially one from France. He turned his gaze to Bellatrix, one of his few favorites still standing. She met his eyes while sinking to her knees. She knew he liked easy access to her mind, and she liked the implied prestige of meeting his gaze. My lord, she murmured, your pet may have a point. It is odd that none of the butcher's soldiers were found among our dead. Knowing how much she hated Rousseau, her words carried an extra sting of possibility. It galled him to think that his time of being allied with Malthea might be at an end. He'd hoped that he would be in a position of power before that day came. At the very least, he'd hoped that Malthea would simply disappear back to France when he was bored of fighting in England. He did not want Rousseau's ranting to be true, he did not want to face the butcher's army. My lord, murmured the man in question, placing a hand over his heart as though protesting the sting of a lie. I assure you that, had my own men returned in the expected condition, I would not be here now. Their dead bodies were returned to my barracks through the use of portkeys, a failsafe all my agents carry. I do so want to believe you, Voldemort sighed, looking into Malthea's eyes. As usual, he was permitted easily through the man's barriers, but there was nothing to be seen except swirls of Hindi script. Things would be so much easier if you'd just think in pictures like a normal person. His thought flew like a sword into the nearest swirl of writing. The flash of pain pleased him. The sense of someone laughing most certainly did not. With a shiver of effort, the nearest clump of Hindi unfurled and resolved into an apology in English, and was followed with a remembered image of a row of dead bodies in a nondescript room. They were easily recognizable as the agents loaned to Voldemort for the evening. Both the words and the picture had the glow of truth, but that did not necessarily mean anything. It was difficult to lie within your own mind, but certainly not impossible for someone with Malthea's talents. He sighed again as he withdrew from Malthea's mind. Crucio, he muttered, without much enthusiasm. This was not the proper start to Valentine's Day at all. The Weasley family's kitchen table was not an ideal meeting space for the abridged gathering of the Order of the Phoenix, but they were making do. Molly was bustling around serving drinks as the final plans were hashed out. I still don't like it, said Minerva, glaring over her tea at Albus. Why are they ransoming the boy? Why now? Why are we not questioning their motivations more? It's not a ransom, precisely, is it? Remus inserted with a little frown. I mean, not really. Certainly not in a traditional sense. It's more like, they are asking for a meeting in order to trade information. Their information just happens to be about Harry. How do we know they aren't just seizing advantage of a student's prank? She shot back. What assurance do we have that they actually have information worth trading for? Does it matter? Sirius glared at her. If there's even a chance, we have to give it a shot. Minerva's expression softened slightly, but she didn't give in. It could be you know who. For what purpose? Returned Albus, peering at her over his glasses. Of course you are right, and it would be like him to try and manipulate this situation, but what would he gain from it? He's getting you and half the staff out of the castle for a whole day. She cried. Don't you see how that's dangerous? He chuckled. He wouldn't dare attack Hogwarts, my dear. Hogsmeade, then, she said, voice quivering slightly. The children will be out on holiday, vulnerable. He isn't after children. Albus said it firmly, but the rest of the room shifted uncomfortably. Remus and Sirius exchanged pained looks. Voldemort was not like other people. He did not consider children off limits, and they knew it better than most. Maybe you should cancel the Hogsmeade trip, Arthur suggested, glancing at his family clock. All his children were at work, except the two who were at school. Nonsense, said Albus. If it makes you feel better, Minerva, you may return to Hogwarts and stand guard. Flo Kingsley Shacklebolt and ask him to keep a special eye on Hogsmeade today. Thank you, she said stiffly, I will. She rose and marched over to the fireplace. She turned briefly. I hope I'm wrong, she said, looking at Sirius. Then she disappeared into the fire. I hope you're wrong, too, said Sirius as the flames returned to their natural color. He turned back to Albus. Where were we? Hogsmeade was even worse than she'd thought it would be. Pink and red hearts floated in the streets, and everywhere she looked couples held hands and blushed at each other. It wouldn't be half so annoying if the hand-holding didn't clog up the street so badly. She might be a little cranky because Ginny and Neville seemed to be enjoying the hand-holding so much, and Ron was busy clowning around. If Bree were here, she thought grumpily, he would have cleared her a path through the trysting couples with his evil eye. And, a rebellious thought sparked in the back of her mind, jealousy would have driven Ron to pay more attention to her instead of trying to push Seamus into an icy puddle. Thankfully Ron was proven quite correct in one regard, the bookstore was nearly deserted. Hermione quickly lost herself in the stacks, browsing for titles and subjects that caught her eye. It wasn't until her basket was nearly full that she realized Ron was the one carrying it, and he'd been quietly following her the entire time. You're still here, she said, trying to hide her surprise. Well, yeah, Ron looked confused. Who did you think was carrying your mountain of books? She blushed, and he grinned down at her. Hey, I got you out with me on a date. I'm not going to complain if you spend it all shopping for books, as long as you also grab a butterbeer with me after. Not a date, she said primly. But she looked at him through her bushy bangs, and noticed that he'd grown into his long limbs and freckles. He'd even grown into his big ears, which were suddenly charming instead of goofy. Sure it is, he shrugged, unaware of her train of thought. Look at any calendar. It's definitely a date. February 14th. You are such an idiot, she said fondly. While his arms were full of books and before she could think better of it, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. She promptly retreated into the stacks, leaving Ron to trail behind with a dopey grin splitting his face. Because he was right. It was a date. Half an hour later, Ron and Hermione were joined at their booth in the Three Broomsticks by Neville and Ginny. Neville politely ignored the surreptitious new hand-holding going on under the table. Ginny did not have any such reservations. I knew it, she said with a wide grin. You two are so cute. I have no idea what you could possibly be talking about, said Hermione, looking down her nose at her friend. Right, said Ginny. Really, asserted Hermione. Leave be, said Ron, frowning slightly at his sister. Hermione watched the Weasley siblings make a series of strange faces at each other. It's as though they communicate without words, she murmured to Neville. He snorted into his butterbeer. Wait until he starts grunting, he whispered back. That's when the real communication starts. A sudden commotion on the street drew their attention. All along High Street, the firecracker pops of apparition sounded. Somehow the winter sun did not soften the sudden appearance of Death Eaters. In fact, Hermione thought as Ron yanked her away from the suddenly shattering window, it rendered them much more terrifyingly real. As she and the other students were shoved behind tables that were quickly being turned into a makeshift barricade, she had had time to notice a few things that had escaped her earlier. First, that previous Valentines had always included a number of Slytherins enjoying the opportunity to insult new couples. Second, the complete lack of green and silver in the village this afternoon. Another window was shattered by spellfire, and a number of dark shapes stepped through openings. The adults in the room were immediately targeted and fell quickly under the onslaught. Hermione gripped her wand and tried to think of offensive spells, but the only thing that came to mind was her taunt from breakfast. Grimacing, she leaned around the table and shot a tickling spell at the nearest figure. She made him laugh, so that was something. The spell he shot back at her crackled with a far more malicious energy. She ducked out of the way, but not before she got a good look at their attackers. Definitely Death Eaters, she reported grimly. Little children, said a smooth male voice, calming and benevolent. We are emissaries of the great Dark Lord, who seeks to right the wrongs of the wizarding world. If you are pure of blood and pure of purpose, you may step forward now. We will welcome you. A few younger students whimpered, and Hermione felt her own heart clench. She felt Neville grab one hand and squeeze. Ron still had the other. Her pureblood friends could save themselves right now, if they wanted to. Suddenly a Ravenclaw boy popped up out of the tangle behind the tables. Someone Ned and another tried to pull him back down, but he shook them off and clambered over the table. One of the Death Eaters chuckled as he walked toward them. What's your name? The leader asked. Magnus Grayson, the boy answered. He didn't look much older than a third year. The leader clapped him on the shoulder and shoved him toward the door. Run along, little Grayson. Heartened by this show, a few other students popped up and over the table. 2 were allowed to go, but when the third said her name was Whitechurch, the leader laughed. Your mother was a blood traitor and your father a mudblood, he said. Crucio. The little girl arched backward as she screamed. Hermione slapped her hands over her mouth to stifle her own scream of surprise and horror. Beside her Neville trembled as her screams continued, seemingly without end. Ron released her hand and leaned around the table to fire off a stunner at the leader. The screaming stopped, but even as Hermione yanked Ron back to safety, it was obvious that the breathing room was over. Spells began showering the tables, and one near the other end of the room began smoldering. Hermione took a turn peering over the table. She shot a summoning spell at Whitechurch's body and pulled the girl back to safety. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself and remember the spells she had learned. She was not defenseless, and she would not let those animals hurt another of her classmates. She summoned her strongest shield and slowly forced it to expand and include those around her. It was what Bree had called a good battle buddy shield because it allowed attacks to come from within while blocking spells from without. It was also an energy drain of the highest magnitude. Shoot! She yelled. Ron, shoot! Trusting her, he popped to his feet and started flinging spells. She wasn't sure what he was shooting, because all her attention was on maintaining the shield. Around her, students popped to their feet and shot off disarming spells and stunners or whatever minor hexes they happened to know. Ginny seemed to be shooting off bad bogey hexes. She really hoped some of them were doing damage. Suddenly a green light flashed through her shield and a particularly skilled 7th year fell to the ground, eyes wide and lifeless. Hermione choked back a scream. Another green light flashed, and another skilled dueler fell. Get down, she screamed. Down. They're killing us. The shield can't stop the killing curse. She'd known that of course, she thought hollowly, staring at the older Gryffindor's body. She'd known they were Death Eaters, that they used the unforgivables. Somehow, she'd forgotten, she hadn't warned them that her shield couldn't save their lives. Hermione cried as she held the stupid, useless shield against the Death Eaters. Levi Defane had not gotten the memo to stay in the castle, partially due to not being a Slytherin, but mostly because his thoughtless cousin probably figured he never went to Hogsmeade anyways, so why bother? He grumbled to himself as he hunkered behind the tables in the Three Broomstick with Anya. He probably should have gone when they issued the invitation. In fact, he really should have left. Unfortunately, he had gotten the memo that the Malthaeus had privately declared war on Voldemort, but hadn't been told whether Voldemort had received the notice yet. Considering what happened to Whitechurch, he wasn't all that eager to risk his own neck. All these mixed messages were making life very difficult right about now. Granger's shields were pretty impressive, but it was obvious that she was wearing thin around the edges. Watching 2 students die was probably not helping her mental state much either. Next to him, Anya was watching the battle with wide eyes. Is this normal? She inquired politely as a green killing curse flew above her head to hit the back wall of the pub. Oh yes, he responded, craning his neck to see over the table. Though the epic battle is usually saved for the 7th date. She smiled at him, and he smiled back. I'm guessing the cavalry will be here soon, he said, growing serious as he eyed the fading edges of Granger's shield. He idly shot a cutting hex over the table and smiled in satisfaction as his target groaned and clutched his side. Where's the fun in that? Anya asked, shooting her own hex over the table. She apparently hadn't noticed that the shield was nearly done for, and no one else was likely to have the skill to recreate it. Once Granger fainted, most of them would be left to their private body shields, if they knew how to make one. Before he could voice a warning to be ready, the predicted cavalry arrived. It was not, however, the cavalry he'd expected. Levi stared, mouth hanging open, as his uncle's soldiers popped into existence in the streets. The Death Eaters in the pub whirled to face the new threat and were momentarily confused by the unexpected appearance of their allies. Many of them turned back to face the students only to be hit in the back. It was less a battle, and much more a rout. All around them the Death Eaters fell or popped out of existence. The leader lingered, growling at the tall figure who stepped fearlessly into the room, glancing around with a practiced eye. "The Dark Lord will have your head for this betrayal, Malthea," the man growled. Uncle Shay drew himself up proudly, drawing a shiny silver saber. He pitched his voice more for the student audience than the Death Eater. "Tell your master that the wizards and witches of England are under my protection. I have heard their pleas for help and succor, and I answer them with the open arms of friendship." The Death Eater shot a killing curse, but Uncle Shay's bright saber flashed up to block it. It was showy and kept him distracted just long enough for the Death Eater to apparate away. Not that Uncle Shay seemed to mind. He sheathed his saber and began giving orders to his lieutenants. One woman hurried away toward the distant sounds of fighting, while Uncle Shay and another man stepped further into the room. When nobody seemed likely to jump up and cheer, Levi grudgingly forced himself to his feet and stepped around the table. He gently pulled Anya along. "Defane." "No," hissed a voice from the other side of the barricade. It sounded a lot like Granger. Uncle Shay seemed surprised to see him and immediately pulled his wand. 3 hexes splashed against his lieutenant's expanded shield before he'd finished pointing the wand at Levi. He gave the students a jaundiced look. "I will not hurt you," he said, obviously trying out a friendly tone of voice. It was not particularly convincing. Levi held his arms out from his sides with a bland expression on his face. "I'm not hurt, Uncle," he said, loud enough for the others to hear. "But I know you want to see for yourself." He was immediately tickled by a diagnostic charm, then clasped on the shoulders in something that might have resembled a hug if the species in question had arms that couldn't bend. Granger's shield faltered, then collapsed. Levi smiled at Uncle Shay. "If you want someone to fuss over," he said mildly, "I recommend Granger to your attention. She held a Pictish shield over all of us, and may have just fainted." Uncle Shay raised an eyebrow, obviously impressed. A quick gesture brought green-marked field medics into the messy remains of the room. The soldiers began the task of organizing the children and residents while they waited for all clear signal. Levi made his way over to where one of the medics crouched next to Granger. Surprisingly, she was still awake, though not terribly alert. The Weasleys sat nearby with Longbottom, watching everything with a wary eye. Longbottom was the only one who didn't spare Levi a glance. "Thank you, Granger," said Levi. "You probably saved all our lives today." "Not all," she murmured, staring at the 2 bodies who still lay where they fell. "No," he agreed quietly. "But you did more than anyone else could have. Don't lose sight of that." He walked back toward Uncle Shay, glaring at him with feeling. They would have words at some point. But not now. Now, he allowed himself to be swept into the bustle of the cleanup. He was, after all, a very useful prop. A rescued student did a lot to smooth things over as the actual cavalry came charging down the road from Hogwarts. Minerva McGonagall usually enjoyed being right. In fact, she expected it and operated under the assumption that she knew better than most other people, and this was simply the way the world worked. Under normal circumstances, being wrong made Minerva cranky. These were not normal circumstances. In fact, today Minerva would have given anything in the world to be wrong. But she was right. She had arrived back in Hogwarts, stewing over Albus's casual dismissal of her warnings. There was something wrong with the whole picture, and he just wouldn't listen. She'd headed straight to his office so she could Flo Kingsley. When she'd arrived, however, the alert for multiple unexpected apparitions into Hogsmeade was already buzzing. She had paused for a moment on the threshold of the office, staring at the innocuous device. Her mind went utterly blank. How long had that alarm been sounding with no one to hear it? Anger coursed through her, galvanizing her to action. She sent her voice booming through the walls of the school, instructing students to return to their dormitories and summoning all teachers to the Great Hall. She could not calm herself enough to summon her Patronus, so she headed to meet the other professors. Severus would be able to stay calm. He could send the message. The other adults fell silent as she burst into the hall, robes billowing and already barking orders as she strode toward them. She clutched a broom in one white-knuckled fist and her wand in the other. Septima, make sure all the students still in the school have returned to their dormitories. Alert the ghosts and elves that they are to keep the students under lockdown. Do a head count and check it against the list of students who signed out to go to the village. Professor Vector, looking pale and confused, nodded and hurried away without waiting to hear the reason for the lockdown. Severus, send word to Albus, the children are in danger. You will stay here with Septima and guard the castle. His face tightened in anger, but he nodded his understanding. Everyone else, summon a broom and follow me. Without waiting to watch them scramble to follow her orders, Minerva marched forward, on fire with purpose. The doors banged apart at her approach. Minerva was too set in her purpose to notice the castle's unusual response to her movements. Corridors that should have taken minutes to navigate shortened themselves, and the outer gates brought themselves as close to her as they could. As soon as she was outside, she leapt on her broom and sped toward the village, terrified of what she would find. Behind her, the other professors caught her mood and began to mentally prepare themselves for the task ahead. The village was only a short flight away. The first thing she saw were the dark smudges of smoke. As she watched, one smudge bulged and grew. Then they were close enough to hear the shouts and see the flashes of spells in the street. A flash of green caused Minerva to force her broom to go even faster. It wobbled. She wasn't a skilled enough flyer to handle these speeds. She didn't care. Then they were bursting through the outer edges of the village and she could see students, masked Death Eaters, and men and women in a uniform she was startled to recognize. She'd seen a version of that uniform every day this year, and it had caused her nothing but trouble. Maltea. Were they too late? She felt hatred surge through her heart at the betrayal by one of her Gryffindors. As she dropped onto an alley near the edge of the fighting, she began firing spells. Her first stunners were fired indiscriminately at the adults in the streets. Then one of her stunners dropped a uniformed woman. The woman's partner immediately pointed his wand straight at Minerva, but, at the last moment, he turned back to fire at the retreating Death Eaters instead. Her heart skipped a beat. The uniformed soldiers were protecting the children. Another soldier went down, this time by a Death Eater's killing curse. The two little fourth years who had been hidden behind his body cried out in terror. Then the Death Eaters were gone, apparating off the streets with as many of their fallen as they could grab. It was all over. Minerva kept moving, finding her students and ordering them to the safe embrace of the Hogwarts professors. Many of the soldiers were seeing to their wounded and securing the fallen Death Eaters, but several of them were busy tending to her students. She knew she should appreciate their efforts, but she was too confused by the unexpected situation. The scene at the Three Broomsticks did nothing to ease her confusion. Akshay Maltea himself stood in the shattered glass, conferring with his soldiers in French. One of his hands rested firmly on the shoulder of a little Ravenclaw boy Minerva immediately recognized as Levi Defane. This had obviously been one of the centers of the fighting. Students huddled in what Minerva quickly identified as triage groups as soldiers with healer green bands on their arms passed out potions and cast diagnostic spells. Before Minerva could rush over and take charge of her students, Maltea noticed her. "Professor," he called, turning toward her and gesturing toward the table. His hand was empty, she saw. He was unarmed. She was torn between needing to know what happened and needing to check on her students. She was saved from her indecision as Pomona burst into the wrecked remains of the pub. The herbology professor took one look at the situation, nodded and muttered, "Right," and bustled over to take charge of the triage centers. She began giving orders, and Minerva felt the ghost of a smile tug at her face as the soldiers and students immediately jumped to obey. Then she turned to face the butcher. He was smiling pleasantly at her, for all the world acting as though they were meeting under social circumstances, not surrounded by the wreckage of battle. I'm Akshay Maltaya, he introduced himself, though the introduction was a bit redundant. He looked very much like his nephew. Nephews, she corrected mentally, glancing down at the Ravenclaw. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, she said stiffly as she joined him by the table. Thank you, she added through gritted teeth. For your unexpected aid. He smiled, and though his smile was warm and pleasant, his eyes here hard as ice. It was necessary, he said. Then, as an afterthought obviously aimed at laying the groundwork for future media coverage, he added, I could not stand by while children were thrown in harm's way by an ideological war that should never have left the politicians' chambers. Minerva snorted. She didn't buy his altruistic justification one bit. She was intrigued by his first statement, though. Your own political motivations aside, she said wryly, your presence here today saved the lives of many of my students. I will not forget it. They nodded at each other in understanding. Defane chose that moment to speak up, his French almost too quick for Minerva to catch. May I go now, uncle? You don't need me as a prop anymore. Maltaya shot his nephew an amused but disapproving look as he answered in the same language. You are an impertinent brat, but you're right. You have served your purpose. Go find that impossible cousin of yours. He's here somewhere. Defane grinned and took off toward the door. Minerva opened her mouth to call him back. They needed to gather the students and bring them back to the safety of the castle, then decided to let him go. Maltaya wouldn't let him leave if the streets weren't safe. Please excuse young Levi, Maltaya said with a little smile. I'm afraid all this talk of securing prisoners and treating casualties is not particularly interesting to young scholars. Come, he added, drawing her into the circle of uniformed adults. You will not find it so dull, I think. The talk continued, this time mostly in English for her benefit. She found herself drawn in as they discussed what to do with the Death Eaters and how to transport the injured to places of safety. Bree was busy coordinating the impromptu firefighters when Levi popped up by his elbow. He wrapped an arm around his cousin as he finished giving orders, then turned toward the scowling third year. He winced. I forgot to tell you, he said sheepishly, Hindi coming more easily than English or French at the moment. I gathered, came the frosty reply. So does this mean the Dark Lord knows we've broken our alliance? Bree grinned. Oh, I think the message has been delivered loud and clear. His mind felt free and clear for the first time. His thoughts danced unfettered in his mind, though Jenny had locked them in Hindi as promised. It made communication in other languages a little more difficult than he was used to, and he knew his accent was a bit more noticeable, but he could think. He beamed down at Levi and earned a reluctant smile in return. You still owe me. Sure. I'll get you a smelly old book or something. Satisfied that the fires were under control, Bree headed toward the center of town where his uncle had set up shop. He was a little nervous to see his Hogwarts friends again. It had been a rough month, and he wasn't at all sure how to explain his sudden arrival with his uncle's forces. As much as he enjoyed the rumors about his role as the Archangel, he wasn't entirely positive he would like having those rumors confirmed. Still, he was hopeful that they would all be so dazzled by the gallant rescue that they would ignore the questionable details, such as the timing and how the Butcher's army even knew that the attack was happening. Was it terrible to hope that they were all shaken up and not thinking? Especially Hermione. He knew the answer to that question, and decided to focus on something else before he grew a conscience or something. So how was your Valentine's date? He asked. Fiery, replied Levi. Neville automatically ate the chocolate the soldier handed him. He was sitting next to his friends with one of the color-coded blankets the soldiers had conjured wrapped around his shoulders. They'd been instructed to stay there with the others who were only shocked, not actually hurt. The field medics had then hurried off to take care of the kids who had not been so lucky. No one was tending the two kids who lay hidden underneath their blankets. Neville looked away, not wanting to think too hard about the consequences of the day's events. His mind skirted around the memory of the little girl writhing under the Cruciatus curse. She was on the other side of the room under a red blanket, the group that had been seen to first. He glanced up as Professor McGonagall strode in, face blazing with the fierce courage of a lioness protecting her cubs. But Professor, he told her in his mind, you're too late. He watched her look over them, sorrow warring with anger. Then Akshay Maltea approached, and Neville had to look away. There was another thing he couldn't bear to think about, the man who would kill him for what he knew about the family. Hermione had fallen into an uneasy sleep, aided by a potion from a medic. Her head lay pillowed in Ron's lap. Ginny was curled with her head on Neville's shoulder and her hand clasped in her brother's. None of them had much to say. A slight stir of activity near the door brought Neville out of his silent meditation on the crack in the floor. Gabriel walked in with Defane. He was smiling. Neville felt angry, then noticed how the smile fell away as Gabriel took in the room. The other boy's face set in a hard mask as he left his cousin to come over to their group. Neville, he greeted, voice quiet as he knelt down next to them. Ron, Ginevra, I'm sorry it took us so long to get here. Us? Asked Ginny, raising her head from Neville's shoulder. Neville watched her blink her big brown eyes at their fellow Gryffindor. She was feeling the effects of the battle, too. Gabriel met her eyes, then Neville's. They locked eyes for a long moment. Gabriel was the first to look away. He jerked his chin toward Hermione. He seemed tense, but not overly worried. How is she? They said she'll be all right. She's just exhausted. What are you doing here? Asked Ginny, still looking at Gabriel. Aren't you sick in the infirmary? I got better, said Gabriel. Neville snorted, but decided not to ask. It took most of the day to get Hogsmeade cleaned up. The students who had been cleared by the field medics were sent to the castle to be checked over by Madame Pomfrey. The students who had suffered more serious injuries were taken to St. Mungo's. The students who had stayed behind were warned not to press their returning friends for details, or at the very least, an exasperated Madame Pomfrey had added, wait for a day or two and respect a no, if given. It would take more than a day or two for Hogwarts to get back to normal. Voldemort seethed with rage as the bad news continued to pour in from every source. Lilith Rousseau, the French hussy, had snuck out while he was occupied, which was probably just as well. He'd have to kill her just so she couldn't give him that stupid, I told you so, look one more time. The plan had been perfect. Maltea had organized a little ransom meeting to distract Dumbledore's little pets, which served the additional purpose of sidelining the Frenchman while his loyalty was in question. The Death Eaters had staged a massive attack on a busy Hogsmeade weekend aimed to terrorize the populace into remembering how powerful the Dark Lord was and how much better things would be if they simply gave into his demands. As an added bonus, near intel had come in that Harry Potter had been seen in the vicinity of the village. Everything should have gone according to plan. But no. Voldemort screamed in anger and threw his goblet against the wall of his private chamber as the last Death Eater practically sprinted from his presence. Damn that Maltea. Damn the whole traitorous family. They had conspired to use him. The audacity. Voldemort paced, unable to stand still any longer. It had all been Maltea. The failed raids, the newspaper's folk heroes, the leaked plans, all Maltea. And, like a rotting, stinking cherry on top of this shit pie, his connection with the Potter brat had reopened like a Venus flytrap in his mind. When he'd sent probes, what had he found? Hindi. Swirls of Hindi script. And the rage grew. He threw his anger like a javelin. No, like a barrage of javelins aimed at the Potter brat who, it appeared, had been under his nose the entire time. Well, he might not be able to read his mind, but he could give him one hell of a headache. The meeting was set to take place on an inconveniently located hill, far from any wizarding settlements or easily accessible fireplaces. The selected members of the Order of the Phoenix had been obliged to use the provided portkey despite their reservations about its mysterious origins. It had deposited them, as advertised, at the foot of the inconvenient hill. The information provided by the contact had been succinct but clear. These people were aware of Harry Potter's location and had sent that potion to Hogwarts as a way of advertising that they were willing to discuss selling the information. Sirius wasn't sure whether that attitude left him more pissed off or scared. They climbed to the crest of the hill to find 3 people waiting for them. Albus stepped forward and offered his hand. The older gentleman shaking hands with Albus looked vaguely familiar. He looked like nothing more than a distinguished statesman, though with wizards that was often misleading. In fact, Sirius thought with a cold prickle running down his back. The man reminded him a lot of his own father and grandfather. Claudius, Albus was saying, what a surprise to find you at the top of this hill. I did not expect you to have dirtied your hands with this business. The older gentleman, Claudius, frowned at Albus. Dirtied. You must be here for a different purpose than I. Perhaps I am on the wrong hill after all. Please, Albus said before Sirius could jump in, let us work together toward an understanding. I believe we are both on the right hill, though maybe the messages we each received were altered slightly in the transmission. Sirius couldn't help but be impressed with Albus's silver tongue. He slipped and glided so easily through the diplomatic phrases that even Sirius could feel his hard edge of terror and anger wearing down. Claudius did not appear completely immune, as he nodded and stayed. Let me introduce my companions, Albus continued smoothly. Arthur and Molly Weasley, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin, and Sirius Black. Like me, they are all very interested in the fate of a certain young man. Claudius's mouth tightened, but when he spoke it was merely a solicitous introduction of his companions. I present Katyayani and Genevieve. He did not offer last names. Sirius once again felt a cold prickle as he looked closely at the women for the first time. The elder was a hard-eyed Indian woman whose old-fashioned robes were slightly ill-fitting, as though she normally wore something very different. She was probably as old as Albus or nearly so. The younger woman was extremely beautiful. She was owned and petite and looked like an angel in her stylishly filmy robes. An Indian woman and a French woman. It could not be as easy as. Let us sit, Claudius said as he conjured chairs for the ladies and himself. As soon as they were all situated, Albus began in earnest. Please excuse my bluntness, but you must already know that I am looking for information about the whereabouts of Harry Potter. Claudius nodded as the women exchanged a quick glance. Many people are looking for that information, Claudius replied. Just this week I heard in the office that the Dark Lord was asking quite similar questions. Sirius growled. He couldn't help it. The older man glanced at him curiously, then turned his focus back to Albus. It was just as well. Sirius couldn't trust himself to be polite at the moment. He was burning up with his need to know. I trust that you do not place me in the same category as that inauspicious personage, Albus said mildly. Claudius's silence spoke volumes and made Sirius, and, it seemed, the rest of their party, a bit uncomfortable. We understand that you do not specifically seek to harm him, Katyayani said, looking Sirius straight in the eye. She obviously knew who he was and why he was here. But we are not blind. We know why you have suddenly redoubled your efforts to find him. Albus frowned. I assure you, I do not know to what reason you could be referring. Prophecies are notoriously treacherous, Katyayani said, voice wry. They often become self-fulfilling by those who hear them. Don't prevaricate, she added sternly. I will not appreciate it. Well, that couldn't be good. No one was supposed to know about the prophecy except them. And he who must not be named, of course, but he didn't have the whole thing. How do you know about the prophecy? Sirius asked when Albus took too long formulating a diplomatic answer. Katyayani actually laughed. She didn't choose to answer. Look, Sirius said, not bothering to hide his desperation and anger. We just want to know where Harry is. See that he's safe. Give him a proper home. He did not miss the way the three of them stiffened. You will try to use him as a pawn in your ridiculous power struggle, accused Genevieve. It's not ridiculous, Remus said at the same time as Molly cried, he's only a child. Genevieve glared at them both. Fools, she muttered. Please, Albus stepped back into the conversation, hands spread. Tell us where we can find him. What makes you think he needs to be found? Asked Genevieve. Or that he wants to be found. I'm his godfather, Sirius said stonily. The owned woman snorted. He needs to know about his parents, Albus wheedled. He needs to know where he comes from. He needs to know his destiny. He does not need your offered destiny, Katyayani said, gently quieting the other woman. He has his hands full with a destiny of his own creating. Sirius's heart fluttered uncomfortably in his chest. She spoke of his godson like a real person, a person she knew well. So you do know, he breathed, eyes hungry as he stared at her. You do know where he is. Claudius looked irritated as he stepped back into the conversation. Yes, he confirmed. We know where Harry Potter can be found. But we are not prepared to share that information. The immediate outpouring from the Order of the Phoenix members was interrupted with the arrival of a Patronus on the hilltop. Sirius went cold as the messenger shared the news of the attack on Hogsmeade. He, Remus, Kingsley, and the Weasleys all jumped up. The Auror apparated away without a word. You cannot keep the children you already have safe, Genevieve pointed out coldly, and you honestly expect us to give you another. Molly and Arthur were white-faced. Albus, Molly pleaded, you have to come. Albus remained seated. The Weasleys did not stay to argue. Only Sirius and Remus remained, bodies thrumming with tension as the headmaster continued to sit, seemingly unperturbed. Will you tell us? He asked, voice calm. As you've heard, he's needed. So are we, Albus, said Remus through gritted teeth. Are you really planning to stay here and argue with us? Claudius asked, surprise written across his features. Your young friend is quite right. I will stay, Albus said serenely, as long as necessary. Harry Potter is needed for the greater good. Sirius did not like the looks the three were giving them. He felt judged and found lacking. This, he thought. He knew where to find Harry. At least, he was pretty sure he did. And if he was wrong, well, what was the worst that could happen? Let Albus dig this grave on his own. He apparated away without another word. Bree was torn between staying with his uncle and helping his classmates back to the castle. In the end, he allowed himself to be ushered along with the other teenagers toward the nominal safety of Hogwarts. Hermione was still in a healing sleep while Ron, Ginny, and Neville were either too rattled to talk to him or too angry. They walked together in silence, Hermione floating somewhere ahead of them under the power of a teacher's spell. It wasn't until they were back in the dorm, Hermione safely in the infirmary, that they began to relax. Bree didn't try to push them for answers about what had happened that afternoon, and he didn't offer any explanation of his own. The younger students and those who had chosen not to go to the village took one look at the returning students and wisely decided not to pester anyone for information. Bree was a little surprised. He never thought the other Gryffindors would be capable of such restraint. He once again felt that little surge of fondness. He spent some time simply being with his friends, quietly offering support. He and Ron played a half-hearted game of chess as Neville and Ginny sat on the couch in front of the fire. They all skipped dinner. The students who chose to head to the Great Hall all reported that there had been announcements regarding what had happened in the village. 3 student lives had been lost, and many others had been injured. Bree was touched to hear that McGonagall had also acknowledged the soldiers and villagers who had died in their defense. Headmaster Dumbledore, it seemed, had been silent on the entire subject. Bree was very curious about how the ransom meeting had played out. Obviously their main goal, keeping Dumbledore occupied while they maneuvered, had worked exactly as planned. He wondered if they had decided to trust the old man with his identity. They had considered the possibility, and he had left that final decision to his grandmother's judgment. He doubted they had, since he had yet to receive any ominous summons. Still, he was curious. The rest of the weekend passed quietly. Professor McGonagall set up appointments with all the students who had been in the village with optional appointments for those who had stayed behind. Levi reported his head of house doing the same. Bree's appointment was later in the evening. He was pleased to see his friends' moods improved after their own appointments, though he wasn't particularly keen for his own. He didn't feel that he needed the counseling, and he was sure that McGonagall would have something to say about his uncle's perfect timing. He was slightly trepidatious as he headed to her office. Mr. Malthea, she greeted as he stopped in her open doorway. She stood, and while she looked tired and sad, she also sounded warm. Close the door and have a seat. He silently obeyed as she sat back down with a sigh. Would you like tea? She asked, gesturing to a gently steaming pot. It's laced with a mild calming potion to help students relax enough to talk about what happened. Bree's eyes shot up at her matter-of-fact admission. She smiled slightly at him, obviously aware of what he was thinking. I don't drug my students without their knowledge, Mr. Malthea. It is a common draft in such circumstances. Thank you, he said, but I am comfortable. Good, she said. She sounded like she meant it. Mr. Malthea, I am not going to ask you about the timing of this event and your uncle's involvement. I have come to my own conclusions, and feel they are sufficient for us to proceed. Thank you, he said again, not knowing how else to respond. Don't thank me yet, she cautioned, eyes shrewd and watchful. I only have one question, but it is very important that you answer honestly and without reservation. He nodded once, brain churning through possibilities. Will you continue to protect my children? She inquired, surprising him. Yes, he responded without thinking. He hesitated at the flash of triumph in her eyes, then continued, but I cannot promise to save them all. Her face hardened, but she nodded in understanding. And how are you feeling after yesterday's sorrowful events, Mr. Malthea? She asked, changing the subject abruptly. Angry, he said, deciding to be honest. It is never easy to lose companions and friends. I hope that anger serves you well, McGonagall replied. But be careful. We Gryffindors have a tendency to act without thinking. Our hearts often overwhelm our heads. Even you are not immune, she added with a hint of a smile, apparently reading the demurral on his face. Your needless stubbornness and pride have been the cause of many of my headaches this year. I look forward to someone else bearing the brunt of your Gryffindor-ish nonsense. It was really hard not to gape at her. He felt 2 inches tall in the face of her gentle rebuke. She said it with compassion and understanding, which somehow made it worse. He felt his face freezing into his haughty stone mask. Her smile turned sad. I'm sorry, she said, though she didn't say what she could possibly be sorry for. You are free to go, Mr. Malthea. My door is always open if you change your mind and decide you need someone to talk to. He opened his mouth to thank her and take his leave, but found very different words tripping out of his mouth. Actually, there is something. She looked politely curious, and he hesitated for a long second. This was a terrible idea. Once again, he prepared to excuse himself. The moment stretched on, then he exhaled fiercely. I'd like to know about my birth parents, he admitted quietly. Minerva was ready for the day to be over. It had been almost as emotionally draining for her as it had been for her Gryffindors. She looked up at the clock, 5 minutes until her last appointment. Hopefully it would be less stressful than the others, despite Malthea's unique ability to get under her skin no matter how pleasant she tried to be. Unlike the other teens she'd spoken to, he probably wasn't even fazed by the events at Hogsmeade. Malthea appeared in her office doorway right on time. He seemed to hesitate on the threshold. No doubt he had his own theories about her agenda this evening. In fact, it had crossed her mind to ask him about his uncle's involvement and his own sudden reappearance, but, in the end, it seemed like a waste of time. Besides, she wanted to build rapport with the boy, not alienate him even more. He moved stiffly as she invited him in to take a seat. He looked outright startled when she offered him her potion-laced tea. She kept her tone light as she explained standard procedure around interviews like this one. There were rumors that the headmaster sometimes used calming potions on students without their consent, which was technically his right as the headmaster, but it didn't make her happy that he'd tried the move on one of her Gryffindors without informing her. When she asked him her one question, will you continue to protect my children? He said yes without even thinking about it. She felt relief surge through her. If he was saying yes, he was speaking for his uncle as well. The fact that he didn't take the time to consider a more careful answer was very Gryffindorish. She had already decided that she might have been wrong about him at the beginning of the year, and now she decided that she was actually a little fond of him. That surge of fondness was probably what prompted her little speech about being a Gryffindor, a speech Malthea did not appear to appreciate. His face closed off, and the mask he had worn at the beginning of the year fell into place like armor. She sighed. So much for not alienating him. I'm sorry, she said, wishing that he didn't feel the need to hide himself from her. You are free to go, Mr. Malthea. My door is always open if you change your mind and decide you need someone to talk to. He sat there for a moment, looking stone-faced and cold. Actually, he said, the stone look cracking a little, there is something. Minerva tried to hide her surprise, going for a neutral listening expression. Maybe she hadn't messed up as much as she'd thought. Maybe her words had actually gotten through to him and he would see her as an ally rather than an adversary. The silence stretched tight. Finally, Malthea let out an explosive breath, and the stone mask crumbled. For the first time she found herself face to face with Gabriel, a 17-year-old boy who was having a tough time with life at the moment. Later, she would remember this moment as one of her greatest accomplishments as an educator. "I'd like to know about my birth parents," he said quietly. Minerva blinked, unprepared for his question. She hadn't been aware that Sarai Malthea was not his birth mother. "Do you know their names?" she asked kindly, figuring that he had to have a reason for asking her. He took another deep breath, and said, "Lily and James Potter." Minerva poured herself a cup of tea from the pot on her desk and drank it down, then polished off 2 more cups. She felt his eyes on her as the calming potion helped settle her pounding heart and ease her rapid breathing. "You are." Her voice came out a little squeaky, so she poured another cup of tea and cleared her throat to try again. "You were born Harry Potter." He hesitated, then nodded. She stared into his green eyes, trying to recognize the little boy she had held all those years ago. "The scar?" she asked, staring at his smooth forehead. The smooth skin rippled faintly, as though it were a heat mirage. When she blinked, the glamour had dissolved. She covered her mouth with her hand, but did not cry out. His beautiful, perfect face was a lie. The lightning bolt was still seared into his forehead, right where she remembered it. It looked just as angry and fresh, as though it hadn't properly healed. Around it, skin rippled and bubbled in long-healed burn scars, and a pale scar extended below the lightning bolt to cross his nose and cheek. She wanted to toss her desk aside and scoop him up into a giant hug and tell him how glad she was that he was alive, and how sorry she was that this, whatever this was, had happened to him. She sipped her tea instead. "Well, that explains a few things," she said, trying to smile as she clutched her teacup. "You are very much like your father, young man, though James never had your stoicism. He couldn't go 10 minutes without laughing, even at the height of the war. He was very bright," she added, warming quickly to her topic, "and quite the troublemaker. He was sure that school rules applied to everyone except him and his friends. They tested every boundary they knew of, and a few through sheer accident." "And Lily?" Gabriel, who was Harry, asked, eyes bright as he soaked in her words. "Smartest witch of her year, and the smartest student Hogwarts had seen in a long time. She could do anything she put her mind to, though she never quite got the hang of herbology. Claimed she had a brown thumb. Lily was one of the few people who could corner James and get him to behave. I never could decide who was braver, Lily for standing up to James's mischief or James for standing up to Lily's temper." "You sound as though you loved them," he said wistfully. "I did," she agreed with a small sigh. "I know teachers aren't supposed to have favorites, but they had a way of getting through anyone's defenses. After they graduated, we stayed in touch. I was at their wedding and your naming celebration. It was very small, of course, circumstances being what they were. It felt odd to acknowledge this cold-eyed soldier as being Harry, even if she believed it was true, looked like a tiny version of James, but with Lily's bright eyes." As she remembered, she peered into the scarred brown face of Gabriel Malthea, looking for signs of her long-dead friends. She broke off her search to pull open a desk drawer and flip through a stack of pictures sent to her by students who had wanted to share with her the important moments in their lives. The Potters' wedding photo was somewhere in there, as was a photo of them holding their newborn son. "Aha," she said, pulling out the pictures. Seeing the waving images brought the similarities between them and the boy in front of her into sharper focus. He had James's angular face and long nose. He had Lily's eyes and graceful fingers. There were also features that didn't belong to either Potter. The curve of his mouth was entirely alien, the stubborn chin was not quite that of either parent, and, of course, his skin and hair clearly showed the meddling influence of blood magic. He accepted the photos and stared down at them, not giving away what he was thinking. As she watched him silently, she began to process what he had just revealed. He was Harry Potter, though she highly doubted the proud boy in front of her would take kindly to someone insisting he use that name. He had survived the killing curse. A prophecy dictated his fate. to fight the Dark Lord until one of them was dead. He was the boy Albus was willing to sacrifice anything, even the safety of the children of Hogwarts, in order to find and control. Minerva shuddered. He had told her who he was. Trusted her. Why? The terrible weight of the choice she must make settled around her shoulders like a leaden cloak. They look so happy, Gabriel, who was once Harry, said, looking up from the photos. I'd only ever seen the official portraits that went into the newspapers after they died. Keep them, she said. Thank you. He smiled, and it was like someone had turned on the sun. You know, she said, deciding to test the boundaries of this newfound trust, if you really want to know more about James and Lily, you should talk to Professors Black and Lupin. They were close friends of your father throughout their school years. In fact, she hesitated, seeing the smile dimming as she spoke. Professor Black is your godfather. No, he corrected gently, he was Harry Potter's godfather. She decided not to push her luck, saying only, I understand your need to make that distinction. Thank you. He paused for a long moment, then asked, Professor. Yes, Mr. Malthea. You know that no one else can know yet, right? He was all business now, looking twice his age and as much a commander as his uncle. I'm telling you because I think I'm going to need all the allies I can get, but I have to balance that against the risks that come from people knowing who I am. Even without a face, Harry Potter is a name to conjure gossip and attention. I'm not ready for that right now. And you know that I will not risk the lives of my students, any of my students, she added meaningfully, when I have information that can help them. I will not promise never to share this information, but I will be very careful with it. His jaw tightened, then he nodded. I wouldn't have said anything if I didn't think I could trust you, Professor. As he stood, the air in front of his face rippled and smoothed until he once again appeared perfect and whole. Thank you. Of course, she said, her smile warm and genuine. And you are always welcome to come have tea with me if you want to talk or to just listen to an old lady tell stories. He smiled. I may take you up on that. He turned to go, then paused at the door. I'm sorry, he added, not meeting her eyes, for giving you attitude at the beginning of the year. She laughed. Good night, Mr. Malthea. He shut the door, and she was left alone in her office, head swimming. She had a lot to think about. Sirius spent the rest of his weekend pacing in his chambers and drinking more whiskey than was wise. They had arrived back at the school to find the whole mess soundly taken care of by Minerva and her new French allies. Well, they weren't exactly her allies. If Sirius's suspicions were correct, and he was currently too drunk to have completely made up his mind, then the Frenchies were actually Harry Potter's allies. Or whatever his fake Malwhatsit family was calling him these days. No, that wasn't fair. They had taken him away from that bastard Dursley, which was more than Sirius had done. If anyone was fake family, it was him. More whiskey. By the time Monday morning dawned, the school had regained something resembling equilibrium. Classes for the day were cancelled, but the students dragged themselves out of bed and to the Great Hall at the normal time. Albus spoke a few comforting words over breakfast and announced that there would be a service that afternoon for the students who died in Hogsmeade. He couldn't quite bring himself to call it a battle. It wouldn't do for a battle to take place so close to Hogwarts without his presence. It was, at best, an attack. As he returned to his seat, Albus pretended not to notice the dangerous murmurs that surged through the hall. Where was the headmaster? Seemed like a disturbingly common theme. While he did not feel the need to explain his actions to children, he still worried over the loss of morale his absence had caused. He hadn't even gotten the information he'd been after. It seemed increasingly likely that he was going to have to settle for Neville Longbottom, but even as that inevitability loomed, it became less and less likely to be accepted by the wizarding populace. They had seen Potter, after all, or at least a likeness good enough to make them believe he still lived and was somewhere close. Longbottom would never hold a candle to that legend. It was a problem Albus couldn't quite solve, and that made him cranky. Melly sat quietly amongst her Slytherin compatriots, listening more than she contributed. They were uneasy over the results of the Hogsmeade debacle, which only made sense. The Death Eaters had not shown well that day. Even before the Butcher soldiers had turned up, they had not lived up to the hype. I don't know why the headmaster is bothering with a funeral, complained Malfoy to his posse. He didn't seem to notice Melly listening in, but he rarely paid attention to those around him. Sometimes Melly wasn't quite sure what Slytherin qualities the Sorting Hat had seen in him. Grieving, drawled Nott. Apparently we all need the chance to cry together. At least it means we don't have school today, Davis smiled vacuously. I didn't study for the transfiguration test at all. We can study this afternoon while we have the library to ourselves, said Parkinson as she scooted her eggs around her plate. Are you an idiot? Asked Zabini, sounding bored with the question he already knew the answer to. Parkinson's face turned purple as he sneered at her. You have to be at the service. We all do. What do you care? She snapped. You're a traitor. Zabini sniffed, but did not answer. Melly had noticed that he always tended to stay on the outside fringes of his Yermit's circle, but he had been especially distant since the incident in town. Now she knew why. They saw him as having thrown in his lot with the Malthaeus. She hoped it wasn't true. She'd sort of liked Zabini. No one else mentioned skipping the memorial services, which meant that, traitor or not, Zabini had made his point. She sighed to herself. She should probably show up, too. At least if she didn't, she had the excuse of being an exchange student who hadn't known the older students anyways. Still, it probably wasn't worth catching anyone's interest. She glanced across the hall at Malthaea's back. He was brave, she had to give him that. If she were him, she wouldn't be leaving her back exposed to the Slytherin table quite yet. What had possessed him? What had possessed his uncle? She knew her mother's opinion of the butcher quite well, but this was completely out of character for him. She was missing a puzzle piece, and she had no idea whose mind she needed to dig through to find it. Well, Malthaea's, obviously, but his mind was like Gringotts. She'd tried once on a dare and had been laughed at by him and his stupid posse of cousins. The cousins were all back at Beauxbatons, but she had no doubt that he would still catch her and laugh at her. Though, not all the cousins were back in France. She smiled. It shouldn't be too hard to get him alone. Ravenclaws were not a suspicious bunch. Sirius waited until after the memorial service to make his move. He wasn't sure how his overture would be accepted, but he knew he had to try. As the students broke into clusters for the walk from the lake back up to the castle, he looked around for Malthaea. He was fairly predictable. If he wasn't with the Gryffindors, he would be with his cousin and Razieva. He quickly spotted the two Ravenclaws on their way back, but their only companion was Rousseau. Next he spotted the cluster of sixth-year Gryffindors. Sirius wasn't entirely surprised to see Weasley and Granger holding hands, but it was odd that Longbottom was trailing them by a half-dozen yards. Finally he spotted Malthaea walking toward the edge of the lake. He waited as the area cleared of students until they were the only ones left. This talk would be a little more exposed than he wanted, but hopefully the isolation of the lake would keep them from being overheard. Malthaea didn't react as he approached and moved to stand on the boy's left. Sirius did not assume that meant Malthaea wasn't perfectly aware that he'd been watching for the last 10 minutes. I've been meaning to talk to you, Sirius said after the silence grew too heavy for him to bear. I think I understand you a little better now than I did the last time we spoke. Oh, the boy sounded bored. He didn't look away from his contemplation of the rippling water, and Sirius used the opportunity to study his profile. I think I understand why you wanted to teach my students dark arts, said Sirius. Malthaea made a deep humming sound in the back of his throat, that might have indicated either approval or warning. Your family takes risks, and they don't have the cleanest of reputations. When push comes to shove, though, the Malthaeus aren't in it for the torture and the bloodshed. What your uncle does, what he is, I don't fully understand it. I think that's on purpose. But right now, his actions are leaving you exposed and vulnerable. Malthaea's snort could have been laughter or derision. Probably both. Sirius pressed on. Now that he started, he wasn't sure he could stop. You don't like being vulnerable, do you? You fear it more than anything. That's what your Bogart meant. That's some theory, said Malthaea quietly. Maybe, agreed Sirius, taking a deep breath. But it's the least crazy of the theories I've been considering since meeting with a couple of your relatives on a hilltop over the weekend. And just like that, he had Malthaea's full and undivided attention. See, I think you and I have a few things in common. He tried to ignore the boy's quickened breathing. We both had a difficult childhood with an overwhelming disciplinarian. I think we both were lucky enough to find succor with a family who could shield us and love us. But where I always had to go back to my father, you were taken away and sheltered from your uncle. You're wrong, growled Malthea. My family loves me, especially my uncle. I don't doubt that the Maltheus love you very much, Sirius agreed. He heard the indrawn breath and blundered ahead. Just like the Potters loved me. You're very lucky that the Maltheus had the means to take you away. I'm just sorry that it wasn't me, he added in a whisper. I don't know what the boy began, then faltered. Did she? He stopped again. His breathing was quick, and his body was rigid. Sirius turned fully to stare at the son of his best friend. I know they adopted you, he said as firmly as he could. He'd known it in his gut, and now he knew it with every fiber of his being. I know they changed your name. I know that you don't think you want anything to do with who you were. I might even understand, just a little. But Harry, he stopped at the ragged, indrawn breath. Gabriel, he corrected quickly, No, I'm your godfather. I swore an oath to your parents that I would watch over you and protect you. I don't understand what the Maltheus have planned, but Merlin help me, I will be part of it. He wanted to press on, but he could see the strain his words had already placed on his godson. After a minute of watching the stony profile, he turned his gaze back to the rippling lake. He could feel Harry, Gabriel beside him, trembling slightly despite the warm cloak he wore. Sirius did his best to hold himself still and calm. He wanted desperately to reach out, but feared the inevitable rejection. So they stood against the cold February wind and each turned inward to their own thoughts. Neville walked slowly back to the castle, allowing his friends to draw further and further ahead. He was too deep in thought. Things were moving quickly, and his understanding of how the puzzle pieces fit together lacked the penetrating brilliance of Hermione or the strategic insight of Ron. The battle in Hogsmeade had had a very different effect on Neville than it had on the rest of the student body. Only Neville was relieved by the way things had turned out, and he was disgusted with himself for it. 2 of his classmates had died in the village. Granted, he hadn't known them well, but that shouldn't matter. He hated the fact that he was opportunistic enough to recognize his salvation, even if he didn't understand it. The fact that the Maltheus were there in Hogsmeade, working against the Death Eaters, meant that plans were in place that would surely make his unwanted information moot. Once he who must not be named was destroyed, surely no one would care who Harry Potter was or was not. Already the information was less harmful. Akshay Malthea had declared himself against he who must not be named, so finding out that his nephew was really Harry Potter couldn't possibly harm him, right? Neville wished he had the brains of his friends. Or their bravery, for that matter. He was a lousy Gryffindor. He'd never been brave, never shown an ounce of backbone, never. He was distracted from his spiraling self-loathing by the sound of conversation behind the tapestry of Nicodemus the 41st. He stopped, then shook his head. He didn't want to listen. He didn't want to know any more dangerous secrets. It was none of his business what Rousseau and Defane had to whisper about in a semi-secret passageway. Voldemort was running low on options. His followers were demoralized and Magical Britain, the fickle creature, was infatuated with the traitorous Frenchman. They seemed to have forgotten overnight that they had been referring to him as a butcher for nearly 2 decades, and they definitely didn't care to remember that he had once had the French wizards eating out of his hands before clenching his fists around the country's throat. If he wasn't so pissed off, he'd have been impressed. Akshay had, in one move, accomplished what Voldemort had been trying to do for years. Well, it wasn't exactly one move, but it was one hell of a check. Voldemort wasn't about to give up the game, though. Now that he understood that he was playing against 2 opponents on the same game board, he was more than capable of mastering both and obliterating them. It was time to activate his agents in the Ministry. He needed the propaganda machine to turn against Malthea, needed to remind the Wizards of Britain that the Butcher was a dangerous ally who would turn on them in a second. Most of all, he needed them to ask the question he'd been asking since Halloween. Where is Harry Potter? Minerva S. Ked in her breath as she read the headline of the morning's newspaper. The article that followed was not reassuring. This again. grumbled Severus as he sat down next to her. Why do they care so much about that brat? The prophecy, she began, without her usual gusto. As irrelevant, he retorted. It isn't common knowledge. He's the only one who survived the unforgivable. That means something to people. But why? Severus asked as he buttered his toast. It was a good question. Why did people care so much? Because Albus and the Dark Lord both care deeply, she said. People see that, and they wonder. Severus nodded like a schoolteacher whose pupil had finally arrived at the correct answer. His voice was low as he said, Our illustrious headmaster is doing more harm than good with his continued obsession. I don't see how this is our business, Severus, she said as severely as she could manage. I just thought you'd want to know that your hero is looking closely at one of your lions, Severus sneered. He's gone and set his sights on the other. Bullshit, she said, before she could stop herself. Severus laughed. Make your own choices, Minerva, but be prepared for his to blow up in your face. Levi wasn't entirely sure how he'd ended up in this dusty passageway, alone with Melly Rousseau. He was sure he didn't want to be here. What are you doing? He asked the older girl as calmly as he could manage. The fact that she'd gotten him here without him noticing meant she'd succeeded, in mentally manipulating him. He hoped the fact that he was currently aware was a good sign. Me. She smiled brightly at him, her face radiating warmth and friendship. I'm just being friendly, she said, her French refreshing and comforting to his ears. He sometimes forgot how much he loved the sounds of French, surrounded as he was by the harsher tones of English. Yes, he said agreeably. We are friends. And it was true, wasn't it? All year, Melly had taken the time to speak with him in their native language. She was always willing to spare a moment for a younger student who was just a little homesick. I'm so glad we're friends, she continued, her smile so warm that he felt tingly. He was glad they were friends, too. A friend like her was special indeed. Before she'd come to Hogwarts, he'd had trouble getting to know people. Even amongst the Ravenclaws, he stood out. Not everyone appreciated his love of learning. But Anya. Wait, it was Anya, not Melly who had become his friend this year. He barely knew Melly. She noticed his frown, and reached out to place her hand on his shoulder. He tried to jerk back, but her grip was like iron. Besides, they were friends. Why would he want to step away from his friend? It's been a while since we talked, she continued, voice still warm and friendly. Yes, he agreed. It had been a while. In fact, they had never talked. Not even once. He'd been around when she'd talked with Bree, but they hadn't exchanged so much as a bonjour. How is Gabriel these days? She purred. Much better, he said, feeling all over again the relief of having his cousin back at Hogwarts. I missed him. I did too, she assured him. Why was he gone? I worried over him. He wasn't feeling well, Levi admitted, glad that she shared his affection for Bree. Amy helped a lot, though. She always does. Remind me. Melly's eyes were full of genuine concern. Why did he need his sister's expertise? Oh, it wasn't her expertise, he laughed. She specializes in research and development and field medicine. Oh, Melly was frowning, which upset Levi. How can I make you feel better? He asked, reaching out to touch her gently on the elbow. He would have touched her shoulder, but with both of her hands gripping his upper arms, it was difficult to move even that much. And why was she gripping him so hard? She was hurting him. Her grip loosened and she sighed sadly. I was just so worried about Gabriel, and I wanted ever so much to know what was wrong. I was counting on your help. Levi felt terrible. She depended on him, and he failed her. I'm sorry, he said miserably. You know I want to help you, and we're friends, but you aren't family. But I'm like family, she reminded him softly. That was true. Her mother was a cousin on his grandfather's side, wasn't she? He frowned, trying to remember the exact nature of their familial relationship. No, they were connected through his mother, who had died when his little brother was born. That had been a terrible tragedy. She had been so very young. Witches rarely died in childbirth. We're cousins, Melly added, distracting him from following that train of thought. We're cousins and we're friends. And it was okay to talk to cousins. Family is everything, he said, nodding. As long as they were family, it was okay to tell her about. No, that wasn't right. What is Gabriel up to? Melly asked lightly. He looks so purposeful these days. That's because he decided to stop fighting fate, Levi said with a proud smile. He knew his cousin would succeed, no matter what odds were stacked against him. Oh, she encouraged. He was tingling again. That was odd. The only girl who had ever made him tingle before was Anya. Where is Anya? He asked, focusing on that thought. It suddenly seemed of utmost importance to find his girlfriend. She's in the library. Don't worry, Melly soothed, though she was sounding a little less warm and loving. Anya likes it when we talk together. Oh, well, if Anya liked it, that must be okay. Still, something about this wasn't quite right. He tried to step away from Melly so he could gather his thoughts. He hated being touched. She was making him uncomfortable. Forget it, soothed Melly, pulling him into a tight hug. Forget all about it. We can have another little chat later. Levi nodded. A later chat would be perfect. There you are, cried Anya, slipping onto the bench beside him. I waited for you in the common room. I guess I was hungry, said Levi, frowning down at his loaded breakfast plate. He didn't feel hungry. He felt like his stomach was lined with lead. Are you feeling all right? Anya sounded concerned. You've been a little off the last few days. Maybe you caught Bree's cold. No, he smiled at her, shaking off the weird feeling. I guess I didn't sleep well last night. So much for going to bed early, she said with a light laugh. I went to bed early. Levi stared at her. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't really remember much after the memorial service yesterday. Something weird was definitely going on. All of the pieces had been perfectly aligned. It had been such a simple matter for his agents inside to step up. The minister was under their control, and it was only a matter of time before others followed. He'd tried to make his Slytherins fight a physical war, but they couldn't win against soldiers. He needed to win before the Butcher had finished rallying Britain. He needed the politicians to lead the battle against that traitor so it could be him that played hero in the end. Akshay had done him a favor. Bree shot awake, sweating. Voldemort was happy, and he wasn't bothering to hide it. After a long silence, Bree looked up from his contemplation of the lake. He hadn't expected Black to have figured out his identity, and he was frankly shocked that the older man had taken it with such grace. Rumor had it he had reacted to the infamous Potter prank with a great deal less aplomb. A simple pledge of support and participation. No pressure to be accepted as his one true parental figure. No plea for hugs and affection. It was a wonderful relief. This weekend, Bree said shortly. We leave after dinner on Friday. Black startled at the sound of his voice. Where are we going? You wanted to help. You'll be helping. That's not an answer, Black pointed out dryly. Bree shrugged. He still hadn't decided how much to trust the man. It appeared that, despite a growing number of professors being well aware of his identity, the headmaster was still in the dark. For now, Bree wanted to keep it that way. He distrusted Dumbledore. The less Black knew, the less Dumbledore potentially knew. He turned back to follow his classmates into the castle. Be here at 8, he said as he walked away from the shore. He didn't wait for Black to follow. The week passed quickly. The teachers tried hard to distract their students and keep them occupied, which in most cases involved an increase in homework. Bree declined to complete most of it, though he made sure to take the time to practice any new spells. He couldn't quite bring himself to bother with the essays. He'd also been taking the time to rebuild his friendship with Neville. He wasn't sure why he'd decided the boy was worth his effort, especially after the dangerous stunt he'd pulled, but he found himself forgiving Longbottom. And, upon offering forgiveness, found himself honestly enjoying the other Gryffindors' company. Neville seemed to have something serious on his mind, despite Bree's assurance that no death was looming, and had hesitantly asked if Bree might teach him a few combat spells. That hesitant, shy request had led to several sessions in their dorm room while the other boys were elsewhere. You're swishing your wand too hard, Bree said, watching Neville critically. It's not a whip. It needs to be a gentler motion. But it's an attack spell. Neville frowned. Bree raised an eloquent eyebrow and didn't bother to respond. Instead, He gently swished his wand and silently sent the yellow light hurtling across the room at their conjured dummy. Gently, he repeated. Neville diligently copied his motion and sent his own spell across the room with a mutter. He beamed as yellow splashed across the target. Bree nodded his approval. Again, he instructed. He wasn't sure why Neville had suddenly become interested in learning from him, but he was a quicker study than Bree had expected. Not to mention, it was nice to get back into the routine of training someone. He missed the routine and flow of the barracks. School wasn't quite so useless that he was ready to give it up and quit, but it was sometimes a close thing. With Voldemort looming closer and those stupid articles being published daily, it was nice to have a little something like home. Especially with how distant Levi had grown. After 3 more successful castings, he vanished their dummy. Thanks, Gabriel, said Neville with a slight smile. I'll see you Monday. Bree nodded and summoned his bag from the corner. He had a godfather to meet. Sirius was fairly bursting with curiosity about Gabriel Malthea, and he was ruining his decision earlier in the year to turn down the boy's help. If only he'd said yes, they might have built a bond that would have helped now. As it was, he knew that any overt questions or attempts to establish a relationship would be met with, at the very least, indifference or hostility. It was Friday night, 7:58, and he couldn't stand still. He was pacing along the shore, anxious to be going. Where? He wasn't sure. Somewhere. With his godson, which was the most important part. His pacing was interrupted by the abrupt arrival of a cloaked shadow that quickly resolved into Gabriel. The teenager held a tattered-looking shirt loosely in his hand, which surprised Sirius. It was not a garment he would normally have expected Gabriel to own, let alone willingly touch. What's that? He asked, pushing aside the questions he actually wanted to get answers for. Portkey. Oh, where are we going? Was it sanctioned by the headmaster? The boy had truly loquacious eyebrows, and Sirius decided to stop asking silly questions. London, came the reply, surprising him. He hadn't thought he'd receive any answers. Sirius almost asked what was in London, but decided that it was probably best to just go along with it. Gabriel would likely tell him more when it was pertinent. At least, he hoped he'd be told more. He'd need some information if he was going to be as helpful as he hoped. The portkey was as unpleasant as Sirius had expected, but at least they both managed to keep their feet. What now? He asked, breaking the promise he'd made to himself to just go with it. Now you apparate us to your family's London residence, said Gabriel. Seriously. That had not been what Sirius was expecting. Why did Gabriel want to go to Grimmauld Place? Even Sirius only went there during the summer, and he kept meaning to get a new place that was less creepy. It was too dark to see Gabriel's face, but by the lingering silence, Sirius assumed that those eyebrows were at work again. Shaking his head in bemusement, he spread an arm. He couldn't quite bring himself to pull the teen into the side hug. It was taking all Sirius's mental power to continue thinking of him as Gabriel instead of Harry. Pulling him into a hug was crossing a boundary he doubted the boy was ready for. He saw Gabriel's brief hesitation, and straightened his spine against the hurt he felt. He was the boy's godfather, for Merlin's sake. Then Harry was stepping into his half-embrace, a tall, solidly built presence at his side. Sirius took a deep breath, centered himself, and apparated. They appeared in the foyer, and a crash upstairs let him know immediately where Creature was. Gabriel had immediately pulled away and put some distance between them, and Sirius again pushed the hurt aside. Now will you tell me what we're doing? He asked instead, looking away. Your brother stole something from the Dark Lord, said Gabriel. Regulus. Sirius snorted. He turned back to look at Gabriel skeptically. Yeah, right. He was you-know-who's staunchest supporter, much to the glee of our parents. Perhaps, Gabriel gave the impression of a shrug without the plebeian motion. And yet, somehow, a note signed by him ended up where a certain artifact should have been. Sirius wasn't sure what to think. Obviously Gabriel believed what he was saying, but it did not jive with Sirius's memories of his brother. Sure, he'd moved out permanently by the time the war really heated up, and he hadn't exactly continued talking party politics with his little brother, but wouldn't Regulus have come to him if he'd thought about switching sides? They'd loved each other once. So you think this artifact is here? Sirius asked, shoving aside his doubt and distraction. Yes. The only other possibility would be a family vault, but I thought we might as well look here first. Sirius nodded curtly. Be my guest. Poke around. What exactly are we looking for? Slytherin's locket. Sirius choked slightly as Gabriel took his invitation to heart and headed into the sitting room to begin poking around. They had only been looking for 15 minutes or so when Sirius decided to take a chance with the crazy house LF. Creature. He yelled, stepping away from the bookshelf he'd been poking at. He heard the discontent muttering long before the old elf appeared, ears drooping and eyes squinting malevolently. What does? Something was muttered that was just shy of audible, though Gabriel's sudden smirk hinted that younger ears could hear it just fine. Master require. I'm looking for something that belonged to Regulus, began Sirius, pausing as he noticed the much increased hostility. A locket. And why would Creature know of such a thing? Hissed the elf, fingers curling into claws. Why would Creature tell the blood traitor? The disgrace. Don't play games with me, you miserable bag of bones. Where's the damn locket? Creature made a low keening sound, and his face transformed from a snarl to an expression of such pure grief that Sirius was momentarily taken aback. The locket. Ned the elf, rocking the locket. He scuttled forward to bash his head violently against the low table. Sirius watched in fascination as he punished himself. Stop. Sirius looked at Gabriel in surprise. The boy had a look of consternation that was frankly out of place. Please, Creature, Gabriel continued, moving closer to the shuddering elf. He held his hands open in front of him, and his voice turned soothing. We know that Regulus wanted to destroy the locket. He did? Asked Sirius. He immediately regretted it when Gabriel shot a scathing look over his shoulder. And why did Creature get such tenderness when he, the boy's godfather, got vitriol and silence? I just want to fulfill Regulus's wish. I'll even do it here, in front of you. In less than 2 minutes, Gabriel had apparently formed a more complete understanding of Sirius's demented house LF than he himself had been able to in all his years. Sirius watched in bemused wonder as the elf scuttled away and returned minutes later with an ornate golden locket. Please, place it on the floor, Gabriel said gently. The elf did as he was told without a single insult. Stand back, he instructed. Sirius was glad he obeyed quickly. As the fiendfire washed over the artifact, sounds filled the room that left Sirius's teeth on edge. Creature was wailing with what might have been pain but could also be relief, and the artifact itself seemed to be screaming. And then it was over. The blackened locket lay cracked and smoking on the floor as Creature rocked back and forth, bubbling with hysterical laughter. What in the bloody hells was that? Asked Sirius. Gabriel beamed at him, white teeth bared in a gleeful grin. That was the 6th piece of the Dark Lord's soul, he replied happily. There's only one left. At least, we're pretty sure there's only one more. I mean, 7 is a number of power. 8 would just be insane, don't you agree? Sirius's jaw dropped. The Dark Lord's soul. That was magic so dark even the Blacks didn't consider performing it. And you know who had made 7 of them? I've been trying to figure out a way to get this one for almost a year, now. It's even worth you knowing my secret, all things considered. Sirius noticed that Gabriel appeared to be experiencing some kind of euphoria that was making him far more talkative than normal. Seeing the opportunity for what it was, he pushed aside the thoughts of Horcruxes. Me knowing your secret isn't all bad, is it? He asked, giving his godson a crooked smile. It isn't as bad as I thought it would be, Gabriel admitted lightly. I was worried you'd get clingy or something. I'm glad you understand that Harry Potter is long gone. Sirius didn't understand even one bit of that sentiment, but he forced himself to keep smiling. I just want to get to know you. Even if you don't see yourself as Harry, I hope that someday you might come to want to know more about where you come from. That's partially why I'm at Hogwarts, Gabriel shrugged. McGonagall told me a few stories last weekend, but it would be good to hear a few from your point of view. I mean, since you know my birth name anyways. Minerva knew, and hadn't told him. Sirius went cold, then hot. How dare she? Gabriel's smile was fading, and his brows were knitting together in a more familiar frown. Whatever had caused the euphoria appeared to be wearing off. That was unusual, he muttered. Sirius was too busy boiling inside to comment. Instead, he silently accepted the proffered portkey and let himself be carried back to Hogwarts. He had a witch to see. Voldemort was pleased by the creatively spun half-truths that were daily spun in the Prophet. They were serving his purpose very nicely, and after the original push, they had taken on a life of their own. Some of the things that Skeeter Woman wrote were better than even he had dreamed up when he'd set this little plan in motion. All of his side projects were bearing fruit. Even Rousseau was coming up with useful tidbits now that he'd reminded her exactly who was in charge. It was only a matter of time, now. Euphoria swelled in his beast, and he found himself grinning at the empty room. It faded as quickly as it came, leaving him feeling bereft and confused. Those were not his emotions. His eyes narrowed. It looked like waiting was not going to be a viable option. Things began to settle into a routine, and Bree discovered that having people know his secret wasn't all bad. McGonagall continued to treat him as she always had during the school day, but he also occasionally received offers of hospitality. Once in a while, he even took her up on the offer of tea and spent a little time learning about his birth parents. He justified it as courting an ally in Dumbledore's circle, though he found himself liking the old battle axe more than he had originally intended. His interactions with Black were more complicated. Black really missed everything that Harry Potter represented, and he couldn't always disguise it. The BPD longing that Bree could sometimes see in the man's face made him deeply uncomfortable and, more often than not, led to him avoiding Black. This, he learned, just made Black try harder. One day, almost 2 weeks after their London adventure, Black cornered him after class. Bree stood in the emptying classroom, back rigid as he fought the urge to fidget. "Do you want me to wait?" Neville asked, pausing at the door as the last sixth year left. "He'll be a few minutes," Black answered for him. Neville surprised him a little by continuing to wait for his response. For the first time, Bree truly let himself appreciate how nice it was to have friends here. Neville was providing him with an out, and all he had to do was ask him to stick around for a minute. "Go to class," Black said dismissively. "I'll write a pass for him, but you're on your own." And still Neville waited. "I'll see you at lunch," Bree told his friend. Neville nodded and let the door close behind him. Bree stared at Black, face impassive. "Sit down," Black invited, voice friendly. "I am fine," said Bree, jerking his chin up in an effort to hide his discomfort. Black paused for a split second, then settled on the edge of the dueling platform. "You've been avoiding me," he said. He sounded hurt. Bree paused, then decided to let his silence stand as an answer. He had been avoiding Black. "How do you feel about the recent Daily Prophet articles?" asked Black after the silence had grown too uncomfortable for him. Bree wasn't sure what the question was meant to accomplish. He raised an eyebrow. The Daily Prophet had been publishing increasingly fevered articles about the Harry Potter conspiracy. They ran the gamut from Harry Potter as a dark wizard and the one perpetrating all the recent attacks, to Harry Potter as a myth created by Albus Dumbledore to hide the truth. How were they supposed to make Bree feel? He had to acknowledge that they were a sound move on Voldemort's part. If he ever decided to out himself as Harry Potter, he would not have the immediate support of Britain's wizarding population. He'd probably still be able to win them over, but it was an increasingly chancy proposition. Still, why would that make Bree emotional? "Right," Black said after another beat of silence, "you don't want people to know you have feelings." "Sorry, I forget. As a baby he swallowed whatever he was going to say, probably recognizing by Bree's expression that it was not going to be a welcome walk down memory lane. "So," he said, voice turning cheery, "how are you doing today?" "I am well, sir," Bree said immediately, "and you?" "Well, Gabriel, I've had better days." He looked expectantly at Bree. Bree stared stoically back. He knew it would be easiest to go with it and just satisfy Black's need for connection. "Sorry to hear it, sir," he said flatly. "Still," said Black in that same forced cheer, "I've had worse days." "You know what I mean." "Yes, sir," said Bree. "You know what always makes me feel better." "No, sir," said Bree, biting back the smart aleck response. Then he changed his mind. Black wanted to get to know him, so giving a hint of personality might get this torture over faster. But you're about to tell me, aren't you? Black's grin told him he'd made the right choice. Damn right, Gabriel, he said, hopping off the stage. I give gifts, he said, holding out a brown paper bag. Bree blinked. He hadn't expected it, and he wasn't sure why he hadn't. He had several relatives who were not above using gifts and favors as a way of buying friendship or forgiveness. He took the bag. He stood there awkwardly, not sure what to do next. Open it, said Black. Sir, he began. And for Merlin's sake, stop calling me, sir. I get that you don't see me the same way that I see you, but you can at least call me Sirius. Bree didn't say anything, just started to open the crumpled bag. Black leaned forward, anticipation clear on his face. He looked into the opening of the bag. It looked like it held silvery liquid, though the bag did not appear to be enchanted to be waterproof. It was your father's, Black said, unable to control his own excitement. We got into tons of mischief with it. When you were born, your mother made him swear not to give it to you while you were at school. He distracted her before she could make me swear, too. Deciding that it was probably not going to hurt him, he stuck his hand into the bag. The material was cool and slippery. Where his hand buried under the fabric, it disappeared. He drew the invisibility cloak out of the bag, staring at the garment in surprised admiration. He glanced at Black, who was nearly quivering with delight. I want you to have something of your dad's, he said, meeting Bree's eyes. I hope you use it to get into mischief. Thank you, replied Bree. Serious, he added, because it seemed like an appropriate way to show his honest appreciation. An invisibility cloak was a princely gift. After that day, Bree tried to steer their interactions in useful directions. Black, having found an inn, began looking for ways to entice Bree into spending time with him. He showed Bree a number of secret passages and rooms that Bree doubted he would have discovered on his own. Some of them might even prove useful someday, like the room that turned into whatever you wanted. He never quite came to enjoy the time they spent together, but it was noticeably less awkward as time went on. After a month or so, he even started to think of the man as Sirius, instead of Black. Bree stared into the fire, ignoring the low hum of voices that filled the common room. The morning's copy of the Daily Prophet sat on the couch beside him, front page featuring a smarmy-looking man with Lucius Malfoy standing behind him under the headlines, Harry Potter, Dark Lord or Myth. Why it doesn't matter. He wanted this over and done with. Although his mind was his own now, he still sometimes got headaches or flashes of emotion that clearly did not belong to him. Shay wanted to wait, to continue to marshal resources and maneuver for position. Bree just wanted the bastard dead, preferably now. There was no way that they were going to be able to avoid some kind of face-to-face confrontation, he and Voldemort, and Bree had to admit that the odds were not nearly as good as he would prefer. They were definitely better than Voldemort thought they would be, what with the rapidly dwindling number of Horcruxes out there. But there was nothing that he could do about the last Horcrux. To Bree's knowledge, that stupid snake never left Voldemort's side. There was also the fact that Voldemort was a skilled dark wizard who had decades more training and practice than Bree. Not to mention the inconvenient prophecy. Prophecies were tricky business. The events that shaped his early life were overwhelmingly wrought, not by the prophecy itself, but by knowledge of the prophecy. Voldemort had attacked the Potters because of the prophecy. Because of the prophecy, he had been passed off to his relatives instead of a wizarding family. Hell, the prophecy had affected Mama's choice of adoption rituals. If he were being completely honest, he'd even chosen Hogwarts, ultimately, because of the prophecy. And it wasn't just his life that had been altered. Dumbledore had pinned all his hope on the prophecy, and now was unsure of how to proceed with the war. It had only taken a few weeks of helping an increasingly stressed Neville learn fighting techniques to find out that Dumbledore, not knowing that the Chosen One was in fact already trained and on the job, was now asking the impossible of the other boy born to defiant parents at the end of July. Voldemort had chosen to be present at the death of the Potters because of the prophecy. He had given the prophecy power. Like Dumbledore, he was diverting major resources toward the problem posed by the existence of Harry Potter. Bree was pretty sure that, if no one had heard the prophecy, they wouldn't be in the current messy political situation. He stared into the fire, wishing it had all the answers. He needed to talk out the realities of the situation. He was not a cerebral strategist. He was an adaptive commander who was excellent at reading a battlefield and directing his troops to victory. Shay put together the real strategy. Shay saw the big picture and made sure that Bree and his cavalry were in the right place at the right time with the right goals. Someday Bree hoped to be able to do what his uncle did, but for now, he needed someone to talk to. He sighed quietly, letting his head drop to the back of the couch. Hey Gabriel, are you interested in a game? Ron asked hopefully. Bree glanced over. The common room was comfortably full of students doing their homework. Ron sat with Hermione, their study table littered with books. Hermione's head was bent over her essay, but she looked up when Ron spoke. Her eyes met Bree's, then fell back to her parchment. He wasn't sure how to fix whatever had soured between them. People skills had never been his forte. Still, he found himself wishing. I have a better idea, he told Ron, standing. Come. Ron had always been uncomfortably aware that he was the least impressive of his siblings. His own special gift, if it could be called that, was a silly game. It was a game he loved, of course, but as his mother was quick to point out, it wasn't going to do him any good in the real world. As a kid he dreamed of someday being best friends with Harry Potter and having his chess skills come miraculously in handy during some adventure. Reality rarely lived up to one's imagination. So it was odd that he found himself sitting in a secret room with Gabriel Malthea, a chessboard carved directly into the table between them. What's this about? Ron asked, arms crossed. If all Gabriel wanted was a chess match, they'd still be in the common room. Gabriel's face was set in the blank mask that Ron had grown accustomed to over the last 7 months. It no longer gave him the chills, nor did it seem quite so impenetrable as it had once appeared. Gabriel sighed. I think best when I talk. Yeah, so you usually don't think. Gabriel cracked a tiny smile. It's a more complicated problem than school work. I'd like your help. Ron snorted. Gabriel, asking for his help. It was about as likely as Fred and George becoming head boy and girl. Why? Ron tried not to be too skeptical, but the two of them had never been particularly close. We aren't exactly friends. Hell, he didn't even have permission to call the other boy by his nickname. Because I don't want to die, Gabriel said, sounding a little bored with the whole thing. And I think you can help me with that. But I am not accustomed to trusting those who are not family. Ron noticed his accent becoming more pronounced. It had happened a few other times over the last month, always during a moment of stress. Defane hasn't been around as much, Ron mused, watching his chess partner but not friend carefully. Your uncle is still getting some good press, but you haven't been going off on your training weekends. Why are you in danger, Gabriel? What does your family have to do with it? I need fresh perspective, he replied, leaning back in the chair. That doesn't answer either of my questions, said Ron, uncrossing his arms and leaning forward slightly. You are a gifted strategist. As Gabriel spoke, chess pieces materialized on the board between them. I play chess, Ron said, shrugging. You do, too. In fact, you win at least a third of the time. Yes, said Gabriel, sounding a little frustrated. But I was trained too. Ron shrugged. He still wasn't sure where Gabriel was going with this. Let's play, Gabriel suggested. All right. Ron was officially lost. If Gabriel knew where this conversation was going, he certainly wasn't making it easy. Gabriel opened the game aggressively and immediately started pushing. Ron, finally sure of himself in this bizarre situation, pushed right back. It wasn't until they were 20 minutes in that Gabriel started talking again. In war, he said, offering up a sacrificial pawn, this would be a person. Ron considered whether or not he should take the bait. The words made him leery, but the move was solid. He took the pawn. That would have been a civilian, Gabriel said, pressing his attack forward into the opening Ron had left. Or maybe a student, someone in the wrong place at the wrong time. Ron tried to ignore him as he set up his counterattack. Of course, in war, there's more than one side. As he spoke, the board suddenly filled with extra pieces. Ron swore as everything shifted. Gabriel reached out and picked up one of the new pieces, moving it to capture Ron's bishop. You can't do that, Ron protested. That wasn't your piece. Wasn't it? Asked Gabriel, shrugging slightly. On the board, the piece changed from a neutral brown to jet black. That's not fair, Ron pressed, face heating. If you can move some random piece, then what's the point of rules? What's to stop me from using your rook to capture your king? Gabriel grinned. It wasn't a nice smile. Ron pushed back from the game board and stared at it for a long moment. Finally, he shook his head. I'm not sure what you're driving at, Gabriel. What if I told you that the only piece that could capture the king was a pawn? But not just any pawn. That one. He pointed to a pawn that had already been captured and was now off to the side of the board. It turned red. I'd say this isn't chess anymore. Well, yes, Gabriel waved his hand dismissively. Except, just because the rules changed doesn't mean you don't still want to win. It was true. The more Ron looked at the strangely complicated board, the more he desperately wanted to see how this game could play out. Experimentally, he took one of the new pieces and used it to capture Gabriel's knight. As his hand left the piece, it turned white. Gabriel nodded in approval, and they both returned to the game. Sometimes the pieces moved on their own. Sometimes they switched color. Finally, Ron shook his head. It was obvious to him that without a clear set of rules, neither of them could win. What was the point of this? He asked. Gabriel sighed and sat back, resting his hands on the edge of the table. The Dark Lord is getting on my nerves, he said. My uncle wants to put off a confrontation until he finishes his maneuvering, but every day we wait, Voldemort gets stronger too. Ron flinched backward at the forbidden name. He stared at Gabriel, open-mouthed. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I just need to figure out a way to draw him out into the open, sooner than later. The red pawn makes sense, Ron mumbled. You need Harry Potter, but he's already off the board. For now, Gabriel said with a little shrug. I'm not opposed to changing that. Wait, what? Ron shook his head as though the action would help clear it and make this conversation less confusing. Do you think revealing Harry Potter would draw out the Dark Lord? It's crossed my mind, but he's done an entirely too thorough job of sowing confusion around the Potter issue. I'm not sure it would be as useful as I'd hoped. No, Ron said, shaking his head again. It would probably still draw him out. I mean, if what you're saying is true, and you know who is responsible for all those Potter articles, it seems to me that he's actually admitting a vulnerability. Gabriel nodded slowly. That still doesn't guarantee a face-to-face. Even if he's admitting a vulnerability, he's still not going to want to face Potter publicly. Does the confrontation have to be public? Ron asked, warming to the theoretical. It was theoretical, right? Problem. I mean, what's to stop Harry Potter from seeking you-know-who out and avoiding the public? Gabriel shook his head. Public attention is what limits the Dark Lord's actions. If Potter is isolated, even just by anonymity, it allows Voldemort greater freedom. So the problem is to draw him out while making Potter a more sympathetic character than he currently is. The best move may be revealing that Potter is still on the board, but keeping him protected. Ron illustrated by switching the red pawn for his castled king. Let people get used to him being around and have him start a rallying cry that will force you-know-who's hand. Gabriel stared at the board for a long minute. What kind of rallying cry? Ron shrugged. I dunno. I mean, I always imagined Harry Potter as this heroic figure who just inspired people. And, rode dragons and saved damsels. That's the problem with being the stuff of bedtime stories, I guess. I can't say I ever rode a dragon, Gabriel said with a grin, and I'm definitely not inspirational. But I have been known to save a damsel. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.